Hey, imontheedge here, back again with another brand new video, and today I will be no damaging the entirety of the main campaign in Resident Evil 4. I will be playing the Wii edition because this is my favorite version of the game purely because of the pointer controls. It is also the very first version I played. I mean, it's like my first experience with the game, so I have a bit of nostalgia for it just because of that. But after playing like the PC version, like a little later on after beating the Wii version, and then coming back to the Wii version, I love these pointer controls so much. There's a lot to talk about with those pointer controls, and I'll get around to it. But yeah, here, a great strategy for enemies. Shoot them in the leg, they get knocked down, and knocking them down not only slows them down, it also allows them to get knifed easier. And you'll be seeing a lot more of that in a lot of different ways, because Resident Evil 4, it's such a good game. But I'll also be using the special outfit just because I think I want this run to be special. Let's just say that I'm playing on professional. This will be a segmented run, as in every time I reach a save point, that's kind of like my retry point. This run, I'll make sure not to use any continues. So like the score screen at the very end of the video will have 0 deaths, even though I did die a lot in the process of making this video. And well, what that means is that, well, this game has save points which you can save at. There's one right here which I'm going to use. But first I'm going to knock out these boxes, but warning about the boxes, sometimes there are snakes in them, and I replayed this game before I did like my no damage run, because I don't know, it's been a while since I played Resident Evil 4, and I didn't want to just jump into a no damage immediately. That'd be a bit irritating. I kind of wanted to enjoy myself a bit. So yeah, I saved the game, then I quit the game, then I come back, I reload that save, and then this is a whole new video. This entire video is just like 34 different sections all combined to the one big section. It's all like one continuous run, but segmented, of course. So it's not exactly like, a full-on like no damage speed run like some other people have done. Actually, I don't know if someone has done a full like no damage speed run of Resident Evil 4, but you know what game people have done? The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Well, that's a story for another time, but yeah, the strategy right here, previously I killed every single enemy before me because it's not too hard, but here it's more economic to just kind of run past everyone. However, running past everyone is kind of hard. There's a bit of RNG involved, I think. I'm not 100% an expert on it, but the second guy you meet, I don't know, you kind of have to hope he runs in a way you want him to run, because sometimes he just runs straight at me, so when I'm running away from him, he's already winding up his big attack and it hits me in the back when I'm running away. But sometimes he'll do a bit of a circle to get me, and in that short amount of time he's taking to get to me, I can run past him. And also, you need to be very fast with running past these enemies, because if I don't run fast enough, and if I try to bait out the second guy's attack and I try to run past the third guy is already, he has the pitchfork, he has a lot of really long range, so he's already gonna get me. So you could also just bait out both of their attacks, but honestly it's a bit of a bother. I didn't want to deal with it, so instead I went for the more RNG method of just running past every single enemy there. And now we're in the big village section. This game just puts you into the thick of it immediately. You're already one of the hardest sections of the game. So yeah, my strategy is just to straight up run into this house. Once you run into this house, it'll activate a cutscene. It activates a cool ass cutscene of all the villagers getting ready to assault you. They show a cutscene them throwing up a ladder there. It's so cool. And now my strategy is pretty much to get the shotgun, get a couple bullets for the shotgun, and then barricade myself into the house right across the street. It's a very conveniently placed house, and yeah, this strategy I'm going to adopt is kind of boring, I'm not going to lie, but this is a very hard section of the game. And fun fact about this little assault section, I don't know, when I first did my first replay of this game, pretty recently, it took me 3 days to replay the whole game. It's not that long of a game, but it is a very meaty game. I don't know, I'll explain what I mean by that later, but it's such a content-packed game. Even the main campaign, everyone knows, everyone who's beating the game knows about the 3 sections. You have the island, you have the castle, then you have you have the village, you have the castle, then you have the island, and it's just so much happens in the village, so much happens in the castle, there's and even there's a ton of variety in the island, even though not as much as those previous 2 sections, but it's insane. I beat it in 4 hours, and it's a very packed 4 hours, so much happens, at so much, at so many different times, even the downtime feels something substantial. It's crazy. But yeah, when I was first replaying like this game and I got to this section right here, I noticed that there's this big tower you can climb, and when you climb the big tower, there's like these shotgun bullets. There's shotgun bullets there, and sadly in this run I'm not gonna pick up those bullets. And to be fair, I have plenty of bullets just from what I got previously, and also what I'm gonna get from some of the corpses of these enemies here. But yeah, like I thought, oh, for my no damage run, I'm gonna climb up that tower and I'm gonna like, you know, take down anyone who tries to like climb up the tower, you know, because I thought, hey, none of the other videos are doing it. Oh yeah, I will say, for this video, I didn't exactly do this by myself. I did look at some other walkthroughs to kind of, you know, get help on how to do certain sections. Though sometimes I can't exactly copy their strategies because, oh my goodness, sometimes some of those strategies are like so hard and RNG based, or sometimes they don't even work for the Wii version. It's all a bunch of complicated stuff, and it's stuff I'll complain about as we go along. But I would like to mention the YouTubers which I saw in order to help me like do this video. So yeah, important YouTubers are Calvin for his speedrun strat for the Krauser like final phase fight. That doesn't come until way later in this video. Like this game is like 5 chapters. And that happens in like chapter 5. So honestly, mentioning it here is kind of a spoiler, if you even know who Krauser is. Or I don't even know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but I think I'll have time to pronounce his name right when we actually get to meet him later on. We're nowhere near that. But yeah, I mean, the strategy I'm doing right now is pretty simple. You know, get the shotgun, camp out here. And the reason why this is such a great place to camp out is that this place has no windows, and this door is not wooden. So like every time an enemy wants to come in here, they have to break the door down. But there's no window, so you can't get assaulted from the sides. You have one entry point, one very direct place where the enemies are gonna like, you know, pile up to get you. So you just kind of wait for them to open the door, and it's a little stop and pop, like, you know, fun action there. And to be fair, this game actually does these type of moments. There's like one certain combat section that's literally just like this door that'll just open and like close whenever an enemy like dies or whenever you fail to kill the enemy. It's honestly a pretty obnoxious section, and it appears once again at the very end of the game. Like, I don't know, I think my mind might be a little bit too fixated on like what happens near the end, because that is kind of the most frustrating stuff in this game. But oh yeah, back to the more important YouTubers. So I also watched the Stars Redfield's video, like where he pretty much no damaged the entire game using only the handgun and the knife. I will not be doing that. I will be using all sorts of weapons, but I will not be upgrading these weapons. I will buy like better versions of like these weapons. Like the handgun definitely gets like better versions of itself as it goes along, but I will not be tuning them up. And, you know, I mean, at first I thought I would tune them up, but as I went along, I found that, you know, the game's not too bad if you don't tune them up, and it would be a pretty cool thing to go through this entire game, no damaging, on professional, by the way. If you haven't read the title, this is on professional, the hardest difficulty in the game, without tuning up my weapons. So, you know, because it would just be cool to, like, not tune up my weapon, so I didn't. So, yeah, that's something to keep in mind. But, yeah, Stars Redfield's, like, sometimes, there was one guy whose walkthrough I watched, and that was kind of like my main inspiration. And that guy is, wait, hold on a minute. That guy is Kromchik. I think I butchered his name, but yeah, he did this like no damage speed run of Resident Evil 4 in like 2 hours. It was slightly segmented, not as segmented as mine, but still segmented. He would save and sometimes cut in weird ways at certain points. But yeah, like I mean, I pretty much kind of copied most of his strategies wherever they applied, though I'm not as fast. I mean, 4 hours is still a pretty fast way to beat Resident Evil 4, but it is not exactly the fastest at all. I mean, that's just the way speedruns work. I mean, the way they optimize their runs and all that. And, I mean, I'm slightly interested in doing speedruns, but I'm also slightly not, because it's a lot of time and commitment. And, like, I mean, like, my no damage stuff, it takes a lot of time and commitment, too. So, like, speedruns is kind of like the extra mile there. I'll maybe do it someday. I don't know, I'm actually interested in, like, streaming, because, well, oh, another thing I forgot to mention. Well, before I mention that, let me explain why the tower thing, the tower strategy I had, which I was thinking about, would not work. Pretty much, like, this is a big tower you can climb. It has shotgun bullets, and if you climb it, no other enemies are ever going to climb it. But you know what they will do? They'll start throwing Molotovs at you. So, and, like, I mean, I thought the enemies would, like, all climb it mindlessly, like, and then I could just take them out one by one as they, like, try to climb up, and that just doesn't happen. They don't climb it, they just throw Molotovs at you, and you're just gonna die of getting burned to death. Though, fun fact, fire doesn't kill you. You'll take damage from like running into fire, but if you have 0 health and you run into fire, it's not gonna kill you. Like, I've tried it. I had like 8 fire grenades and I had like 0 health. I threw one at the ground, I ran into it, and every time Leon would kind of stumble because he's being burned alive, but he doesn't die. So that's just, I guess, a balancing thing the game does. You don't die from fire grenades, though I'm sure you do die from, like, you know, real grenades or whatever. I mean, fire grenades are real, but, you know, grenades, like normal grenades, are more like the grenades that shoot grenade stuff, not fire grenades. Are fire grenades even, like, real? I mean, there's Molotovs, those things are real, but like literal fire grenades, do those exist in real life? Anyways, here are some quick time events, and this is probably the worst aspect of this game. This game has aged so well in like everything except these stupid quick time events. And also, it's one disadvantage of the Wii edition is that most of these quick time events you have to shake the controller, and also the button placements are also quite awful, I'm gonna be frank. I mean, you know, I mean, you might not think they're that awful, like, oh, A, B, I mean, that makes sense, you know, you usually have your hand on those, like, buttons a lot of the time, but there's one very specific section where I think it just ruins it for me. So yeah, here there's a bunch of booby traps, there's a bunch of bear traps, you know, you kind of have to, like, walk around in a way where you don't get caught by those bear traps, and I don't exactly have a strategy for that. I just kind of, like, walked around, like, near the left, you know, watch out for that one guy throwing dynamite. You can kind of run past them, but, you know, just watch out for that guy. And also for that previous area, on a new game, and if you're not doing like a challenge run, usually I would spend. That is so lucky the way I ran. Like, okay, that enemy got blown away by the explosion, but I didn't. I mean, that doesn't make sense, but I'm very grateful for it, because if I got blown up by it, I would have been so mad. Like, But yeah, I mean, the QTEs suck, and shaking your controller to, like, you know, do the QTEs also sucks, because while I don't think the Wiimote and Nunchuck suffers from as much drift as like the Switch controllers do, they are prone to it. They are especially prone to it if you have to shake the controller a whole lot during those QTE sequences. And like some of these games, QTE sequences can have this brutal thing where you'll shake it and then the game will immediately want you to go back into, like, you know, normal control to do something kind of like hard. Like one standout moment is where like a giant robot is chasing you, and then like after you shake the controller a whole bunch to avoid it, you have to stop, you have to aim at a lock, you have to shoot the lock off, and then open the door in like a very short amount of time. And see, when you have drift, Leon just straight up doesn't move, or when you aim the gun, he just starts going down with his aiming thing. Because okay, well, that's the one thing I love about like the Wii edition of Resident Evil 4 is like, well, the pointer controls. But if you have drift, those pointer controls are going to mess you up very heavily, because, you know, you point with the Miimo to aim, but then the other button kind of like selects the area you're aiming in. But if the area you're aiming in is constantly drifting down, then you can't exactly, you know, precisely aim at the thing you want to shoot. So you're messed up. I mean, you're screwed. You can't do anything about it. So that, and like the way to fix the drift is just kind of to like unplug and plug in the nunchuck again. But in the time that you've done that, well, you failed the section. So it's just like, Anyways, for this section here, we're going to run past all the enemies. We're going to kind of run here, run into this house, and we have to be very quick with this. We have to go to this ladder here, and any enemy which is like kind of close to attacking us, just kind of shoot them in the face to kind of stun them for a bit. We're not going to kill anyone here. We're only going to stun them so we can get by them. So that's kind of strategy here. So like there's two moon things we need to collect. One of the moon things is on top of this house here, and then the other one is on top of a big mountain over here. So that was very lucky. That guy was almost about to stab me, but I did not. So run past that guy. Now, it's all the way at the top of the mountain right there. And there's going to be a guy kind of hanging out, but we're going to shoot a big barrel of like explosive stuff, and it's going to blow him away, and that's going to be very nice. And then once we're done with that, we're just going to jump down, run to the door, use both moon things, and that's pretty much how you like solve this level. Like this level gave me so much like heartache when I was just beating it normally, but when I saw that you could just run past it, well, you can just run past it. I mean, this game has like a big mix of stuff you can run past and stuff you can't run past. And, you know, sometimes I'm not going to run past some stuff I can run past because, well, actually killing everyone is actually easier sometimes than running past them. Because, I don't know, sometimes some of the objectives in this game can have a little bit of complicated back and forth, like, you know, between, like, certain areas, certain, like, power stations and so. So sometimes, you know, getting rid of the obstacles, you know, in the way of, like, you know, you moving back and forth is actually easier than just, you know, running past them all the time. So the special costume here, I don't think it gives you any bonuses. However, I watched this one video by the completionist where he said it gives you a 30% damage reduction. Like, I looked it up. It doesn't say that anywhere else, so I don't know why he said that. Or maybe I just misheard him, which is like, what? Because on one of the outfits gives you 60% damage, like, defense. I mean, like, I'm not using that outfit because in order to unlock that outfit, you have to, like, beat, like, the Ada, like, campaigns or whatever. I have not done that yet. And, you know, I'm actually planning on doing that later on, and actually maybe uploading a no damage of it. but I'm not going to do it the way I'm doing it now. What I mean by that is that, well, the footage you're looking at now is Wii U footage. So I don't own a Wii, I don't own a GameCube. Well, to be fair, a GameCube you wouldn't be able to play the Resident Evil 4 Wii edition, but I don't own a Wii, and I don't exactly own a Wii U. I just borrowed my cousin's Wii U for this, and shout out to cousin. But yeah, the Wii U, what it does to Wii games is, I don't fully get it, but it does kind of upscale them to 1080p, but not literally. It just kind of takes a 480 like P like footage and just kind of upscales it with, well, not exactly, it just kind of stretches it out a bit. And I don't know, one weird thing, this is something I know because like Hyperbit Hero said it once, like the Wii U adds this like weird like greenish like look to like Wii games. I don't know if I can really see it in this Resident Evil 4 footage, but yeah, this footage is a little blurry, let's just say that. Like, even though like I did record this Elgato at 1080p, and apparently it's, the Wii U thinks it's a 1080p like footage thing, but it's not like realistic 1080p per se. So yeah, so what am I gonna do different when I do like the Ada campaigns? Well, I actually got my hands on a RetroTink 5X. So whenever I revisit Resident Evil 4, I'm actually going to not have a Wii U. I'm actually going to try to get a Wii. And once I get the Wii, I'm going to use the RetroTink 5X to kind of upscale the Wii footage. And I'm hoping that looks better, though. It'll probably be in like 4:3 aspect ratio, because I don't know, I guess most Wii games realistically were 4:3. And if you try to put them into like 16:9, then that's going to look really stretched out. So what 4:3 means is that there's going to be black bars on the side. What 16:9 means is that if I do put the footage in like that aspect ratio, well, the characters are going to look really stretched out. A lot of people who play on emulators kind of make that mistake, and well, to be fair, I think I'm guilty of that mistake. My Yakuza 2 video is probably guilty of that mistake now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, it can be kind of funny, and sometimes you don't even notice it if you're not very familiar with the game, but it is, a bit of a mistake. That's not how the game originally looked and all, yada yada yada. I mean, also, if you're playing on PS3 and play some like those PS1 or PS2 ports, then, they give you the option to stretch it, even though it doesn't look like the original game if you stretch it, but they do give you the option, and I've done it. I am guilty of it. So yeah, I've kind of not talked about strategy at all, but yeah, like, I mean, in that previous room, there was a bunch of dynamite going off, and I decided to kind of kill every enemy I came across, and then I jumped across the window, and I hid it behind cover, and like the whole secret to that section is to kind of, the enemies who are throwing dynamite, you have to like shoot at them in a very precise moment, which then makes them blow up, and then makes every single enemy around them blow up. And then once that happens, there's gonna be an enemy waiting for you in like the next room. So I kind of wait for him to, kind of come out, because sometimes I would run through that door, the enemy's like right there, and he already is preparing his attack when I just opened the door, and it's very frustrating. But yeah, I also kind of time coded my whole video in terms of chapters. So I mean, there's a lot of chapters in the game, so I think it's a pretty cool thing to do. But yeah. Instead of doing like this Wii U capture, I'm going to capture it from the Wii, like upscaled with a RetroTink 5X. My only worry is that I don't think I have all the cables I need for like a 5X like capture. I don't have like the scrat, like there's some like very fancy cable thing called the scrat. I only have component cables for like my Wii. I don't own a Wii, but I only have component cables for like my GameCube and PS2, which I also plan on upscaling with the RetroTink 5X. I actually kind of want to get into streaming, simply because I actually want to stream like those PS2 and like GameCube games at like a high fidelity. However, what's worrying me is that my old Elgato, I mentioned it before, it can record 720 like p 60 FPS, and it can do 1080p 30 FPS. It cannot do 1080p 60 FPS. And yeah, like, I'm not sure if I'm really in the mood to like buy a new Elgato thing just so I can record 1080p 60 FPS. I don't know, it's all very complicated, and I don't even know how to stream, but I'll get around to it. But yeah, the strategy there is just kind of to run past everyone, and if need be, shoot someone in the face, kind of kick them to kind of disturb the crowd, and then you unlock the door, and yeah, you're done. Now here, I'm going to take a bit of a long path, just because like, every time I'll try to cut through the middle to avoid all the enemies, but one of them will always get me. So instead, I'm going to kind of do this big loop-de-loop, just kind of to get back to this door, and it was more consistent, so I just kind of did it there. So fun fact, which I'm not even sure if it's a fun fact or not, but I believe that waiting at the save file screen counts as time in like your game record. Like, I don't know, if you just like, I don't know, like stay on this screen for like an hour and then you come back, I actually think the game records that, because I've had times where I would like save my game and like the section only took me like 3 or 4 minutes, but then it'll say I took like 14 minutes, and it's just like, well, during that time I left the game kind of by itself on like the save file screen for just to go eat or something, and I guess it records it, because I just don't know where that time came from, because it wasn't in the game. I didn't like play for that long, and That's why my playtime is going to be a lot longer. Well, I mean, not that much longer, but it's going to be longer than like what this video actually is. Like, you're going to see me playing this game in real time, but this game's going to be like, oh, it took like 30 or 40 extra minutes to do everything, and I didn't. But I guess I might have like, left the game running at certain points, and that's where all that extra time comes from. So that's going to like, clear up some confusion you're going to maybe experience once you get to the ending of the video where the ranking screen is. So yeah, here I'm going to sell all my healing items just because, well, I don't need them. It's going to be a no damage run. Oh yeah, if you're wondering, I'm also going to make sure that Ashley takes no damage. And yeah, Ashley doesn't show up until a little bit later. But yeah, I'm going to make sure she takes 0 damage as well. I was actually contemplating like making her take damage because, it's a no damage run for me, not for her. But, as I went along, I'm also kind of like, what, might as well have her. And so this RPG, I'm going to spend a lot of time buying RPGs to kind of like make certain sections of the game a lot easier. This RPG, for example, is for the big giant like zombie person I'm going to be fighting later on, so that will make that section a lot easier. So I didn't watch the cutscenes while I played the game because I played this game so many times I didn't really feel like it. However, before I did the commentary version, I made sure to rewatch these cutscenes because they just they're such a great like they make up so much of the charm of the game. It's like this really like like silly like soap opera-ish, like cheesy, like kind of tongue-in-cheek, but still like not afraid to be goofy as hell. Like writing is just it's so good. Like kind of like Leon here. Like Leon is such like a sassy but also like goof like dorky character. Like I don't know, he doesn't smoke. He has gum. Like on this one character, you gotta smoke. He's like, nah, I got gum, man. Like he doesn't smoke, he doesn't care about sex, but he kills like over 400 people in the course of this event. Oh, that's another thing. At the very beginning of this game, he doesn't think the person he killed is a zombie. It was just a hostile local. He just fucking murders them in cold blood. What? Like he's a psychopath. But they're technically zombies, so in the end it's like, he had to kill them. But like, in the context of it's just a guy who was hostile towards you for entering his home, it's like, this dude's crazy. What's wrong with you, Leon? Come on. And yeah, I don't really know what to say at the exact moment, so I think I won't. But yeah, I use a fire grenade to just kill all those crows immediately. Okay, I think I actually do have a bit of an idea of what I want to talk about. I think I'm going to kind of gush about this game's pointer control. So, alright, so the Wii, like, kind of pointing at a sensor thing, like, there was potential for it, and it was definitely realized with, like, this Resident Evil 4, like, port. But there was an issue. I don't know, say you wanted to play something like Call of Duty 4 on the Wii. There was just one issue. So you'd be pointing at the screen, you might be having some fun, but then you might accidentally point the Wiimote a little too far to the left side, a little too far to the right side, and then suddenly your gun's kind of drifting off into nowhere because, the sensor's not that big. So it doesn't account for whenever you reach, like, the kind of the dead aim of, like, your TV screen. But, like, Resident Evil 4, like, kind of shooter design just kind of works perfectly, like, to kind of fix that because, well, in the original game, whenever you aim at an enemy, I'm just moving my chair there. Whenever you would like aim at an enemy, like you couldn't move. You just had to like kind of slowly point your gun at someone. And that has its charm, and it also does add like a bit of like unique challenge to the game. Kind of that survival horror aspect. But, it was kind of hard to go back to it after playing the Wii Edition because, like, the Wii Edition kind of feels like that, but more justified. I don't know, like, in Resident Evil 4, you were, like, limited. But here, like, even this limitation doesn't feel like a limitation because this limitation allows you to aim more smoothly. Like, here's the thing. I know, whenever you have to, like, aim and move at the same time on, like, the Wii, like, playing a shooter game or whatnot, it just doesn't work that well. Though, to be fair, it worked pretty well for Metroid Prime 3, though that still has a few issues. Sometimes there'd be a little bit of annoying dead aim, but it worked pretty well for that game. But it just doesn't. This is like the perfect, like, Wii pointer shooter, aside from like maybe a railgun shooter or something, because just like, with a control stick, you move the area which you're aiming in, and with the Wiimote, you aim there. So, you'll point at the screen, you can kind of aim the Wiimote wherever you want, and, you can land sick headshots that way. But if an enemy's to your left, you kind of move the camera to your left, and you still have that precise aiming with the Wiimote. It's just, I can't get enough of it. And just, like, none of the other ports, like, really replicate it because, well, it's not really the original version of the game. It's a unique kind of gimmick to the Wii version. Okay, man, you know what? I think the one version which might actually be able to replicate it is probably the VR version, but I'd have to play it. And also, in order to play it, I have to buy a whole big VR headset, and I'm not really hurting to buy it, and also I have to sign up to Facebook. I'm not really hurting to sign up for Facebook, and to be fair, I've already no damage Resident Evil 4. It'd be fun to stream maybe one day if I ever do get a VR headset. Like, specifically for that game. You know what game I want to play with like a VR headset? Resident Evil 7. Like, oh. But you know, see, the thing to play Resident Evil 7 is I have to buy a PlayStation VR headset, but in order to play Resident Evil 4 VR, I have to buy like an Oculus, like Facebook headset. So it's just like you have to buy so many different headsets, and they're all equally expensive. Well, I mean, some might be cheaper, some might be less cheap, but it's just too much to handle with. I'm just not gonna hassle with it right now. So yeah, I mean, previously that strategy wasn't too hard. I was just kind of running past enemies, and now we're dealing with the big fish, which is kind of a bit of an on-rail section, but it's pretty fun. So this mostly just kind of comes down to avoid these big like tree logs that are like in the water, and whenever like the fish goes down under, like what I do is I just turn all the way to the right, and that pretty much works all the time. And then every other time you just kind of keep throwing the spears at it, keep chucking the spears at it. And, you know, usually you can chuck like 2 to 3 spears, sometimes 1 spear if you're like in a really perilous situation. Here you can kind of spam the spears as much as you like, as long as you do hit the fish thing. And yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say. It's just a really cool set piece. Resident Evil 4 has these really cool optional cutscenes, and well, this has one of them. So when I was about to fight the big fish here, I kind of went on the right, but if you take the left path and go to like kind of like the cliff area there's an option to actually see like a cutscene where you actually get to see the fish in action before you fight the big fish. I thought that was really cool, so I just wanted to mention that. So I think I kind of want to gush more about like the pointer controls for this game, because just okay, one big disadvantage of the Wii edition is that it runs at 30 FPS and also kind of looks a little suboptimal. I mean, just my Wii U is kind of making the game look worse, I'd say. But I don't know if I misheard this, but I heard some people say that the GameCube version of the game actually looks better than the Wii version, but I'm not 100% sure of that myself. I don't know. The whole like port legacy of this game has been ported so many times, more than Skyrim. Like this game probably has. Does it have the record for like the most ports ever? I mean, maybe Tetris beats it or something. I don't know, but this game has an insane amount of ports, and there's like an insane amount of like, I mean, not an insane amount of differences, but there's quite a lot of differences between these ports. I'll talk about that later. But yeah, now we're in night, and we're going to introduce like the big worm heads. And it's a pretty cool cutscene, though I'm not going to show it, just because I'm going to skip a majority of the cutscenes, and sometimes I'll show a cutscene for comedic effect or something. And now that I've said that out loud, I have a feeling you can probably guess which cutscenes I'm going to show. But yeah, like big worm heads, this kind of adds a whole big complication. And like, I mean, the first time I fought these worm heads, it was quite a challenge, because they take a lot of headshots to just die. And well, that's another thing with this game. Sometimes like if an enemy dies from a headshot, it's kind of random, because you know, sometimes they'll take like 3 or 4, or sometimes you'll just get a critical hit. You know, and they'll just die in one headshot, and it's just kind of random, but it does add a bit of excitement to the game, because like you always gotta aim for those headshots. You know, sometimes it might take a while, sometimes you'll do it in one hit. And now here, before we go down, we're just going to knock down all these crates, just so that we can, you know, actually just kind of move across them at lightning speed, instead of like, you know, stopping at any point to shoot them. Because if you stop to shoot them down there, the enemies are going to chase you and kind of attack you. But if you just shoot them all beforehand, then you can just run across them and kind of run past every single enemy here. But yeah, the strategy is kind of go all across this place, you know, get the one item we need, and then once we get the one item we need, we're going to have to run into the waterfall, but there's going to be a bunch of enemies right in the middle of the waterfall, so we're just going to shoot them down with a shotgun, and that'll be that. Because yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, because, you know, nowadays, like, I mean, if you're playing with like a controller, you can kind of move and shoot at the same time, so, you know, it kind of feels a little bit like, why can't I move? You know, I mean, like, I did play the PC version for quite a while. It took a while for me to get used to it, but once I got used to it, you know, I was having a blast. I mean, it is a harder version of the game. You know, some people don't like the Wii edition because it makes the game easier, and I would agree it does make the game easier, but I just have more fun with it. Just like the dynamic sense of like just pointing at something and actually shooting at it. Like, I don't know, it feels like a rail shooter where you can like move the character around. Like, I don't know, and actually like position it around. Like, it's just the best of both worlds, and I mean, that's just a big reason why I love like the Wii edition of this game. But this game is also great on its own for so many different reasons as well. Like, I'm harking on how you can't move while shooting, but like the shooting feels great. You know, each weapon has this nice pop and kick to it. And when you shoot an enemy, you know, I mean, there's the whole like, you know, body parts thing you can kind of shoot off. I mean, you shoot their legs, they'll stumble, or sometimes if you shoot their legs, they'll fall to their knees. And when they fall to their knees, there's like a context sensitive like attack you can do on them. Same with the head, you do like, and like they both have like, they're both, I'm stumbling over my words here, but like they both have their own uses, and you know, kind of like the suplex attacks you can do, or kind of like, you know, for one-on-one enemies, you know, because most of the time they'll pop their head open, and that's also kind of random, you know, same thing like with the headshots. And if you do a headshot, that's more like a crowd control maneuver, because then you do this big kick, which can also hit a lot of the enemies like right next to the enemy you just kicked, and it'll knock them down on the ground or kind of make them stumble back, and it's just like, I mean, I guess the campaign kind of suffers from only having Leon be playable. No, it doesn't suffer. It's amazing for it. But what I'm saying is I played a bit of Mercenaries, and like those characters have their own style of melee attacks. I guess seeing a bit of that would have been fun in the campaign. But, you know, who cares? Leon's great. And like his melee moves work really well in the campaign. So, yeah, why not? But, yeah, like stuff like that's great. Then there's the level design, like the whole big village section is like this big sandboxy-esque like playground. You know, you have all these bunch of houses you can kind of barricade yourself into, but you know, there's usually better options than others. But, you know, some houses like they have more ammo. You know, the one place has a shotgun. You know, like you can climb a tower. Just, there's so much you can do in that village section, but you could still get screwed over because there's so many villagers. It's so intense, and like, you know, it just feels like it drags it out enough where like, you know, you're like on the edge of your seat. I'm on the edge of my seat here. For real. And but like it ends at just the right moment where it's just like, oh. And when, you know, when it ends, like the next area is more of an exploratory thing with like maybe like, you know, 2 or 3 enemies, you know, no big like risk, no big harm, you know, like it doesn't feel stressful, you know, like the game constantly like, you know, builds and lowers. I mean, this, like, I mean, when it comes to like the best paced games of all time, this is definitely up there. This is one of the best paced games ever, you know, right up there with Snake Eater. Like, it just constantly keeps things going. Like, I don't know what was going on. I mean, like, this and Snake Eater both came out around like 2005, 2006, 2007. They, like, you know, both two like games, like game design that's like at the top of their, you know, game. And yeah, like the big monster there, I just shot a big rocket at it. So, you know, like the rocket launcher is kind of a way to kind of cheese certain sections of the game. Though don't worry, we'll be fighting the giant man over there again. And this time I won't be using the rocket against them because I'll have to use the rocket for another thing. So the thing about buying rocket launchers from like the merchant is that you can only buy one. Once you buy one, he's out of stock, and you can only buy another once you use that one rocket launcher. So there's a certain moment, well, that moment will come later, so I'll talk about it when we get to that moment. So yeah, here I'm just kind of collecting some loot. So I've kind of run out of things to say for the moment, and what's for part of that is, well, for these videos, they're kind of a mix of stuff I think about on the spot, stuff I want to talk about, you know, like directly correlated to the footage, you know, because like if I'm in I got a cough real quick. Alright, the cough's done. Like, I don't know, sometimes, like, you know, if a battle's happening, I like to explain the strategy I do in the battle, you know, if I even fully understand the strategy myself, and, you know, a lot of the time I like to think that I do. And the other stuff I talk about in this video is stuff I have outlined, just kind of like talking points and all that. And I've been avoiding a couple of my talking points just because they don't happen till later in the video. But some of these talking points center around your AI partner Ashley, and you know, I think I might as well just mention it now. I mean, we're practically about to like have like her as an AI partner real quick. So there are times where I would like suplex an enemy and Leon would be like bend right over like under Ash, and she'd be like, ah, you pervert. Like, bro, I just turned this dude's head into strawberry jam. That's the first thing you think about. Like, I just did a sick ass suplex. It's just because like, I guess this gives like the game's program wherever you look up to Ashley, she's like, ah. You know, I mean, you could do that whenever like you jump like a really long like staircase. I don't do it in this video. In fact, I don't even think she ever says it once in this video, to my knowledge. And this puzzle confused me for so long. I mean, on my first couple playthroughs, like I think every single playthrough, this puzzle has just perplexed me every single time. I do not get the logic behind it, and I would just have to brute force it every single time. I mean, now I just kind of know exactly what to do. I don't know why I have to do exactly that. I don't know how that puzzle works. Like, oh, here's some lights. The lights sometimes kind of work like that. I mean, the way I figured it out is that like, I don't know, sometimes like I would do it and like that symbol, like, you know, that iconic cult symbol would be like sideways. That's kind of the way I would brute force it, because now I'm like, okay, how do I make this sideways symbol be upright so that it would be normal? And I don't know, I just brute forced it. So yeah, Ashley here, her special outfits, like those are so dirty. I don't know, like I mean, this kind of looks like a Britney Spears outfit, though. I'm not the biggest Britney Spears fan, as in I'm not the biggest Britney Spears stan. You know, I mean, she's swaggy and all that. I just don't know that much about her. So yeah, here's you would have to catch her. However, running here just kind of ends the chapter, and it will just automatically like load her like right next to you once you're continue, so you don't actually have to catch her for that. It's just a waste of time. You just run forward and you're good to go. There are particular moments in the game which are just exactly like that, and they're always funny because it's kind of like, yeah, we can just let her get kidnapped because once we're done with this section, she'll just magically not be kidnapped. So yeah, Resident Evil 4 has like, wait, did I mention the optional cutscenes? Yeah, I did. But another optional cutscene is that if you rescue the dog, he shows up later to help you in the fight. And I did rescue the dog in this walkthrough. However, I killed the monster so fast that the dog never had a chance to show up. So the dog will probably show up and be like, ruff, ruff, but you won't get to see it in this video because I skipped a cutscene. And also I just killed the giant dude too fast. So yeah, the strategy there is just kind of to shoot the barrel, so it'll kill most of the enemies. And you just kind of run down, and then you run here, and then we're back to a safe location, I think. Yeah, this is a pretty safe location. The merchant's going to be around here, I think. I forget if I buy anything by the merchant. I mean, I hope with the merchant stuff, I don't have to explain what I'm doing. You can just kind of see that, oh, he sells that stuff, he buys that stuff. Oh, that's another thing. So, I keep selling my herbs and my red herbs and my yellow herbs individually sometimes. This is a big mistake because if you combine the green, red, and yellow herbs, you get like this big mega healing item which increases your health bar. However, if you sell it, you get a ton of money for it. It becomes like another treasure. I mean, throughout the game, you can kind of get these treasures, which will give you a lot of money, so you can get more money to buy cool stuff. And yeah, like this game's upgrade system is so cool. I mean, you can buy weapons, you can buy better versions of those weapons. And then, oh, this section was so hard. Like, I don't know, I struggled with it so much. Sometimes I wouldn't be able to see an enemy. Sometimes Asher would get caught in one of the bear traps. It's so fast paced. I like these guys with the fire because like, if they try to blow fire, you can just shoot them and they blow themselves on fire somehow, and it's always awesome. I love that. But so yeah, one mistake I did is I didn't upgrade my health because, well, I don't really need to. I'm never gonna take damage. But I thought Ashley maybe one point I would let her take damage, but so I mistakenly upgraded her health bar, and well, in doing so, I wasted a lot of good money. Though to be fair, it wasn't that big of a loss because by the end of this game, I have so much money, like way more money than like I could do anything with, because like I just didn't tune up my weapons, and not tuning up my weapons pretty much just saved so much money. It was insane. I mean, tuning up weapons, makes you deal a little bit more damage, but not tuning them up gives you so much money so you can buy more RPGs and also just be able to buy whatever you want whenever you want. You can increase your inventory whenever you want. I mean, not whenever you want. The inventory increases costs a lot of money, no lie. I mean, those things would kind of drop me right back down to zero, but every time I wanted to upgrade my inventory, I was never like empty. This section is so difficult. I hate it so much because, like, I mean, I don't know, the way like the videos I saw would do it, they would just rush all the way to the top. They would kind of ignore most of the enemies, but me, no, I'm going to take it slow. I'm going to kill every single enemy because it's just so annoying every time I have to deal with these enemies. It's just like, so first I kind of go into that one little like barn area. There's one enemy there, I kill them, and then there's going to be some other enemies approaching, though if they don't approach, I'll kind of bait them out. I'll get closer to their position, and then they'll approach me, and then I'll just start killing them. So yeah, like, I mean, shooting out those little like worm things can take so many headshots. Look at that, it's taking so long, but sometimes it'll be one hit. This guy with fire there, I kind of dodge him there. And it's so dark sometimes you can't notice the enemies approaching you. And then when you enter the house, like there might be one guy there, there might not be a guy there. To be fair, I think I kind of baited out every single person to come out. And then this guy also has a worm thing. Like, I think at this point I kind of get sick of it and I just take out my shotgun, or maybe I don't know. Because I don't know, you kind of want to conserve ammo for the shotgun, but also shooting too much pistol ammo will kind of make you run out of ammo. Though, to be fair, by the end of this video, I have more pistol ammo than what I know what to do with. So, and to be fair, I guess skipping enemies kind of helps, conserve ammo. Though here, I don't want to skip them because like the way the area is designed, it just doesn't work that well. So instead, I'm just gonna kill everyone. And once I kill everyone, I'm gonna enter this nice little house. But this nice little house has a bunch of bear traps. Why am I equipping the shotgun? Yeah, that's right. I didn't need to. Sometimes I'll be making little mistakes like that in the inventory, and I love this game's inventory system. It's just like whenever a game has like a Tetris style like inventory management, like Deus Ex. Deus Ex 1, Deus Ex Human Revolution, Mankind Divided. Like, I mean, that type of stuff is just lovely. I love it every time. I mean, yeah, I guess it is kind of annoying how you have to go into your inventory every time you want to switch a weapon, but here's the secret. It's not annoying. Like, I don't find it very annoying. Like, I don't know. It's not that bad. I mean, when the games became co-op with like 5 and 6, I mean, they wouldn't be able to. Wait, 6 has a horrible inventory system. Oh no. But we'll get to that whenever I get to that game. But yeah, like I mean, with 5, they kind of have to switch it around. I can kind of give or take 5's inventory system, but I just love the Tetris style like inventory management. I'm always gonna love it in games. Though I guess kind of a quick select for weapons would have been nice. Though I guess on the GameCube that just wasn't possible. Well, I mean, Time Splitters was on the GameCube, but to be fair, Time Splitters was not dealing with like a Tetris style inventory system, so you know whatever. So yeah, these 2 enemies, which you'll see right here, like most of the time they'll have worms on their heads, but I guess this time they didn't have worms on their head, and they can be very annoying. Then there's this one guy who waits by here, and sometimes you throw an axe and you'll have like super like good precision like throwing that axe, so he'll like constantly get you. It was so annoying. But I guess here decided to climb the ladder, so I can just kind of shoot him from afar. I shot out all those little like bear traps, and now we're here. And do we have a save point? No save point, I guess. Oh, I think probably one of the most annoying things about that previous area is that every time you fail, like this section, you have to do that previous area over again. That's what kills me about it, because like this part is so hard too. Oh no! So the strategy here is I'm going to barricade myself on the stairs, though to be fair, it's not really a barricade because there's nothing protecting me from behind. However, we shoot out those windows at the bottom, most of the enemies are going to funnel through at the bottom. No one's really going to come on the top until later on. Once enemies start coming like through the top later on, then it's just kind of chaos from there. But right now we kind of have a bit of controlled chaos, but just camping with the shotgun here. And one thing you want to watch out for is that some of these enemies are going to explode. They're going to have tentacle heads. However, if they run up to you, they do like a big swinging animation and you shoot them, but they're not dead because they have their tentacle heads. Like they're still going to do that swinging animation and hit you. And it's happened to me so many times where I would get like a clean headshot. I just pop their head off, but they'd still be alive because they have the tentacle heads. So then they hit me and it's like, I just shot your head off. Why are you hitting me? You should at least stumble back, but no, they don't. So it's actually more economic to shoot everyone in the body just in case. Though, however, I guess I got a little bit carried away here because like once I realized that guy has a tentacle head, I decided to shoot everyone else in the head from then on. Because, well, now I need to kill whatever tentacle head is still there. Because, see, I mean, I flashed the enemies, so then, like, you know, when I popped his head off, he was still kind of flashed. You see what I mean? He was still flashed, even though I just shot him straight in the face, because, you know, like, whatever. So, yeah, here I'm just kind of barricading myself here. And you have to be very fast when this fight starts off. You know, shoot out all the windows, immediately run upstairs. And then, like, you know, once you're upstairs, immediately, like, you know, look down, shoot someone, because someone will be right behind you at that exact point. And yeah, you gotta use the fire grenades every now and then. You just kind of, you know, keep yourself safe. You know, use them at your own discretion, but that discretion is gonna be very chaos-filled. It's gonna be very, like, you know, in the moment, it's gonna be like, ah, you know. And then it's at times where you have to reload. Now, the one thing about not tuning up your weapon is that you do not have that much ammo. If you don't, and look at that guy's still alive. And, you know, he runs. Yeah, like the worst part is like when you like an enemy kind of you have to shoot an enemy. They kind of like get shot to the side, so they're like shot behind you and they get up behind you because you have to like manage the stairs, but you also have to manage like the dude who just got shot to the other side of you, which is like upstairs now. So it's just like just so much stuff happens. It's just like. Yeah, you have to choose really good times to reload, especially if you don't tune up like your ammo count. That's like the most useful thing about tuning up is ammo count. Like I mean, the TMP, it's still a useful weapon, but it's nowhere near as useful as it's nowhere near as useful if, you know, per se, you upgrade its ammo count to like 250. And with the shotgun, I mean, all the other weapons don't suffer too much from not tuning up their ammo count, but the TMP suffers a lot from not tuning up its ammo count. Like, it's pretty much just kind of a useless weapon to kill enemies with. It's more for stunning them. And to be fair, I mean, I guess that's one thing I like about not tuning up my weapons. Like, my priorities kind of change. And now I've run out of ammo for my shotgun, and now things have just become complete chaos. So I'm going to kind of cower in this corner here and try to, like, you know, take out all the enemies. But now enemies are actually going to be coming up from upstairs. I mean, like, yeah, they're gonna come upstairs. But what I'm saying is some of the enemies are gonna start, like, coming in through the windows. So now there's no, like, direct. See, that guy just broke a window to get inside. So there's no direct point where enemies are gonna come through. So you can't really barricade yourself because you're gonna be surrounded on all sides. Even the sides you can't see, like, at all times. So it's like here I don't have any like ammo for my shotgun, so now I have to use a whole bunch of stuff. I have to use grenades. I have to use my pistol. I have to use the TMP maybe. But I'm also gonna pick up ammo, which like they drop because I have no ammo. And this is those like swingy head guys, like they're swinging axe tentacle things. Like those things have like caused me damage way too many times. Sometimes it's like, oh, but a very stressful game, but very fun. I mean, you know, like this is like the village section is probably the best section of Resident Evil 4, and that's not. And look at that, those guys are right there. If I didn't shoot them immediately, I would have been dead. It's like, oh, like the way this ends is insane. Like, I mean, I ended the best possible moments. Like, if it ended like a second or two sooner, I would be dead. I would be dead. Does it happen right now? I don't know. Let's see this. It happens right now. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful ending, because if it didn't end right there, I would have died. I would have taken damage, and I would have restarted this entire section. I would have had to repeat that entire like previous area, which I didn't like, with Ashley and killing all those enemies in that house, and then like that guy who throws the axe too accurately, and then I have to do that again. It's like, oh, that's what happens when you don't use continues and only rely on save points. So to be fair, I guess it's like more. This isn't nearly as bad as say some of the previous Resident Evil games. Okay, bad's not exactly an accurate word. It wouldn't be as hard as the previous Resident Evil games, because like the previous Resident Evil games, like say Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 1 Remake, I haven't played the previous Resident Evil games, so spoiler alert, but yeah, they had ink ribbons, so you actually had a limited amount of saves in your file, while here you have an infinite amount of saves. However, you only have 20 save slots. I actually realized this during the video. You're gonna see me like saving in real time. You're gonna see in real time when I use up all those 20 save slots. However, you can just save, you can overwrite certain saves, so you still have infinite saves, but you only have 20 slots, so you can't exactly have a single save for every single section of the game, or at the very least every single section which I stop in at this game. So that's kind of a bummer, I guess. I don't know, I kind of like it when like I have infinite saves. I don't know, that was like the biggest. I'll talk about Kingdom Hearts another day, not today. So yeah, here we're going to choose to go on the right. Wait, I was talking about something else before. I forgot. Let me check this. Okay, so I forgot what I was talking about, but I'm going to talk about something else. So, the big cheese in this game. The big cheese? That's how they refer to, like, the big bad guy of the village section. Like, it's so cheesy. Like, at first it's like Louis like, it's the big cheese. And then Leon's like, yeah, I have to take down this big cheese. Like, over the radio or something. It's so silly. Like, it's such a silly game, this one. So, yeah, we're going to go on the right because it's easier, like, path out of the two. Like, I mean, on the left path, you have, like, a bunch of zombies. You have two, like, zombie chicks. No, like, two zombie chainsaw chicks. They got chainsaws. It's not special that they're chicks. It's special that they got chainsaws. Ah! So, like, that's kind of hard to deal with. You know, you don't want to deal with zombie zombie chainsaw chicks. But this is still kind of hard to deal with because you have to get this key. You have to make sure that the big giant like dude over there does not grab you or grab Ashley. That's like the worst part about it, when he grabs Ashley. But yeah, once you got the key, you can just kind of run straight to this door. You know, shoot out all the chains first, and the TMP is very useful for that. But if I had more ammo for the TMP, well, we wouldn't be in this situation. But well, yeah, we would. I would just have more ammo. I wouldn't have to reload the TMP. That's different. But you know, whatever. And now once we have the key, we can get out of this area, and we're good to go. But yeah. Another thing is, like, speaking about the giant dude over there, I like how in the first cutscene we see like the giant zombie in, like, he showcases all his moves. You know, he grabs someone, he throws stuff at people, he stomps on people, he punches the ground. You know, he showcases every single move he's gonna use against you in the first cutscene he's presented in. I think that's awesome. So yeah. So this doesn't, since it doesn't happen right now, I'm gonna mention it right now. So there's a point later on in the game where Leon, he's faced off against one of the villains of the game, the villain of like the castle section, and he says, "No thanks, bro." This will make sense if you get to the castle section of Resident Evil 4, but right now I'm just gonna leave it at that. I just thought that was a funny line. So yeah, everything else on my outline is very specific to like the next part of the game, so I can't really mention it there. But yeah, here, like, once again, I'm telling you, the pacing of the village section, insane stuff. You know, like, we just got done, you know, getting chased by like a giant dude. Now suddenly look at all this nice peace, quiet. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, this game. And then we get introduced to, like, you know, something a little bit unique. You know, it's still a little bit tense because, you know, there are zombies here. They can throw stuff at you. They can maybe even jump on your thing. Who knows? I wouldn't know because I shot every single zombie off their thing. And every time you shoot like a zombie off this thing, actually there's a little like fist pump. Like, yeah. Oh, by the way, a fist bump is something you do with another person. You know, you pump fist, you pump fist pump. Well, it's kind of like a high five, but fist pump. Yeah, I'm going insane here, but yeah, a fist pump you can do by yourself. You're like, yeah, look at that, it's so silly. And I don't even know if she does it every time you kill an enemy in the game, but like in this very specific sequence, you can notice it very obviously, because look at that, fist pump, yeah.
Wait, follow me. 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 Wait, follow me.
I do hope you're enjoying these moments of silence. I don't know. I mean, there's this one YouTuber which uses a lot of moments of silence in their videos. Carcinogen. I forgot the rest of their YouTube name. I've definitely looked at their walkthroughs for some of my Splinter Cell videos. Like my Splinter Cell 1 video in specific. They did make a video on Resident Evil 4, but I did not watch their video for help on this one. So here I'm going to tell Ashley to wait, because I could very much mess up what I'm about to do right now. And to be fair, I mean, I am kind of messing it up, but I'm messing it up in a way where it just makes things more tediously dragged out instead of killing me. That guy has dynamite. You have to kill him immediately. Though I'm trying to do a thing where like I shoot him and like he blows up. And I don't know, like I think that only happens in specific parts of the game, because there's been a ton of other parts where I swore that I shot that dude at the exact right time, but he didn't blow up. It's a weird timing, and I don't know how it works. So most of the time, it's just more efficient to just immediately kill them. You know, like maybe spam with a rocket launcher. That'll come later. Don't worry about it. Or, you know, just immediately just unload on them. And look at that. A whole clip into like their body head. That thing is still swinging around. That's like, I'm telling you, the TMP is the one which suffers the worst from not getting upgraded, because it doesn't get a better version of itself, at least in this new. Oh, by the way, this is a new game. This is not New Game Plus, because on New Game Plus, you could actually get an automatic like machine gun, which works better than that. This is like a submachine gun, but you know, you'll get a better version of it. So yeah, but in a new game, you're not going to. So if you don't tune it up, this is what you're stuck with, a 30-round clip, which doesn't really kill anyone. And then you have to reload, and if you're in a big group of enemies, unless you like knocked everyone down to the floor, you're not really gonna have much room to like work with. I mean, hell, I saw the pistol is more effective at killing enemies than like the TMP a lot of the time, but the TMP is definitely a lot easier to kind of knock them down to the ground and all that. I wanted to mention something. Oh yeah, aspect ratio. So you'll see that this video has a very weird aspect ratio. Like there's these black bars on the side. There's a very thin black bar on the top, and I'll tell you, it did not look like that originally. It looked a little bit bigger, the black bars. But I tried to zoom it in to like I didn't have black bars, but the way the game's aspect ratio is on Wii U, that just isn't gonna happen. There's gonna be slight black bars no matter how you edit it. I mean, if you want to have all the information of the game on screen, then you know there's gonna be a bit of black bars. Like I can't zoom it in because like the black bars on the top and the black bars on the bottom are like different like aspects. So if you zoom it in, you're gonna lose like vital screen information. Like look at like some of my meme like Resident Evil like 4 videos. Like I mean the previous one, I zoomed it in all the way just because that's a dumb meme video. And you'll see that I mean I cut off certain parts of the screen just because of that. So yeah, I mean on GameCube I'm assuming it's a 4:3 aspect ratio. Though to be fair, I mean that's the thing with old games on modern TVs. Like they're always gonna look a little bit weird because they're trying to like make them HD, but they're not exactly HD resolution, so it's gonna look a little stretched. Or sometimes the colors are gonna be weird, sometimes blah 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 blah. I'm very excited to try out that RetroTink 5X whenever I get my hands on it, because I mean I sent it to my apartment, but I'm not in my apartment right now, so that's gonna take some time to wait. And here's a little QTE which we have to do. And the death here, if you fail this QTE, he just kind of grabs you and snaps your neck, and it's like it's gnarly. And this dude's design is so this guy's the big cheese, and this big cheese here has such a cool design. Look at this dude, look at this crazy ass like John Carpenter The Thing, like gory, like I don't know how to describe it. It's cool. I love it. It's like so much. This dude's design is awesome. However, this boss fight, it's so hard. I was struggling on this boss fight for quite a while, and frankly, I think from my footage, you can kind of tell like how much I was struggling to kill this guy. I mean, for this first phase, I'm gonna take an easy out. However, for the second phase, I'm just gonna have to like struggle with it because I don't have enough fire grenades to kind of like get past the second phase easily. It's going to be like an uphill battle. It's just like this dude has so much health, and I guess there's one disadvantage of not tuning up your weapons. This dude takes forever to kill. Oh my goodness. And to be fair, I mean, another thing about why tuning up your weapons isn't always like that bad is that I can always just buy an RPG and I'll negate the boss fight better than tuning up my weapons. But still, this dude is so hard. Like when I'm using my grenades, I'm using like my fire grenades, and when I run out of that, I have to use my pistols. But I don't know the right timings for when to kill this guy. And like I mean, that's why I saw Stars Redfield's video, because in the speedrun I saw from Comchick, like he had a bunch of fire grenades, and I didn't, so now I have to use my gun. So alright, how would someone who's only using the knife and the handgun handle this? And the way he handled it was too insane. I didn't want to replicate it. It looked like a pain, and every time I tried to replicate it, I constantly kept screwing it up, and it's just like I don't want to do that. What he would do is he would go to these stairs, he would kind of like bait out the second phase here dude to kind of like hang out by the stairs. Oh no, when it was the first phase, what he would do is he would like kind of, you know, draw this monster to the stairs, and then like when the monster tried to attack him up ahead, he would drop down to the stairs and kind of let out a couple knife slashes while he was attacking the thing on the top. It's hard to explain, and just I don't know how to explain it. But then in the second phase, he would like kind of drag him to like the top here, but like in the middle, and then he would just kind of like avoid his attack, get a few nice slashes in. It's like, it's so like precise, and it was badass. But it was like, oh, these QTEs always catch me off guard. Like, I don't know, sometimes you'll be running and you'll be running too fast to kind of like notice to do the QTE. It's like, ah, it always catches me off guard. I mean, it's kind of a cool thing to introduce, but it's also like, ah. But yeah, like I'm telling you, I just could not copy it. So now I'm just kind of struggling to kind of shoot this guy. It's hard to get like an angle on this guy, because, you know, whenever like you have a good shot on him, he's already too close and he's going to attack you. So if you release like a shotgun blast right in front of his face, he's going to attack. He's going to stab his spear thing right in front of your face. So it's just like, it's already too late. It's like, oh, it's just, look at that. When he's there, like, you have to run away. You can't wait for him to get there to get a couple shots on him, and he rarely gets stunned by like your shotgun or your TMP. So it's like, ah. So I'm just struggling, man. I don't know when to take my shots. I'm very nervous. It's like, oh, this is a very nervous, no damage of the fight. But hey, at least it is no damage. And you know what's most frustrating? Sometimes I'll let off like an explosion, or sometimes I'll get too close to the fire and I'll take very slight damage, and I think, what, my run got ruined because of that? What, are you kidding me? Come on. And with the shotgun, I mean, this is such a terrible fight for the shotgun, because like, I mean, the shotgun's a close range weapon. When he's close ranged, you're screwed. So it's like, come on, man, like, give me a bone here. Like, what is this? This is so annoying. I mean, this boss fight, like, you know, it's awesome though. It's so tense. Like, the environment's awesome. I mean, the dude is presented as this big muscular guy, but nah, he's not exactly muscular. He's this long, tentacle guy with claws. Like, I mean, he doesn't just want to punch you. He wants to stab you. He wants to like claw you like a tiger. Like, what is that? Oh, to be fair, I don't know if anyone would ever think about this guy like a tiger. He just has like long, creepy, sharp claws. And there, the flash grenade, I used it to get a chance to reload, but I frankly should be using these flash grenades to get free damage. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do with my very last flash grenade. I'm just gonna throw it, and then he's gonna drop to the ground, flop to the ground like a little fish, and then I'm just gonna get a bunch of like shotgun blasts on him. Like, I don't know, even in his second phase, he has so much health. I mean, imagine trying to fight his first phase normally. It would take longer than this. I mean, it would take longer than this for me, specifically. So it's just like, I'm telling you, it's crazy. And now, like, with my final shotgun blast, I'm going to put him down to the ground, and there, the fight's over. So at this moment in time, I'm kind of like scared to go here, because like I just finished this really hard boss fight, but I'm really scared that the fire is gonna do like chip damage or something. Like if I get too close to a certain size, it's gonna be like, oh, and then I have to do the entire fight over again. Like I was struggling to do this fight, and oh, there, I think I did a mistake right there where I gave that like health boost up to Ashley when I really should be giving it to the merchant to get more money. But you know, in the long run, it's not really gonna matter much. So. Unrelated, but this game has adaptive difficulty, or at the very least it does on normal mode. I'm not 100% sure on this, because I think they get rid of it on professional, which is the difficulty I'm playing on, but on normal, like on normal, if you die too many times, they actually make the game easier. Like, you know, they make enemies like less aggressive, or like they lower their counts, something like that, or they make them drop more ammo. But I also hear that, like, since it's kind of adaptive, they also make it that if you die too many times, like, yeah, the game becomes easier, but, like, there's less treasure around. So you get less money for kills, or, like, enemies are just less likely to, like, drop anything good. So it's like, you know, give and take, you know, risk reward. Because if you play better, I actually heard the game becomes harder. Like, they give you less ammo from enemies, but you get more treasure. And I believe this only happens on normal, or it only happens if you die too many times. And since I technically never die, since I never take a continue, I do not let the adaptive difficulty affect me. To be fair, I don't fully know how it works. I just hear about it from every now and then. And I also heard that Resident Evil 5 just gets rid of it completely, because I don't know, when I played through Resident Evil 5 with like my friend, oh my goodness, we were struggling. To be fair, we played on the hardest difficulty, so that was gonna be hard on a new game, like, you know, first run. But yeah, it doesn't have adaptive difficulty, so no matter how many times we died, that game never became easier. And yeah, that is the end of the village section. So yeah, replaying through all this, it was a little shocking, maybe not that shocking, that the village section is definitely the shortest section of the game, even though it's like 2 chapters. So to be fair, it's like 3 subsets of like these first 2 chapters only have 3 like sub chapters, while chapters 3, 4, and 5 all have like 4 like sub chapters. So I mean, they're longer in that sense, but I'm just saying like the individual chapters alone are gonna get longer. So even if there were only like 3 sub chapters in chapters 3, 4, and 5, they would still be longer just because they are longer chapters, which is just crazy. And now that I'm thinking about it, if they removed 1 sub-chapter from like chapters 3, 4, and 5, they could make chapter 6, because, you know, they'd all have 3 sub-chapters. I mean, that'd be kind of neat, you know. Would it? Oh yeah, honestly, it kind of would be kind of neat, because, you know, the island has 2 the village has 2 chapters, the castle has 2 chapters, but, you know, the island only has 1 chapter, though it's quite a long chapter. But, you know, if it had technically like 2 chapters, then, well, there you go. The island has 2 chapters. So then each part has 2 chapters, though it would probably still be the same length. You're just moving certain chapters around. And honestly, maybe the castle might have been good removing a chapter or 2, because some of the not a chapter, like sub chapters. And Snake, the snake, that thing is so dangerous. I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, the one time a snake got me, like, I mean, I made a whole video about the one time a snake no damaged me, like, you know, how to fail the perfect Resident Evil 4 no damage, like that's like my worst experience with a snake by far. Oh, like, it's even worse than the one time I saw a snake in real life. Like, I mean, I was just going back to like, I went to like to vacation. I forgot what place I went to vacation to, but like the place we were staying at, I was gonna enter it, and then there was just a snake on the yard. I just ran really fast, and the snake started like wiggling around. I was like, ah. So yeah, that was crazy. So what am I doing here? I think I'm selling a bunch of stuff, and then boom, I have enough money to buy the bigger case, and I believe I am going to buy, the new, I sold my pistol. So yeah, whenever like I want to buy a new version of the pistol, I just sell the old pistol. Though since I didn't tune up like the original first pistol, I don't get that much money for it. Like, honestly, it's kind of like, it's really funny just how little money I got for selling my old pistol. But you know what I do get in return? More space in my inventory. And here we're gonna start off with the sniper, because, well, my first playthrough, I did not touch the sniper until like the island. But honestly, that was kind of a mistake, because this is a very useful weapon, like maybe brokenly so. And yeah, I did kind of take inspiration to buy this weapon from like the walkthrough from Chrome Chick, but you know, it is really a useful weapon. So we're gonna start off, we're gonna kill this guy in the watchtower over there, and I think that helps somehow. What I'm assuming this does is that the guy in the watchtower probably controls one of the fireballs which get thrown at you during this section, and like if you kill that guy, I think, you know, you'll actually make it possible to get through this part without taking damage, or at least one of the fireballs is out of commission. I don't even really know what killing that guy does, but that's what I assume it does. So yeah, just runs full speed. This is kind of RNG, honestly, because there's been many times where I would run full speed, and sometimes I would just get hit, and it's just like, come on, man. Wait. So here, we're gonna wait for like a fireball to pass by, and also just you have to really be on the stairs, because like that fireball, you know, it landed there, but it could honestly land a lot closer than there. And then here, you have to run full speed, and sometimes Ashley would just get hit, but you're gonna make her wait right there. They're not gonna shoot a fireball at you, but there will be a zombie coming in this direction soon, and they are going to kidnap Ashley in 3, 2, yeah, there we go. And it's alright. It's alright to kidnap Ashley, because we got this big cannon. Once we shoot this big cannon, it's actually like a meta antimatter cannon. You know, once this is shot, it's actually going to make every single enemy in the area disappear. And, well, once every single enemy in the area disappears, well, Ashley's not being kidnapped by anyone, because it didn't exist in the first place. Antimatter works like that. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I was expecting this section to be a lot harder. I struggled a lot with this, like on like my first replay, but no damage. It's actually very easy if you just do this strategy, though. There is still some complication with all the fireballs being shot at you. Those things can be tricky, especially if you don't expect them. If you don't see them coming, it's like, they're a little faster than I would like. So here, there's going to be a bit of a little sneaky strategy. First, we're going to make Ashley wait down here. But before we make her wait down here, we're going to collect a lot of stuff there. But yeah, make her wait, and then we're going to go straight to the left because there's going to be something we need here. The golden sword on the silver wall, we don't want that. We got to put the golden sword on the golden wall. But we did not get, but there was a silver sword on the golden wall downstairs, but I did not get that because if I got like the silver sword on the golden wall, it would spawn in more enemies. And just more enemies would be a harder situation to deal with, especially for Ashley. Like the biggest danger if like more enemies got summoned is that they would very easily, like, you know, get Ashley and then get out of the area. Now we're going to get the silver sword from the golden wall because, well, if we get it at this point in time, well, the enemies aren't going to spawn. Because I don't know, if I got the sword before and like did it in one run while I was upstairs, the red enemies would like be summoned. But now I can just put the gold sword there, I can put the silver sword there, and then I can just leave. No like extra enemies being summoned, and no like dicey situation with enemies or with Ashley. Okay, this part right here could be a bit challenging. Oh no. I'm going to leave Ashley here, but I don't really know what this does aside from confuse the enemy AI, or just the enemy AI just doesn't care if she's outside. Like I don't even know like what doing that does, because I've had a situation where I left her outside, but maybe I left her like a little too far away from the door, because an enemy kidnapped her while I was busy doing this. So yeah, you have to go into here. You have to go here to get a key, but if you get the key, well, then the enemies are going to be right behind you. And here I'm going to try to shoot an explosive barrel, but I'm just angled the exact wrong way that I can't shoot it. So now I kind of have to like improvise. A lot of improvisation happens even when you have a plan, though. I mean, a lot of the time, if you have a plan, if I didn't suplex that guy, I would be dead, or I would be like, you know, damaged. And I don't want to be damaged. And for some reason, the enemies never went for Ashley, even though the door is like straight up open. But you know, that's very good for me. I don't know how that works, but it kind of works. Like 8 to 10% of the time. So, well, maybe 10% is a little too low. It's worked a lot more than 10%. But yeah, we're inside the building now. And once we're inside the building, oh, we're about to. This is kind of the build up to like probably one of the hardest sections of the game. Oh no. Alright, so let me talk about those head parasite things. So I don't know if it's been introduced yet, but there's different type of head parasites. There's like those little worms things, but then you get these little like creepy crawly like head crab things, and then like, okay, I'm not sure if like those are the ones that like do this thing I'm about to mention, but then there's like another version of like the head thing where after you kill its host, like that parasite will just straight up walk around on its own and try to damage you and lock onto your face. And it's like the first time that happened on like this replay, I was not expecting it. It caught me completely off guard. I was like, Also, I like to mention another Leon catchphrase. There was one time where he said, "Rain or shine, you're going down," and I thought that was funny. I don't know. I saw a review that said it was the Super Bunny Hop review that said all the Leon's lines sound like Sonic should be saying them, and it really does. It, like, honestly, like, I don't even know. This guy should voice Sonic the Hedgehog, though. I guess someone else is already doing that. In fact, the current voice actor of Sonic the Hedgehog also voices Daigo in Yakuza 7, like the dub. Which, I mean, Daigo barely appears in that game, but hey, for the little time he got, he voiced Daigo. Like, in the first time Daigo's ever been dubbed. I don't know if they ever redubbed the old games, which they won't do. I remember, I think one of the dudes who, like, is very, like, in charge of all that localization stuff for Yakuza said that they just are not interested. It's just, like, I don't know how you can do it. It's just, it really wouldn't work, especially with, like, how much time has passed with those games, like, you know, introducing new dub voices. So yeah, here I decided to leave Ashley behind because, like, Ashley in this arena just complicates a lot because, you know, this guy loves to run up straight up to you and like do really wide swings, and maybe it won't get you, but maybe like Ashley will be like in the area of that swing and then will get damaged. So I don't know, one thing I really like to do is kind of hit those bells because it just makes this dude charge forward for no reason. However, sometimes if he's not directly facing the bell, or like capable of directly facing the bell, like he's stuck in that little jail cell, he'll just charge forward wherever he is, and that's what led to him charging forward into that wall. And like, I don't know exactly what this dude's situation is. I believe he's blind, but not deaf. So if you sprint too hard, he'll run after you. So like if you sprint, he'll run after you. But if you just kind of do a light walk, he's not gonna run after you unless you're like really close to him. But like these bells are kind of like the loudest noise he'll hear, so it's a good way to distract him as long as you're not too close to him. And okay, I think there's a way to loop him, but it's very hard and requires a bit of a very specific timing, where if you shoot that like parasite thing on his back at a very specific point after he recovers, he'll get stunned again. And he has a habit, he doesn't do this always, but he has a habit of when you shoot that parasite thing on his back, he'll like flip around to show you his back again when he's recovering. So yeah, if you shoot it at a very specific time, again, it'll kill him. And here I'm gonna get a really lucky shot. That wasn't even on the parasite, but you know, like I think they made like the sniper hitbox a bit shoddy. Is it even a hitbox or is it hit scan? I mean, it's not hit scan for you because you're hitting the enemy, but there's no real projectile being shot out from your gun, so would it be hit scan on your part? But yeah, like the hit scan thing you shot, I mean, it was kind of a little off base, but I guess like, you know, on GameCube, they were like, oh, it's going to be a bit spotty. Just kind of give it a nice wide area where it could kind of hit the target, and it'll hit the target. So yeah, here, I wait for those enemies to kind of move forward. I douse them in fire, and I believe both of them are going to have, oh, no, they're not. Maybe this guy's going to have a head parasite. Oh no, none of them. Is that sometimes like the enemies which like have head parasites, if you like do the level again, they won't have a head parasite. So I don't know how the game like does head parasite things. So does it load them in? Is it just like, does the area start out with, okay, these enemies specifically need to have head parasites? So yeah, my strategy here is run really fast to this door and then get the sniper out and like kill the dynamite guy before he can throw the dynamite. Because if he throws the dynamite, I'm kind of screwed. To be fair, from this distance, the dynamite won't go far enough to kill you as long as you're like way far away from the door. So yeah, typically there's supposed to be a guy waiting for you here. He's not so much a guy, he's like a controlled ganado zombie, blah blah blah. But he's not here, so that's kind of why like I'm checking the area like really tense like, because it's just, where is that guy? I don't see him. Like, what's going on? And now here I'm about to do like the cheesiest strategy in the video. Oh my goodness, this is like insane. So I'm gonna snipe this guy, and then I'm gonna, you know, leave and then come back. That guy's still gonna be dead when I come back, and I'm gonna do this about 5 or 6 times. So yeah. My outline. I wish I organized my outline better, because like there's this one thing I want to mention about like the dogs in the bushes, but that doesn't happen until way later in the video. So I think I actually want to mention something else. Oh yeah, so Salazar. So the villains in this game, I kind of get their names mixed up. There's the Big Cheese. I don't even know that guy's name. I'm just gonna call him the Big Cheese. That's one main villain. The other main villain is Sadler. Okay, Sadler. Yeah, that's the other guy. And then Salazar. This dude, Salazar, is like the best villain in the game. He's such an iconic design. He's like Napoleon, Spanish, zombie. What? And he's also only 20 years old. I'm older than him. I'm older than like Salazar. This dude, but like that dude got his money up though. He has like a castle. You know, he has like private guards. I mean, like my dude, like I don't know. How did he get all that money? That's crazy. Cause like Sadler, he's struggling for money. He's like, oh, you know, it takes a lot of money to run this thing. You know, he's like, you know, bitching and complaining. Salazar doesn't do any of that at 20 years old. I mean, he's like a whole self-made like millionaire, you know, by exploiting, you know, a bunch of zombie people. But you know, like how does he do it? How did he do that? And also like, it's crazy. I'm telling you, like that dude is insane. And he has like the best lines in the game and the best like back and forth with Leon. Like, I mean, once Salazar, like, hijacks the radio calls, like, they are immediately improved. Anyways, now I have to stop cheesing. Well, as hard. I'm still going to cheese a bit. But right now I actually have to fight the enemies. But it's become a lot easier now that I've kind of, well, first took out the arrow people, while also taking out a big chunk of the muscle that was going to come after me. Because now they're going to spawn in this extra muscle, but this extra muscle is going to be there without, you know, the previous muscle that was already established there. How many muscles do these guys even have? I mean, carrying those shields, I mean, like those big ball chains, I mean, it definitely takes a lot of muscle. I definitely say it also takes like a lot of bone and muscle to withstand pure shotgun blast to the face without your brain exploding. I mean, these guys' brains do still explode eventually, but like one shot should be enough. But no, I mean they're very strong. The zombie power is like it's better than whey protein, I'd say. Well, that guy maybe could have used a bit more whey protein to survive that, but yeah, this isn't too bad. I mean, once you kind of do that cheap strategy where I like snipe everyone in the area, then you can just kind of shotgun everyone if you have the ammo for it. I mean, that's kind of the most frustrating thing about like these kind of Resident Evil 4 walkthroughs, and I guess I'm going to be part of the problem. Well, not so much a problem, it's just the way the game's designed is that Well, I don't think you can really like manage your ammo count the exact same way someone else manages their ammo count, because I mean this game isn't always going to be the same. I mean, sometimes there might be one difference here or there. Sometimes you might miss a shot here or there. I mean, especially with the Wiimote. I mean, this is like a very precise, like, you know, sensor Wiimote shooty game, but you know, sometimes someone's like flick of the wrist might like go that a little separate here or there, and like sometimes the enemies can be a bit sneaky with it, and like I don't know, sometimes like enemies, if you point at them for too long, they'll like duck or like move from side to side, and I believe like in the original version of the game that could really like mess you up, because it's like you have to like manually like move it back, but with a Wiimote you can just kind of flick and like your cursor is straight back where the enemy's head is. And look at that guy, he was like blocking it with his hands, and it worked because he's like, his head didn't explode, his hands took like the blunt of it. Like I don't know, who's that like self-defense teacher? He needs to take some notes from this guy. That worked really well. And oh, I really love this thing where you blow a guy's head off. He kind of walks for a bit. You're kind of like, oh, is he gonna turn into a zombie or not? But no, he doesn't. Oh, okay. So another thing which like makes the reticle gameplay easier, like the pointer controls easier to do, is that okay, in the original game, like the way you knew like where you're going to shoot an enemy was with like a laser sight. You know, like the laser would be on their head, you're gonna shoot their head. But here's the thing: the laser sight doesn't really change color per se. Well, oh, excuse me. But yeah, the laser sight could change color like on PC. I've actually messed with it. I wanted to have like an aqua green like laser pointer, and it worked for about 5 minutes, and then the game crashed. Like, I don't know. I could not beat Resident Evil 4, like, PC edition, because I got to the island, I got to, like, the beginning section of the island, and, like, it took me so long to get through that section that, like, it was too long. The game would crash. I mean, like, before then, the game was still crashing every 15 minutes, but, I don't know, each section of Resident Evil 4 was, like, short enough that, like, in 15 minutes, I could get to a save point reliably, but once I reached the island, that was out of the picture, and me beating that game on PC was out of the picture, though I did really appreciate playing Resident Evil 4 at 60 FPS. That was really nice, though even 60 FPS I don't think is better than the pointer controls here. So yeah, I mean, once you kill everyone upstairs, there's gonna be a few people downstairs and you can kind of take them out. But what I'm trying to say here is that in the original game, you don't know if you could shoot something per se. You just have to shoot it and find out. While here, if you point your reticle on top of something and like your reticle turns red, you can shoot it. And well, that's the thing. If an enemy is not dead, but you think they're dead, all you have to do is like point your reticle at them, and if the reticle's red, well, they're gonna grow a head parasite thing. So that's just, you know, I mean, it doesn't really change the game all that much, but it does change it slightly, and I guess it kind of ruins the immersion, though I don't really care that much at this point, because I just find the pointer control so much fun. But, you know, it's a lot more immersive to have, like, a laser sight, you know, kind of that diegetic game HUD stuff, I don't know. You know, Dead Space, you know, like when Dead Space, like, put your health bar on the back of your suit, and, you know, all your menus are kind of like hologramic things, which, like, the engineer would have access to. That was really cool. And like Resident Evil 4, the laser sight, that's diegetic. Well, I guess, I mean, it's not so diegetic to have your health like on the side of the screen. And oh, I'm just glad this game does, like, hardest difficulty doesn't remove like the health, because I don't know, I really like being able to see my health, especially for these no damage runs, because like, okay, if I ever do like a future game, then that's gonna be whose hardest difficulty removes my health bar. Not, well, I mean, I actually have played a game like that, though it wasn't because they removed my health bar, it's because the health bar was stuck in the pause screen. Kuruhyo, which was the Yakuza Japan only like PSP spin-offs, which, by the way, both of those games now have translations, well, fan translations. Well, you'd have to, like, instead of playing those games on the PSP, you'd have to emulate them and then download like those mods or like patches in order to have an English translation of Kuruhyo 1 and Kuruhyo 2, but they're out. You can actually understand the story now, which I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand the story, because I haven't exactly played those translations or looked at a walkthrough yet, just because, well, I've already played enough of those games, kind of. Those secret boss fights really kind of put me off it, but yeah, if you haven't noticed, the strategy I'm doing now is pretty cheap. Pretty much, like, I mean, once you get to this room after killing everyone outside, more enemies are gonna like kind of walk into the room. That's kind of why I waited with my sniper rifle for so long. I was waiting for someone to walk into the room, and then once you kill enough people like who like walk into the room, then they're gonna start falling from the ceiling. So, you know, I was ready with my sniper rifle, but then when things got a little bit too hectic, you know, kind of when the shield guys get introduced, then I bring out the shotgun. But then when things kind of calm down a bit, I bring out the pistol. However, I'm shooting this guy with a pistol from here, because if I knife him, like, my vision is going to be a little bit blurred. I was kind of scared that someone else was going to enter the room, and my fears were proven right, because someone did enter the room. So I mean, if you have the ammo to spare and like, you know, you're like safe but not that safe, it's honestly not too bad of an idea to just shoot the guy dead with the pistol instead of knifing him to death. Though knifing him to death is like the more ammo conservative strategy, but I don't really need to conserve pistol ammo, so I can kind of just unload as I please, just so I can have like more field of view of my like battle arena. Though one thing which I didn't think you could do on the Wii version, but you can do on the Wii version, is that you can kind of control the camera. Like, I don't know, I saw like people in like their walkthroughs, like, you know, Chris Redfield, Crom Chick, they did it, and I was kind of like, oh, but the Wii's limited, you can't do that. However, you can do that. The Wii's like control setup, you know, like you could do certain things with buttons, or you could use motion controls if you really want to, but for kind of moving the camera to the left or right, all you have to do is like press on the control pad, and they kind of move. The thing is, you don't exactly move the camera in Resident Evil 4, you just kind of like check your blind sights per se. You can't like dynamically move it around. It's kind of like Super Mario Galaxy, but better in a sense. No, wait, Super Mario Galaxy doesn't make any sense. Super Mario Galaxy's camera is always so far away, and like the worlds are designed in such a way where the camera doesn't really need to move per se. That was a really neat thing about Super Mario Galaxy. I'd like to do a no damage run of that game someday, but that'd be a very long video, so I don't know. I mean, I have it on Switch. I even have it on Wii, so maybe I don't know if I should play the Switch or the Wii version. I mean, I could always upscale the Wii version with the RetroTink 5X. And yeah, this all is very related to Resident Evil 4 because, well, they're both Wii games, so I think that's kind of the thing that makes them related. So here, I was really scared that like an enemy was gonna come out and hit me, but for some reason, I guess I killed them all, so no enemy's gonna come and like take out Ashley. However, I brought out the TMP because like, is that how you say it? Well, because the next couple enemies that are going to come and assault me are like these Reaper guys with these sights. And the worst thing about those guys is that they love to throw their Reaper weapon, and they have some pretty good accuracy, and like the sights are huge, so if they throw it, it has a big range to hit you. So the main thing you have to do with these guys is knock them down to the ground. Not exactly, well, I guess I wasn't fully aware of what I was doing. I think you have to stun them pretty much, and once I stun them, I'm gonna take them out with the grenade, and thankfully the grenade actually kills every single one of them. I actually find this cutoff very funny because I just paused the game, the thing exploded, but they weren't like exploded yet. Honestly, if the grenade did not kill every single one of them, this would have been a lot more stressful, but it did. And now I'm just gonna take care of business with this guy, and then boom, it's almost over. And like, okay, the hardest part about this section is the length, and also that you know, I'm doing this from save points, not from continues, so like I'm gonna repeatedly say that because there's so many sections that are a lot harder just because I'm doing it from save points. Because okay, so the way I did this, or the way like I kind of arranged my save points, is that I first have to kill like that guy who's like blind but can hear you really well and has like Wolverine claws. Those aren't really Wolverine claws, but you know, whatever. And then I have to run over here to do this massive action set piece, which is taking like what, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, like 19 minutes. Like, it's very long, it's very grueling. And to be fair, I think a lot of the length is due to me camping out and waiting. But if I don't camp out and wait, it becomes a lot more stressful. I mean, it's quicker, but it's also harder because I'm dealing with enemies on the fly, and also I'm trying to make sure that Ashley doesn't get damaged or kidnapped behind me. And it's just like, so it doesn't matter which way you do it, it's still going to be insane. And you know, maybe I could have made things easier if, per se, I killed the guy who was blind, and then I go back to the save room, I save, but, okay, I try to, like, save a lot, but I don't try to save in cheesy ways, per se. I kind of want to keep a constant momentum going throughout this video, because, I mean, the video's 4 hours long, as it is, and, I mean, that's pretty quick for Resident Evil 4, not the quickest at all, but, like, I mean, I want to keep it, like, you know, fast-paced, I want to keep things, like, moving, I don't want to be, like, saving redundantly, per se. So, but if I don't want to save redundantly, I sometimes have to put up with situations like this, which like where I'm just put into the thick of it for like nearly half an hour or like 19 minutes. You know, whatever. I might be exaggerating just because like this was so hard. Oh no. But yeah, the strategy right now is, well, shotgun any enemy that comes near me, but I'm kind of running out of shotgun pellets as I'm talking now. And for whenever Ashley's upstairs, I'm going to use the pistol to pretty much kill any enemy that approaches her, or any enemy that kidnaps her. Whenever like an enemy kidnaps her, I just kind of shoot at the legs of the enemy, and well, this is probably a lot easier on the Wii when I can just kind of flick the remote kind of down to like their legs and kind of shoot them from afar. Like, the pistol has some really great accuracy. I mean, you could also use a sniper rifle, but I don't have that much ammo in the sniper rifle, and frankly, I actually have a decent amount of ammo in the sniper rifle, but I don't need to use it. And also, using the sniper rifle leaves me a lot more defenseless down on the ground here, because I mean, I have enemies approaching my ambushing my situation down here. I think I pronounced my situation wrong, but yeah, like they're ambushing my situation down here. I repeated that 3 times. While there's also the situation with Ashley upstairs. So shooting the enemies upstairs with the pistol just kind of keeps me more alerted to the situation downstairs, while also being able to fire back on the situation upstairs. And also, I made a big mistake, I'm not gonna lie, with the way I kind of approached this. I let Ashley climb up and like pull the wrong lever. Now, if I let Ashley pull the right lever, the one on the other side, like the thing behind me would actually rise up and I'd be able to like jump to it. However, since I put Ashley on like the other lever, the thing which rises up is too far away for me to jump to it. Now, why would I want to jump to like the platform that rises up behind me? Because it's like, it kind of makes things easier. Like enemies can't ambush you from the side. Like, see, now that like the thing has been summoned, now I have to go here and catch Ashley, like, you know, from here, and I have to be very quick with it, because if I wait too long, the enemy's gonna get her, and then we run away here. But if I would have made Ashley summon that first pillar, I could jump to it, and then the only way enemies could attack me is by jumping to where I am, and that's a one-way path. It makes things a lot easier. And you know, if you don't have any self-defense mechanisms, then you know it wouldn't work. But to be fair, even with a knife, you can just kind of knock enemies away, even as they try to jump at you. So, I mean, you're at a comfortable distance to snipe the enemies on top, trying to get Ashley, while also, well, I mean, not the most comfortable distance, but I think a pretty comfortable distance for enemies who are trying to get Ashley, while being very, like, you know, in a very defensive position for enemies that try to approach you. So yeah, that a very complicated, probably one of the hardest sections of the game. Honestly, I think speedrunners have said this is like that section is the hardest part to speedrun, and to be fair, I definitely did not speedrun it. So if I did try to speedrun it, it would be so much harder. I mean, there'd be damage, there'd be deaths, there'd be and that's just Resident Evil 4. I mean, the village section started off with something insanely hard, and now this section starts off with its own version of it. Now, I've mentioned before that this is a segmented run, and well, one of the things about this segmented run is that editing the clips together is a little troublesome because, well, whenever you save the game in real time and exit the save, like the save music thing, like the save music doesn't exactly cut out. It fades away really fast when it enters into like the next section. However, when you load the game, you know, just from the load save file, there's no save music playing. It just cuts into the action without that save music immediately fading out. So when like the way you know if like it's segmented or not is you just hear the audio. If there's like a weird cut, not a fade out, then you know like the audio is a bit segmented. You know, and like the only time where like that doesn't happen is some of the new sub chapters. Like some of the new sub chapters, they start and there's like this big pause before any like noise comes in, so it makes it easier to kind of edit them together and kind of essentially fool the viewer that it may be one continuous run. But I don't want to fool people. This is a segmented run because, well, I don't really gain anything from fooling people because I'm not really trying to do like the continuous thing. That's not really what this is about. It's just that I thought this game was cool and I wanted to no damage it. Like, I think a lot of decisions for like no damaging games, well, I mean, it started with Yakuza 2 because I think that game's cool. And now I'm just kind of moving on to other games I think are cool, which included a lot of stealth games, which, well, a lot of the priority of those stealth games was not to take damage, but sometimes they'd have these weird, bizarre moments that were very action-based, and, like, I couldn't no damage all those sections, but I did no damage a majority of those sections. And now we're with this, like, a horror action game, and, oh, actually, I think I mentioned once that I did not play the first 3 Resident Evil games, so I think I might as well clarify what my history with the Resident Evil series even is. Well, for one, I think I either started with this game or with Resident Evil Revelations on the 3DS, the demo to be exact, but I don't exactly know which one I actually started with. It was one of those, but I think I'll talk about Resident Evil 4 first. I mean, that's what I'm doing this whole video. So yeah, so for this section right here, I think I'll actually talk about strategy. I'll talk about my relationship with Resident Evil later. So first, you have to snipe that bug across the room, and most of the time when you snipe these bugs, it should be one shot, but for some reason, I did the shot wrong, and now I'm going to spend multiple shots and kind of run out of ammo needlessly. But it was also like the one attempt which was successful, and trying to redo the attempt just brought me a lot of pain and misery. This seems to be a consistent theme of my most latest videos. But yeah, like, I mean, I don't know where you're supposed to hit them to get like the one-hit kill, but like in every other attempt I did, that's how it was. But then now this attempt, it took like a bunch of bullets, and now I ran out of bullets, and it's like, Oh, come on. So thankfully, like for these next couple bugs I have to kill, I don't need to use the sniper rifle. And oh yeah, the weird gimmick of these bugs that they won't really move from their position there. They'll just stay there as long as you're up here. And I don't know if that changes between versions. I doubt it does. I mean, does it change in the PS2 version? The PS2 version has a lot of different differences. Oh yeah, I'll talk about those differences later. But yeah, the strategy from now on is, well, I'm not going to be using the sniper rifle anymore. I'm instead going to be using the shotgun. Because, well, there's going to be a bunch of enemies approaching my position, like, you know, very fast, very rapid. Well, not a bunch of them. It's going to be like 1 or 2 at the most. But when one dies, another spawns. And it's I actually kind of mess it up here. Like, I take a little too long not doing the right thing. And sometimes you can do this cool, like, little QTE thing where you kick them away. And like, the thing is, I mostly tend to do that QTE thing by accident because, well, the fire button is A, but that QTE button is also A. I'm assuming, like, with the other version of the game, that's also how it works because, like, your immediate reaction is to shoot as fast as possible, and when they're right up in your face, that's usually... Oh! Yeah, a little hiccup there. Not really a hiccup, more like a drawing breath in thing. But yeah, like, most of the time, you press the fire button as fast as possible, and when you're doing that, like, the QTE is already prepped to do it, and you just kick the enemy. Like, I've had a couple lucky breaks here and there with that, but yeah, there's like, what, 3 or 4 enemies you have to kill? I think, like, the main way you know that there's no more enemies in the area is when the music becomes calm. And I realized this while kind of trying out different strategies and all that, because I couldn't really copy the strategy I saw in a video. So, there'll be a bunch of enemies that kind of spawn in if you go to this corner and just kind of camp out here with a shotgun, but there's one more enemy that will only spawn if you go to a certain room or just kind of walk around this area a bit. Like, the rest of them are going to spawn in from that little hole. And okay, the most tricky thing these bugs can do is that they can just go up on the ceiling and like kind of crawl up and they jump on you, and like they'll activate something which will already damage you, and it's like, ah, like that stuff can be really tricky, especially if like you miss your shot while they're climbing to you. Like, it's already a bit too late by that point. You don't have a cute QTE to like actually like kick them away, so it's just like, ah. I think once I enter this room, like, you're gonna hear like another bug. There we go. You can hear the bug approaching my situation, and I don't think they can exactly enter this room. No, that's not what it is. They can't enter the ceiling of this room. Like, they'll try to enter the ceiling of this room, but the door will like block them or something. So they'll get on the ground, and when they're on the ground, they're easier to deal with. Though, oh no, it's this room where like the bug becomes hyperactive, or maybe the bug already became hyperactive beforehand, but they just took a while to get to my position. But now they're here, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, my reticle turned red. That was kind of like how I realized the bug was there. That would not happen in other versions of like Resident Evil 4. It would be a laser sight. Well, to be fair, I mean, like, the translucent quality of like the invisible cover this thing has. Oh, there we go. The music stops, so you're all good. I mean, there will be more enemies coming in, but thankfully the rest of the strategy involved for dealing with said enemies involves running away from them. Like, I don't know, for this part I decided to kill them. It was just easier. But for this next part, it's actually easier to run away from them. Because I don't know, I mean, when you try to run away from these, like, monsters, they kind of group up on you in, like, weird corners. And it's just kind of hard to navigate around them. And they could be very jumpy. They could get on the ceiling. So it's just like, ah. While here, it's going to be more of a straight line to victory, though. To be fair, it's not exact. I think there is still a little bit of RNG involved, whether you get hit or not. Because there was one time where... I think the thing which killed, like, redoing this for me, like, I wanted to redo this part and do it, like, faster, but... What stopped me from doing that is that I kept getting hit at a one moment where I never got hit before. That's like the most frustrating thing that could happen in a no damage, where something which you didn't even think about because it just always worked every time you did it. Like, you know, when you want to like redo something more stylishly, like that one thing which wasn't bothersome before immediately becomes bothersome. Like that just is so frustrating every single time. And it's just like, it becomes so frustrating for like 4 or 5 hours. It's like, ah, well, that's the thing. Chapters, oh yeah, so the strategy is kind of run away from everyone, jump down here, jump to the door, and like this is the one part where like I didn't get hit this time, but like in every like future attempt or I try to do it more stylishly, that thing would hit me. And it's just like the other parts are harder, but like sometimes that thing would hit me when I was trying to retry it in like a more stylish fashion. It was so annoying, so I was, you know what, this is fine enough, I'm just gonna do this. Like, I mean, yeah, the video will be long, whatever. So by this point, I don't know if the bug's still chasing you. I mean, you'll probably get hit by those like big swinging, I don't even know what to call them, like they're a medieval thing. But yeah, Resident Evil. So I started out with 4. It was mostly like countdown videos, you know, like top 10 scariest games or top 10 scariest monsters. And then they would like show the regenerators or something. And it's like, oh yeah, Nintendo Wii. And also I saw some reviewers say like, Oh yeah, the Nintendo Wii has like super cool accuracy or something. So I tried it out. I saw it like a GameStop one day, and I just picked it up. That experience doesn't really exist anymore. Like most games, I try to like seek out. I have a bit of knowledge about. Like I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I guess I did have a bit of knowledge about Resident Evil 4. I mean, oh, spooky horror game, blah blah blah. But like, I mean, you don't just walk into a store and like buy what you see. I mean, I guess because I don't really go to stores much anymore. I mean, no, not GameStop, especially not GameStop, unless I have like a clear idea of what I want. And to be fair, I have spent like the past maybe a year or two like replaying a bunch of the same games I already own. And now here, I had this false idea that if I kill this guy, I would get the key to the next room, but it just doesn't work like that. All you get for killing this red guy is just a treasure, which to be fair gives you money, but I was trying to avoid that whole frustrating like section in like coming up where you have to like kill a guy who goes to like the minigun, but that's just not how it works. Instead, I spent a bunch of ammo just to get that, which I mean does give you a good chunk of money, but you know it doesn't give you exactly what I thought it was gonna give me. But yeah, I mean, when I first played Resident Evil 4, I mean it was difficult, it was hard, but yeah, I loved it. Like I mean, I immediately like really liked the game, even though I could not beat Mercenaries for like the life of me. I played a bit of Mercenaries, and like I've gotten 4 stars with like 2 characters. I haven't really spent that much time on it because, well, once I beat Resident Evil 4, like, you know, the no damage, I got immediately to editing that video, uploading that video, and now doing the commentary. And so I'll do Mercenaries some other time. And also I got other things to do because I'm going to be moving soon, yada yada. Ooh, this section is going to be quite difficult. But yeah, my relationship with the Resident Evil Revelations, like 3DS demo, is that it looked insane for a 3DS game. It could be a bit difficult, and I had a bit of fun replaying that demo over and over again. Like, I mean, the demos I had on my 3DS were that and the Snake Eater 3DS demo, which, well, kind of ran like ass, and I didn't know how to play the game, but I learned a bit. I mean, my whole relationship with Snake Eater was that I did not know how to play that game at all, and I spent like countless hours just replaying that first hour because I had zero idea how to sneak in that game. But I mean, I think I talk about that more in my Snake Eater No Damage. Watch that video, yes, plug. So yeah, the strategy here is to kind of run to that room and then run like past that guy, run to this room, use the pistol if necessary, throw a grenade there, then take the pistol out here, shoot the exploding barrel over there. Oh no, but my grenade already blew up that barrel, and most of the time that should knock everyone out, but there have been annoying instances where it doesn't knock everyone out. Like, I mean, sometimes it would be like one archer still ready, because you have to be very quick with what happens next. You have to kill the red guy before he gets to the machine gun, because once he gets to the machine gun, it just becomes a lot more of an annoying fight. It's just, you're better off killing this guy, and I'm just gonna waste a bunch of revolver bullets trying to kill the red guy, because you cannot let him run into that into that room over there. You just cannot let that happen. So the reason you don't want it to happen is, one, it makes him get closer to like getting the machine gun, I mean the chain gun, and two, like that room has a dude with a shield in it lying in wait to, like, you know, ambush you. So you can't exactly run into that room like all willy-nilly, but you have to run after this guy willy-nilly. You have to be very fast, but you can't be fast with like the shield guy. You have to bait out his attack. That takes some time, and like the time it takes to bait out his attack, the red guy's already ran past, like, you know, your point to being able to kill him. But yeah, I just killed him there by shooting him with a bunch of revolvers, shooting him with a bunch of shotguns, you know, like keeping him on the ground, making sure he doesn't get any running distance, and also, you know, a bit of crowd control around the red guy. A lot of the time that corridor is so tight that like the revolver bullet you're shooting into the red guy will probably shoot the other guys around the red guy. That was a very frustrating section of the game, especially since you have to like shoot the guy's legs before he enters the door, like across the map. So I mean, I did that with a TMP. I mean, not that bad, but if you don't know where to position yourself, it can be very annoying. It was definitely annoying for me. And now here we have this puzzle. So the thing with the puzzle in this game is that, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that I actually got stuck on that light puzzle. Oh, I did talk about that. Never mind, I don't have to repeat myself. I mean, most of the puzzles in this game are pretty easy. It's that light puzzle that had me stuck forever. No, another puzzle that I was stuck on forever was like the Ashley section puzzle. That thing killed me. And then I looked up a walkthrough on how to do it, and it was like the most simple thing ever. It killed me that it was so simple, but I was struggling so hard on how to solve it. And well, for this walkthrough, well, I looked up a walkthrough, so I guess the puzzle stuff is just like, you know, I already know how it works. I mean, to be fair, this puzzle, I did solve it normally on my first try. I will say, did not look up a walkthrough on my first replay of the game, but I think the very first time I ever did actually play this game, I actually think I'd looked up a walkthrough for like that Ashley puzzle because I was so confused. I don't know, I have like bad memory. I may have not done it like normally the first time, but it was a struggle. I do remember it was definitely a struggle. So here, like, knock everyone to the ground on their knees, and hopefully that should work most of the time. I've had bad luck situations. The guy with the scythes, the worst thing about them is that they can throw them. There's this guy with the RPGs, where most of the time if you're like running really fast, they won't hit you, but you know. There's this one time where I ran into this room. I pressed a button, I looked straight behind me, and a guy grabbed me. It was infuriating. Like, he ran that fast to get me. And now, once you get out of this room, there's going to be two guys with RPGs pointed at you, ready to shoot you. But I'm just going to blind them with this nice flash grenade. And the blinding of the flash grenade should be able to blind most of the enemies around, but not everyone. So, you know, keep the gun on you, because there might be someone who's coming on your position, and they might recover faster than the RPG guys, definitely. So... And sometimes those RPG guys will come out of nowhere and kind of ruin everything. Well, not exactly ruin everything, because they killed those guys for me, well, at least one of those guys. And now once we got the goat, we have to go to the door, like, very close to us, like, to the left, and just hope that no one grabs us. Believe me, this section took me so long. I was talking about, like, the difficulty increase of, like, chapters 1 and 2 to chapters 3, 4, and 5. Like, chapters, like, 1 and 2 of this game, I did them in a single day. Mind you, that day was very long. You know, like, spent, like, what, 9 hours gaming, like, that whole day. A lot of hours, you know, like, you don't want to do that every day. But then I get to chapters 3, 4, and 5. Certain sub-chapters in these chapters took me a whole day just to complete them, from how difficult they were to no damage. I mean, it was such a huge difficulty increase. Like, I mean, I struggled slightly on chapters 1 and 2, but chapters 3, 4, and 5, they could be so irritating. You know, if I was playing them normally, I mean, I wouldn't be, like, complaining this much, but, like, no damage, oh, it just kills me, I'm telling you. But yeah, after I beat Resident Evil 4, I moved on to playing Resident Evil 5. I did that co-op with a friend, and we struggled on that immensely. I don't think I liked the game just because I wasn't very good at it. Because it was so hard, that game, like, playing it with, like, my homie and all that. And we just failed so many QTEs, like, just failed the final boss because we couldn't mash a button hard enough. I don't know if, like, the controller was broken, or we just weren't that good at mashing, or if I wasn't that good at mashing. It was a whole complication, I'm telling you. And then I moved on to Resident Evil 6, and, you know, I have this vague memory that I've already talked about this in another video, but I don't know, I've made too many videos, and none of them were about Resident Evil, so I think I'm inclined to repeat myself with, like, Resident Evil. So Resident Evil 6, played that co-op, I mean, with my friend, but only the Jake campaign. The other 2 campaigns, well, technically 3 campaigns, I played by myself. I mean, I found myself enjoying that game more than 5, but to be fair, I think if I revisit 5 now with, like, my, you know, increased expertise, I think I'll find more to enjoy. I'll probably like it more than 6, but, you know, time will tell. I mean, I think I might like 6, might hate 6 more on a replay, especially a no damage replay. I'm sure that the no damaging those games will bring up what the positives and, like, the negatives, like, will, like, very strongly bring up those positives and negatives. So the strategy for this part, oh yeah, so on my outline I had this thing where I said that the dogs, they can jump through the bushes. And yeah, they can definitely jump through the bushes. I don't know if they do it, like, on this, like, run, but they definitely can. They are very capable of it. So here I got lost while trying to find these things. But the things you need to find is you need to get, like, the moon thing at this fountain, and then you get the moon thing at, like, the other fountain, which is kind of around here. But I got lost on the way, and I didn't know exactly where to go. We had to knock that door down, you know, yada yada, and then it'll be around here, and, like, there's a bunch of dogs chasing me. Like, it's easier to run away from these dogs. That was the wrong way to go, and now I have to shoot a dog because they're in the way. And it's just, like, it's so tense. It's tense, like, that's what I'm saying. I got completely lost. I did not need to go there at all. You don't need to knock down that door. Knocking down that door takes up a lot of valuable time you can use in actually getting the thing you need. It's like, oh no, 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 no. And that was also the wrong way. Okay, but at the very least, this should prove to you that even if you spend a lot of time just straight up lost in this maze, you can still no damage it by mostly running away from the dogs. Though I killed one of the dogs because, well, I don't know. I mean, you can run away from the dogs, but running past the dogs, I think that might be a little harder, but it should still be possible, you know? I mean, if you can corner a dog kind of slightly, then you might as well kill him. Now, this part's kind of easy to escape. Well, not that easy. I mean, you can kind of do a little loop-de-loop there. But, like, what I mean by to escape is that the path to escape is not hard. You just kind of get on this big bridge thing, you go here, and then there. That's the door to escape. And then by there, the maze section is done. But yeah, Resident Evil 6, I mean, what I remember most about Resident Evil 6 is that I absolutely adore, like, the mercenaries, like, no mercy in that game. Like, there was, like, 100, 200 zombies all on the map, and you could, that's where the combat really shined the most. I mean, maybe you could say that about most of these games, but the thing is, Resident Evil 6, like, could really not take advantage of that a lot of the time in its campaign. So, for it to actually take advantage of these sick moves in, like, the no mercy mercenaries, like, that was really invigorating, getting those high combos and all that. Like, it probably has my favorite version of Mercenaries, though to be fair, I did not really play Resident Evil 5's version of Mercenaries, which some people say is the best version of Mercenaries. And then there's Mercenaries 3D, which, well, I guess since I have Resident Evil 4, 5, and 6, is kind of pointless to play, but it's kind of neat that they kind of slapped that on there on a 3DS. So in this part here, the dogs are chasing you. I did not know this happened on my first replay of the game. I don't even think it happened to me when I replayed the game before, because maybe I killed all those dogs beforehand, but if you don't kill them, they just straight up slam themselves into this save room to, like, assault you. It's like, what? Oh, it's just insane, I'm telling you. And then after Resident Evil 6, I actually did get my hands on a copy of Resident Evil Remake for the GameCube specifically, because I saw a video saying that, like, the GameCube version looks better than, like, the remake that's on Steam and all that. But thing is, it only really looks better if you have an old TV that it was made for, and I did not, so honestly it was kind of a foolish move. But now maybe with, like, that retro thing, maybe I can upscale, like, the GameCube port of that game to look better. Also, another reason I got the GameCube port is that apparently it holds your hand less, so, you know, you have, like, less save ribbons. So to be fair, I don't exactly think that benefits me, because I played like an hour or two of that game and I got too, like, lost or kind of fed up with how hard it was, well, for me specifically, which, well, I just not very good at the game, and I kind of put it down for a bit. It was kind of hard to continue, and then I played Silent Hill, and then I played Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4, and, well, I think most of that, I mean, I do like those games, like, more in terms of story and characters and all that, but they are also much easier than anything of the Resident Evils. I mean, the survival horror Resident Evils, because, like, the survival horror Resident Evils actually, like, force you to, like, manage your ammo, while Silent Hill is more, like, has a ton of ammo. I did want to no damage, like the Silent Hill games. I actually tried to start no damaging Silent Hill 1, but then I stopped because I don't know. I tried to do it on Halloween, but it went past Halloween and then kind of got tired of it, kind of got a headache from it. And then I moved on to, like, Lost Judgment or something, and blah, 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 blah. I'll continue that some other day, or maybe I'll buy a PS1 copy, except I really won't because it costs like $120, and I'm not gonna drop that much money for it. I really need to get my hands on a PS1 copy of Parasite Eve, though. That would be splendid. So here, kind of, you have to hit that switch, kind of knock the enemies down on their knees, and sometimes, like, they'll chase you really fast there. So, you know, once you take out these guys, like, with a fire, look behind you, take those guys out. Now, the main thing here, you could just go into that room and, you know, escape, but I want the rocket launcher for free, because I'm going to shoot this rocket launcher, and then once I shoot the rocket launcher, I'm going to buy another rocket launcher. You know, I forgot exactly what sections I'm going to use this for, but yeah, the first thing, okay, if I don't have enough space to include the rocket launcher, the first thing I'm going to do is remove that, like, TMP attachment, which kind of makes the recoil more stable. I don't even know, like, what difference it makes when you don't have it. Well, I mean, I guess on the Wii version, there's really no difference, but I guess maybe on, like, the original version of the game, there's a bit of a difference, and now here, I think I am reorganizing my inventory to... Okay, I don't think I'm reorganizing my inventory at all to be more, like, color coordinated. I'm just reorganizing it for convenience, because that is one horrid mess of an inventory at the exact moment. And I don't just want that rocket launcher. I want all these other goodies, you know, these flash grenades. And now, what am I going to get rid of now? Absolutely the healing item there. I mean, like, that one doesn't even give me that much money unless I combine it with something else to get rid of that. And now there's that guy there. I did not destroy his shield, and now I have to run away. And the dastardly thing this game does is that when you try to run away, they introduce a door with a lock on it. So it's like, you know, you're like, oh, I'm gonna kick the door. No, you have to kick the lock down first. And why did I reload there? Oh, I guess because I have to deal with these enemies too. And it's just like, oh, it's tense. This moment's tense, but it's only really tense if you want to get that rocket launcher. You don't have to get the rocket launcher, but it is so useful to get the rocket launcher, because it's like, first, that's a free rocket launcher. You don't have to spend like 30,000 to get it, or like 300,000. I forgot how much the rocket launcher costs, but like, yeah, like that much. You don't have to spend money on it anymore. You got your rocket launcher, and yeah, that kind of ends, or is very close to ending this section of the game. Wait, no, there's actually a bunch of stuff which happens after this, but I'm just gonna stop talking. I think I might actually reorganize my inventory now, or not. Let's see what happens.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. Thank you. What are you? Is that? Thank you. Is that all?
Well, it turns out I have not reorganized anything in my inventory. So now this chapter is pretty short, or rather feels pretty short because it's just a really easy chapter. Like, this is kind of the only time I'm going to play as Leon, and I'm just collecting a bunch of goodies around the area. So I think maybe now I should talk about the different ports of the game, or rather just fun facts I learned from this one video I saw ranking all the ports of Resident Evil 4. So the Zeebo. Anyone remember the Zeebo? I sure don't, but I learned about the Zeebo slightly. It seemed like one destructive mess of a console, and well, the Zeebo port, it was actually a port of the mobile version of Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 was ported to iPhones with, well, super downgraded graphics, and it was just practically nearly an entirely different game. But hey, it was on the iPhone and you could shoot people, and it's like, oh, well, I mean, not exactly people, zombies, not exactly zombies, ganados, and well, you go from there. And well, in the Zeebo port, whenever Leon climbs, like, stairs, it doesn't show an animation of Leon climbing the stairs. It shows a picture of Leon climbing the stairs. It's like, that's such an amazing joke. I wish like a game would do that now. Just like to mess with people and also just make game development easier. It just shows the character climbing the stairs, and then sometimes you can play around with that motif. Like, honestly, that kind of inspires me to make a game, I'm studying film now, but I did previously want to like get into game design. The one thing that dissuaded me was that I failed Algebra 2. Well, nearly failed Algebra 2, but I might as well have failed Algebra 2. So I highly doubt coding is going to be up my alley. I do not like math. So that kind of dissuaded me from getting into game design, but I don't know, man, I'd love to like do other stuff in game design. Maybe like, I don't know, voice acting, I haven't thought this through very well because I'm mostly doing film. Because I know film kind of has a lot of great things which games also have. Because I mean, video games also taking a lot from film, but video games also a pretty unique medium because they're games. So the strategy here is you free Ashley, then you shoot everyone in the game here. But well, the main thing is you need to kill the red guy, because if you don't kill the red guy, I think they keep respawning enemies, or rather, if you don't kill the red guy, Ashley never does anything. And yeah, the strategy is shoot the guys with the arrows, kill them, but while you're killing them, make sure to kill the red guy, because he needs to die. Once he dies, things become a lot easier. Oh, that's because he has the key. If he doesn't die, then Ashley can never get the key to escape. So kill the red guy as fast as possible. If you like kill the surrounding enemies before you kill the red guy, then well, it's just gonna drag out the encounter until you accidentally shoot Ashley like straight in the face, and you don't want to do that. But yeah, like the Zeebo port, like a picture of Leon climbing ladders. It runs at like sub 20. It's brilliant. Like you need to see it to believe it. It's like Call of Duty on the DS. You gotta watch footage of this in motion to just see how much of a disaster it all is. I mean, it's crazy. Also, here is another port, the PS2 port of this game. Pretty much the port that came about. Well, here's a fun fact about Resident Evil 4. It was originally going to be GameCube exclusive because, well, Capcom made a deal with Nintendo called like the Big Five or something, where 5 games would be exclusive to the Nintendo GameCube to show off its capabilities. And most of those games have been ported to other consoles. I don't know all the games, but I do know of 2 of them. Resident Evil 4 and Killer 7. Now, those games are on PC, PS2, and well, Resident Evil 4 has definitely been ported a lot more, but Killer 7's got imported quite a bit around. And maybe for the better. I hear the PC port of Killer 7 is better than like the previous editions, and I do want to No Damage Killer 7 one day because I gotta play it first. I haven't even played it, and I hear it's such a cool ass game. I want to get around to it. So here the strategy is kind of crawl under the desk to like avoid the first guy, and then for the second guy here, throw that to kill him or like stun him enough so you can like shake this thing around. You can shake the first thing around without the second guy noticing you for some reason, but yeah, you can do that. So yeah, I don't think the second guy's dead yet, because I kind of remember it takes like 2 or 3 like fire bombs to like take him out, but 1 is enough to stun him long enough for you to get out of there. And then from here, it's kind of easy breezy, just solve a couple puzzles here and there. They're not all that complicated. And yeah, the jeans, this outfit, Britney Spears. So alright, so let me get back to the PS2 port. This change involves Ashley, actually. So, I mean, the PS2 port was made because Resident Evil 4 made so much money on the GameCube that Capcom couldn't help themselves. Maybe that was a good thing because, I mean, all these ports have led to the Wii edition, which is my favorite version of the game. So, you know what? Screw exclusivity. We have a Wii edition of Resident Evil 4, hooray. But it all started with the PS2 port, which was downgraded in terms of performance, but it kind of kept mostly everything the same out of some witch magic. But one of the things that was sacrificed were Ashley's boobs have no jiggle physics. that's just something they had to sacrifice for the PS2. The PS2 architecturally, I know nothing about architecture, by the way, but architecturally, the PS2 just is not as powerful as the GameCube. Like, the GameCube just can do a lot more with its graphics, I don't know, resolutions, and, you know, frame rate as well. I mean, the PS2, I mean, did a lot of impressive things. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 2 running at 60 FPS is honestly just brilliant, but not everyone had the time or money to do that, and not every game's graphics or world were, like, on that scale to be able to run at 60 FPS. I mean, Shadow of the Colossus, big-ass game, you know how it is. So yeah, the puzzle right there, do you see that? That's all you have to do. But if you mess around with it, it gets so much more complicated than it actually is. But yeah, because I just moved them around in so many different places. I'm like, how does this image fit? But it doesn't fit because you had to do it that way. It's like, it was easier to just quit the game and restart and just do it that way. It was like, And now for these knights here, they can swing hard, so you have to kind of run around here and watch out for these QTEs. So sometimes I would be shaking the controller too hard, and I would press A and B and it didn't register because I shook the Wiimote too hard, and that was very annoying. To be fair, I think the reason it didn't register was because the nunchuck and the Wiimote got disconnected slightly because I shook it too hard, and it's just like that's one annoyance with the Wiimote and nunchuck. It's like And, you know, I mean, the reason I shook it is because I probably had to repeat this section. The reason I repeated this section was because I got through this entire section thinking I took no damage, but I actually took damage because when I threw, like, that fire lantern at an enemy, I ran past the fire and I took slight damage, but Ashley showed zero reaction to, like, taking damage from the fire. It just happened, and I didn't notice it in the corner of my eye in her health bar. So I had to do this entire chapter again. So it was like, I mean, it wasn't too bad because this chapter is pretty easy, and it's also very short compared to the other chapters. There's like content time, you know, yada yada yada. But yeah, back to talking about boobs. In the Facebook port of this game, or rather the VR Oculus like port of this game, there's a scene where like we meet Luis. Luis meets Ashley, and Luis is like, boobs, and Ashley's like, bro, you're being very creepy. Stop doing that. And then like she's like, ugh. But now they removed that line about the boobs, so instead it's just Ashley being racist to Luis now. So it's a lose-lose scenario for Facebook. So it's just like, this is the game where you shoot someone's head off and it explodes. But like, I don't know, one kind of creepy line is like there's a kind of like the ticking point for Facebook users. Like, I mean, I guess that's just like the old classic American hero archetype, I guess. So that's one difference with like the Facebook VR version. And now to continue talking about ports, so the Xbox Live Arcade port of like this game, which was on 360, was based on the PS2 version of this game, which is a bit disappointing because the PS2 version graphically is the worst one. I mean, also performance-wise, it's the worst one. It does have more content, so I guess they really wanted that extra content, but the GameCube version looked and ran better. So for it to not to be based on like the original version of the game, a bit weird. No? So yeah, that's a little disappointing. Also, this game has 2 PC ports. The first one that released in like, I don't know when it released, but it was developed by Ubisoft and it is abysmal. Okay, that one actually is the worst one graphically. Like, unless, I don't know, you do mods or whatever. Who cares? It's horrible. Like, it runs horrible. It's inputted horrible. Ubisoft like screwed the pooch on that one so hard, and the new PC version is definitely a massive improvement. So yeah, those are, I think I went through all the differences I wanted to mention between the ports. And now we are in Chapter 4. We finally completed all of the Chapter 3 stuff, though the ending of Chapter 3 was pretty straight and to the point. Well, this sub-chapter is going to be pretty intense, not gonna lie. There's a ton of stuff that happens, a ton of really intense situations, and it's all back to back to back to back. Quite a long chapter. So, yeah, I did not know that you had to shoot the chains to like take those guys out. The way I took those guys out on like my first replay, like recently, I just shot the guy. Because if you shoot like the dude operating those things once, they die. I don't know, sometimes this game does a really neat thing with some like kind of difficult to reach enemies where, yeah, they're difficult to shoot, but if you shoot them once, even with like a handgun, they go down. You know, this happens for enemies who are kind of close to a cliff a lot of the time. This happens with some projectile enemies, which are put in like weird locations. It actually happens at the end of Chapter 4, and I'll talk about those enemies when we get there. So yeah, my strategy here is kind of take out that big dragon guy over there. Boom, bam, he's done. Snipe these guys over here, and then I'm going to need. Oh yeah, my sniper. I'm still gonna use my sniper here. It's gonna be this guy. I'm gonna stay like far away from this guy. or not that far away. I mean, the point is you kind of want to shoot this guy down before he starts shooting fire, but I kind of want to be far away enough where I can step back so the fire doesn't hit me. And also, you want to do this really quickly before, like, you know, some enemies start, like, you know, approaching your position from behind you. I don't know, because on my first, like, replay of this level, I just killed so many respawning enemies, and it was, like, so taxing. Because that's what made this, like, level so hard. It's like, I was like, do I really have to kill every single person that shows up here? It's like, oh, my goodness. So now we got the line, we can kind of head out, and I'll engage in some combat here before leaving. I really love this. I don't know. I mean, like, Resident Evil 4 is really linear in design. I mean, it has like slight exploration elements, but nowhere near to the degree of like something like Resident Evil 1. I mean, Resident Evil 1 is like kind of has that more Silent Hill. I mean, to be fair, Resident Evil 1 came before Silent Hill, so it's more Silent Hill copying Resident Evil 1. I mean, Silent Hill did kind of its own spin on it to become more unique, but like, you know, Resident Evil kind of started this whole thing, you know, exploring rooms. You know, you can kind of explore rooms in like different ways, and sometimes you'll need a certain key to access certain rooms, which could kind of dictate how you like approach certain rooms, because, you know, like the optimal way to kind of would be to get this first, but like there's multiple ways to enter the Spencer house, you know, explore the Spencer house, you know, so and so. That's not really here in Resident Evil 4. In Resident Evil 4, you may have like a slight path to like kind of backtrack through. Honestly, like I think maybe Snake Eater and Resident Evil 4 have pretty similar design. You know, it's like areas, and you can kind of go between these areas, and sometimes there's a path here, sometimes there's a path there, and there's certainly hidden collectibles to get here and there, but it's just mostly a collection of areas which you linearly kind of go through. Now, what I like about this is that for chapter like 3 and chapter 3 is kind of exploring this whole big area, and then you're blocked off and have to collect a whole bunch of stuff to kind of get past this area. And then at the beginning of chapter 4, boom, you collected all that stuff and you're looped right back to that area again. And then once you get all that stuff, boom, you're on a completely new like path. I like that. I don't know. It's kind of like this looping progression. Also, you're riding like a lame roller coaster ride. I don't know. I mean, the Super Bunny Hop review is still like in my head, because I mean, the game starts off like kind of serious. You know, it's pretty dark. It can be kind of scary at points, but then you get to the castle and it's just so fake and hokey. You got like this religious cult. Like, I mean, the cult in like the village is just like a bunch of people in like dirty clothes, but now we got these dudes in robes and they're like murder, 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 murder. Like, it's a completely different like atmosphere, and it's way more goofy now. And I have a shocking revelation to make. I'm recording this a day after I said that previous statement. Yeah, like these 4-hour commentary videos take a lot out of me, and sometimes I'll stop like recording because, I'm gonna go do something else, and then suddenly I actually had to do. Then I just end up not recording anymore for that day, and it's just like I only recorded like an hour a day so far. Hopefully today I'm going to record 2 hours, and maybe the video will be out by today, which is the Wednesday, January 26th. But yeah, like Resident Evil 4's tone starts off kind of serious, and then it just escalates. We kind of have this like fakery going on, you know, with like, oh, here the strategy is get a headshot on every single one of these like night people. I mean, I missed there, but I got a headshot on that guy, then I got a headshot on that guy. And once you get a headshot on every single enemy, oh yeah, fun fact about like the parasite head things, like little worm things, I actually learned this watching like the walkthrough videos. I missed that guy. I still have to shoot him, but you have to be very quick because like those little head parasite worm things, you know, they have the axes and all that, and if the axe hits you, you get damaged. But I learned this from watching the walkthrough. If you throw like a flash grenade, then it means it just kills them. They're just dead right there. Also, I hope you noticed that I was using the revolver to shoot them, because the other weapons, it takes a little longer. They don't get exactly stunned immediately if you do a headshot. And also, my mistake with like one of the armored people is that I kind of shot him in the chest or in the legs, and that kind of puts him down to the ground on one knee, but it doesn't like, you know, shoot off the head thing. Now here, I'm going to bring out the sniper rifle to pretty much shoot 2 of these guys, and then the third guy I'm going to get with the revolver. And look at that, that third guy was right behind me. And now these people have like a different head thing, you know, like that big wormy thing, that big like tapeworm looking thing. And oh, it seems I'm still using the sniper rifle. I mean, it is a very useful weapon. It's got kind of the same, nearly the same power as the revolver, but you know. But yeah, like, I mean, this game starts off kind of scary, kind of like, you know, goofy, and then it transitions to another type of tone, which is kind of a mix of both, but more action-based. Like, it kind of leans more into some military influence, you know, like you have some mercenaries, it's some island, kind of like corporate, like, COVID ops kind of. Wait, COVID ops? No, corporate. I forgot how to say the word, but it's just like it's a completely different thing. And I think, I don't know. I mean, this is kind of like the jumping the shark moment, especially when compared to some of the previous games, which were more horror focused. You know, hang out in the streets or hang out in like a spooky mansion. You know, like not really these actiony things, especially like, you know, the third half. I mean, it kind of moves away nearly entirely from horror. Not exactly. There's still some more experimentation going on. There's those regenerator enemies, which are probably like some of the scariest stuff in the game, especially on a first time playthrough when you have no idea how to deal with them, and it's just like, wait, why are they not dying? Or when you get like the scope that actually kills them, it's like, wait, what? Oh, what is going on here? I don't know. I mean, I guess like at the time people probably saw it as jumping the shark, but like, you know, in retrospect, all these different ideas, it feels less like jumping the shark and more like shoving every single idea possible into a single game. Like, I don't know, these different tones, like, which clash and kind of claw at each other, don't exactly feel disjointed. Is that the right word? They don't feel unnatural. They feel like just boundless creativity, like coming out of like every porous, you know, like every style of horror accounted for. But not only is it accounted for, it's also like paced incredibly well, so that it never gets like old or redundant. It's just the game is constantly switching like things up, and that's like a huge part of its appeal. Also, for this room, for some reason, when you enter it, they give it a whole cutscene with like, you know, Salazar, but all the cutscene shows that the room has spikes in it. Like, there's nothing all that important to it. It's just the room has spikes in it. But before you enter the room, if you shoot those like red dot things, and you can just, you know, destroy the whole spike puzzle before it even happens, so you won't get caught off guard. And now here, there's like a lot of tension, because it's like, oh no, she's on the other side. Oh, I got a little hiccup there. But all you really have to do is shoot those 2 guys there, and then it opens, and then after that, you can just kind of loot this whole place at your own leisure. Like, the thing's gonna crash, it's not really gonna hit you. Like, no one's gonna take damage from whatever those 2 dead people are doing. So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like trying to elaborate on like why I think these like clashings of different like ideas for like a horror game and like, or an action game, just works so well in 4. Like, I mean, it's not like it's all random. There is a slight cohesion to everything, but you know, they obviously are very different. I don't know, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. I've ran out of ways to explain why I think it's cool, but I think it's very cool. So yeah, now I'm going to talk about something unrelated. So Mercenaries. So Mercenaries, I have it down on my outline. I decided to, since I've taking so long to like release this video, I actually decided to get 4-star every stage in Mercenaries. I have not done 5 stars every single character yet though, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I have no idea what reward awaits for me if I do that. So yeah, here, I don't know what I threw there. Was that a flash grenade or a fire grenade? That was a grenade, a normal grenade. Honestly, that's honestly one of the more useful things to throw in this situation. And I guess I have a fire grenade for whoever still stands up, especially for those shield guys. And now I can just run past them. I mean, Would it have been kind of smart to throw a flash grenade? Yeah, but it still wouldn't have worked against the shield guys. I mean, honestly, I just hope the shield guys would have been hit by the normal grenade, but it just did not happen. But now that mostly everyone's kind of down and nearly accounted for, I can kind of get past this part. But yeah, while like doing more mercenaries, and mercenaries is just, oh, it's so much fun. But yeah, I realized that you have to get 4 stars on a stage to unlock a new character. It's not you have to get 4 stars while playing as a new character, because I was trying to unlock Wesker, and instead of like getting 4 stars on like the 4th stage, which is definitely like probably one of the hardest, I decided to get 4 stars or 4 to 5 stars with like the hunk in the village section, and I did. I got like 70,000 points, but it did not unlock a new character because I already got 4 stars on that stage previously with Leon. You have to get 4 stars on every single stage in order to unlock all the characters. Then once you unlock all the characters, apparently you have to get like 5 stars on every single stage with every single character to unlock a new secret, and that is a secret I'm not very familiar with, and I'm not sure if I'm really going to be familiar with it by the time that I'm done with this commentary. And oh no, not the bugs. Oh, to be fair, I think this section's not too. Oh yeah, this section's really easy if you know what to do. You pretty much have to run back. I mean, I only learned this because I saw the walkthrough, but you can just run back, open that door, and then just kind of climb out here. And then you can just kind of shotgun them because they can't climb into this position. Like they'll like fly out into the hallway, but they won't like fly into this area. It's like a big oversight of the game for some reason. So yeah, you can just kill everyone, and then once the music becomes calm, you can just, you know, make your way through that area. And I really like this is great because one of the treasures I have can be combined with like the eyes which these things drop, you know, red eye, green eye, blue eye. I have a lot of green and red eyes, but 0 blue eyes. I need to have all 3 in order to combine them with a certain like cup I have. And then once I combine them with that cup, I'm gonna get a lot of money for selling it. And honestly, I could have gotten all 3 eyes in like that previous section with the bugs, but I just wasn't lucky. I mean, in some of my previous runs, I was able to get a blue eye, but then I got damaged and I had to do it all over again, and it was very sad. But yeah, there we go. I got my blue eyes, so we're all good and accounted for. And now, like when I see the merchant again, I can actually sell the thing and also sell every single eye I have. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, Resident Evil 4, I mean, you could sell the treasure without combining it with stuff, but if you combine it with stuff, then, you know, it's very cool. I mean, to be fair, I have actually sold uncombined treasures in this run, but now we have RGB, and RGB is also an important thing if you're playing this game on component cable, I think. I'm pulling this out of my ass. I don't know much about component cables, which or analog or whatever, and I'm sure that's gonna come to bite me when I try to, like, set up the RetroThink 5X or whatever. Like, So yeah, I guess I'll move on and talk about another unrelated topic, or slightly related. No, never mind. The topic I have on here, this is a consistent issue that keeps popping up, but the thing I have written here is for a future section of like the video, so it's like, oh. So it seems here I have completely ignored the merchant because, well, for the next action set piece, which I have to kind of deal with, it seems I don't really need anything new, not a rocket launcher, not a upgrade to my weapon. To be fair, I'm not upgrading any weapons. But yeah, this part can be a pain. So you're going to run up here, there's going to be some enemies, I'm going to pretty much knock them all down on their knees. And like these scythe guys, you really want them on their knees. And then you're going to wait for a certain fireball to pass by. And once the fireball passes by, I think it's like 3 of them. You have to run really quickly to this door because they are so good at like shooting more fireballs after shooting 3 fireballs. And I didn't even know it was 3 fireballs. I thought it was 2, and then I ran after the second one, and the third one got me. And it was like, You also have to stand really back because if you stand too close, they'll start targeting that area you're in. And you can actually shoot all 3 like wooden things all the way from the bottom. So you can just get rid of that completely. And it's like, I thought I actually had to climb this stuff. In fact, I didn't even know it was only 3. I mean, I guess when trying to find them on like my first replay, I just kind of assumed, oh, I probably shot more than 3, right? Or maybe there's more than 3, but no, it's only 3. And you can shoot them just right there with the pistol. To be fair, I guess shooting them with the pistol is a lot easier on the Wii edition instead of like the PS4 edition because, well, Once again, the reticle, it turns red if you can shoot the thing, but on like the original version of the game, it's just a red laser sight all the time. And yeah, I'm gonna get some extra ammo there, and I'm pretty much gonna get ready for a big action set piece. I mean, it's mostly going to involve like shooting people's knees or maybe heads to kind of knock them off balance. I actually don't know how I handle this specifically, but I actually decided to start playing a bit of Resident Evil 5 like before finishing this commentary, which well just means I'm kind of rushing things, and it's kind of like, whoa, I'm really like fast at producing content, right? But it's not just that, it's also that I'm really excited to play Resident Evil 5. I got it on PS5 and like it just runs like a dream. It's just 60 FPS and all that, and I completely sucked ass at the game. So yeah, pretty much there, kind of avoid their arrows, but then shoot them like in the leg, and that should be good. And then from there, we're gonna start. There should be some guys with arrows, and sometimes they'll pop into view right there, and sometimes they'll be there. And sometimes they'll shoot you with arrows, sometimes they won't shoot you with arrows. It's very manic, it's very frantic, and a lot of things happen. But yeah, I mean, when I was trying to play Resident Evil 5, I mean, I just got completely swarmed because like one of the first things I did was play Mercenaries No Mercy, and that was a big mistake. They showed me zero mercy. Yeah, there's gonna be a guy there. There's gonna be a guy hiding there. Definitely take this guy out because like he will get you. Like you can't just ignore him because like you can't really run away from him in a way like where like your bullets like miss. And also be sure to suplex a guy there because there's a guy throwing dynamite, and a lot of the time if you just try to run past enemies there without like suplexing or doing like a sick kick, the dynamite's gonna get you. But the suplex gives you iframe, so you can just kind of avoid the big dynamite explosion while everyone else gets damaged. And here it's very useful to just bring out the shotgun and shot the like. The blast pretty much like disorients everyone. Well, I'm not sure if disorients is the right word so much as just blasts them away, but there's just this one guy, he wants me to waste my ammo. Look at that. Oh, look at that waste of ammo. I guess I'm just going to put him down on the ground just for convenience's sake. And then after that, there's a guy with like an RPG there, and that's really scary. So you know what? Boom, bam, flash him. And also, I have my own RPG, and I think that my own RPG is going to become very useful. Yeah, it's going to be very useful for this upcoming section. It simplifies things so much. Because like without this RPG, this section becomes a whole bigger nightmare. We're just going to completely destroy that door. And like one of those big guys is going to die. The other one, I'm just going to snipe until he's dead. Yeah, right, I'm going to get a really great shot right there. That's such a great shot. And then afterwards, I'm just going to leave, I guess. But, I want to make sure these guys don't get a handle on me. And, yeah. I actually think I wanted to kill them, but then I decided against it because, I don't know, it was a little too much work. Because now they start spawning these guys in. It's like, I'm tired. I already killed these two guys. Boss fights, let's just move forward, and then we're going to get to a save point. It's going to be very nice, but... Like, I don't know, the whole control scheme. I mean, I just went from, like, Wii Edition control scheme to, like, a control scheme again, which was kind of the original control scheme of, like, Resident Evil 4, except, it was on the GameCube. There were some differences, I'm assuming. I think one of the most annoying things about controlling Resident Evil 5... Oh! Ooh! Quick time event. And, oh, yeah, this is all chapter, like, 4/1. It's a huge chapter. I mean, I'd assume that, like, the chapter would end here because there's a big cutscene. Oh, yeah, this is a funny cutscene.
Sound of one's impalement.
Don't fall for this old trick.
How dare you! No more games! Kill him!
Ideally, I actually would have wanted to stop talking for the whole cutscene, but I got too caught up in what I was saying before. Because, I don't know, I think one of the things just like throwing me off about Resident Evil 5 is that when I have to aim to shoot someone, I don't move the aiming reticle with like the left stick, which is the same stick I move with. I move it with the right stick, and that just does not feel natural to me. And I looked in like the control settings. I currently have not found a way to make like aiming possible with the left stick. I think I'd actually enjoy that more because I guess playing on the Wii so much, I move with the same stick I aim with. Kind of move everything around, and I kind of would prefer that on the PS5 edition. Though to be fair, I guess I would kind of make the right stick a little useless. Well, not completely useless because you use it to look around with the camera, but I would like to move my like laser sight with the left stick. I don't mean, to be fair, I guess there could be some complications with that, especially in like the heat of the moment where like you're sprinting towards someone and you like immediately aim. You'll probably like aim forward. Hell, I mean that's the way Dead Souls does it. Yakuza Dead Souls, and like that's insanely clunky. But I mean Resident Evil 5 isn't like that, and plus in Resident Evil 5 you don't exactly move with the on Resident Evil 5 you can't move while aiming, while in Dead Souls you can. So it's like, though I also realized that I had my aiming speed at the slowest thing possible, and that was just ruining me. So I actually set it to the fastest in Resident Evil 5. I played a bit of Mercenaries, and I gotta give a shout out to like Resident Evil 5 letting me play. I mean, to be fair, the PS4 edition of the game, which I'm playing on PS5, it's kind of like the gold edition. It has all the DLC, all the extra stuff. So I'm assuming since there's so much extra stuff, they're allowing me to kind of access a lot of it early. I don't know if the original version of Resident Evil 5 would allow me to play Mercenaries before I even beat the campaign, but I'm very glad that this version lets me, because I don't know, I'm gonna play the campaign with a partner and like, you know, just kind of go through that first. As for the no damage, it seems like a lot of people like need an actual live human being to no damage it. I don't know if it's even possible to no damage it, like, you know, playing single player. I'd have to do some research on that. I have to like experiment. I have to see how that goes. But oh, here I'm organizing everything by color theory. Oh, isn't that nice? Well, I mean, as color theory as it can get, I guess. I mean, trying to put all the reds in one place and all that.
Thank you. Come back anytime.
But yeah, like I set my aiming speed to the fastest from Resident Evil 5. I played like a bit of Mercenaries with like Chris, Sheva. Those are really the only characters I used. I did not play it for long. It was kind of late. And yeah, this is the start of a boss fight. Right now it's just going to be a bunch of ominous cutscenes before we get to the area. Then it's going to be a bunch of quick time events. And then I'm going to cheese him with the rocket launcher. There's not much to say with this boss fight. It's pretty easy if you cheese him with like the rocket launcher. To be fair, it could be pretty tense. And if you mess up like how close you are to like this creature when you like freeze it, then oh no, then you're going to like take damage from your own rocket blast. And then, well, you're going to have to do this silly walk all over again. So you don't want to do that. I think by this point the quick time events are going to start coming into play. But yeah, once my aiming speed was like at max, it was honestly it wasn't too bad to honestly get a lot of headshots on enemies and do like the big melee attacks. And like the melee attacks in Resident Evil 5, they kill. At least with Chris they do. Like that big punch Chris does, it kills like 90% of the time, and I love that. So, I mean, I'm going to enjoy the hell out of that in the campaign. But I remember the campaign had certain sections where there were just enemies that were like complete bullet sponges, and like I was so annoyed with them. And also just the way I have to aim, it's not as fun, I think, as Resident Evil 4. And, you know, maybe I made a mistake not buying the gold edition of this game on PS3 so I could try out the PS Moves controls, but I hear the PS Move controls are not as good as like the Wii edition controls. So yeah, once you reach that point, you have to go unlock that door, and then the Predator here pretty much comes and chases you down, and there's no real like good timing for these cooling things. You can just kind of use them whenever you want. When you're right next to this cooling thing, use it. And then, like, even if it takes like 5 or 7 seconds for the monster to walk into the cold mist, it'll get frozen. At least that's what I think happens. I don't know. I might be wrong on that, but I might also not be wrong on that. And yeah, the fight's over. We're done with that, and we just have to go to that elevator to end the chapter. So here, just watching this footage is bringing back a lot of pain for me. This was such a painful section because it's just like, It's like pretty much like there's like 3 big areas you have to go through with before you actually get to a save point, and like the last 2 areas are like insanely hard for me. And yeah, I'm gonna need a rocket launcher, but then I honestly wish I could have had 2 rocket launchers, but I don't have 2 rocket launchers, and it's just screwing me over so bad because it's just like, well, I'm gonna use a rocket launcher to pretty much skip this first area, and it's just like. And also, like, this section just takes so long. I mean, first I start the section off by doing a bunch of merchant stuff, and honestly, it would have been more convenient, like, after I do all the merchant stuff, for me to just save the game, so I could just start from there. But you know what? Didn't want to cheese it that hard, so instead I'm just doing this. Honestly, should have cheesed it that hard. So yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna walk to this staircase. Then we're going to shoot it at kind of like that black bar there, and then that should blow up the rock and also the enemies around that said rock. Then we're just gonna run to the door, and like that pretty much like there's this whole thing you have to do in this area. We have to like activate a mine cart. You have to hit a switch somewhere else, and then you have to get the dynamite from the mine cart, set the dynamite at the rock, run away from the rock, wait for the rock to blow up. And there's like 5 or 6 enemies in the area, so that obviously gets complicated. But if you just have a rocket launcher, you just completely skip that. But the issue with completely skipping that is you can't skip this boss fight, and now we're screwed. And like pretty much what saves me here is that I have a bunch of like revolver ammo, so I'm just going to abuse using the revolver. So we're going to pretty much walk around this path, and 90% of the time, if you take the same path I do, one of the monsters will walk into the lava pit. But there's that like rare 10%, and believe me, it's happened to me many times, where the monster will just straight up not walk through the lava pit. I'll open the lava pit, and none of the monsters will fall into it, and I'll be so mad about that. Like it's annoying. Also, you don't want to stand too close to the lava pit, because if you do, the monster that just fell in there will grab you. You can tell because like the screen will shake. There'll be like a blurring effect. You'll hear like, and the first time that happened to me, I thought it was just him charging up his punch attack or charging up his charge attack, but no, it was just the thing underneath the lava. So pretty much what you do is you unload a full clip of revolver ammo, and then you shoot him with a shotgun a bit, and then you run up to pretty much kill him. Actually, no, what I like to do is while he's there like writhing in pain, I reload my gun. So, and okay, like the walkthrough I saw from Kromchik, how he did it, he only had to cut his like worm thing once, because he like he stunned him, and then he shot like 3 revolver blasts to the worm thing, like 2 to 3 shotgun blasts, and then he cut it and he died immediately. But every time I try to do that, what ends up happening instead is that like after 3 revolver blasts, like the monster just gets up and recovers, and like that didn't happen in his video, and I don't know how that is, but it just did not happen in his video, and it makes me really mad. So I mean, there's a cool way to like kind of cheese this fight using the stairs, but it takes a while, and honestly I decided to do a little bit more of a on the ground, like constant movement sort of thing here, because it's just unloading a full revolver clip and then unloading nearly your full like shotgun clip. So pretty much I kind of bait out his big punchy attacks by kind of stepping back away from him like backwards. That honestly gives me enough time to actually avoid it, and sometimes I just kind of run away, and sometimes when I'm running away it gives me enough time to actually shoot him down, and then after you cut his worm thing twice, he's dead. And now I'm gonna go collect some shotgun bullets. I don't think I collected before. Maybe collect some other things in the area, and yeah. So after dealing with a boss fight which takes quite a while if you don't have like a bunch of revolver ammo, now comes the bugs, and I hate these bugs. They've shown up before, but previously when they showed up, I mean, I don't know if these are the same bugs which showed up in like that jail section, because I don't know, they kind of act a bit differently. They fly more now, they fly now. And well, now there's this gimmick with these bugs, which just kind of drives me up a wall. When they're flying, they die in 1 shot from your shotgun blast. But when they're on the ground, they take like 5 or 6 shotgun blasts, because I don't know, when they're flying, their defenses are down. Like, I don't know, they're like a bug. They don't shield themselves when they're flying, but when they don't fly, I guess they shield themselves more. It irritates me to no end. I mean, I'm very grateful that they die in 1 hit when they're flying, but they can be sneaky buggers too. Like, they might be flying above you, and then when they're way above you, they'll just swoop down and do like a whole QTE thing that like will damage you. And like the whole strategy for this area, I don't even know. Like I kind of wing it a lot of the time here, but the point is kill every bug. That's kind of like what it comes down to, because these aren't the type of bugs you can just run past. They like gang up on you. They gang up in weird areas, weird corners. So like it's much more economic to kill everyone, but your economic may not be the right word for it. Like what happens, like I don't know anything about economics, but what is it when there's a solution that will take a lot of money to like complete that said solution, but it's easier than like, you know, being economic with the solution? I don't know, like building a lot of train tracks, building a lot of railroads. I mean, I don't know. What is there a special term for that? Because I don't know it. Right now, all I can say is that this will not be economic with your shotgun bullets. But yeah, pretty much run forward. It depends highly on sound, because like they're very hard to see, these things. They blend into the environment pretty well. Like the main distinguishing feature where like you know where these things are is their sound. Their I don't know if I'm really imitating that sound very well. Like, in fact, I don't even think I could do a good Leon impression. Like, every time I tried to say one of his catchphrases, I do like, yeah, but he doesn't sound like that. I don't know how to recreate like Leon's sound. And like, here's the part here. You have to activate this light switch. And I don't know if a bug's gonna come in or a bug's not gonna come in. Usually, they don't come in at this point. But there's still this one dude who decided to come in and like, you know, ruin my fun. And it gets just like, oh, despise this section, because it's just like this section alone irritates me. But it's the fact that I had to do that whole boss fight before doing this section, since I'm not doing continue. So it's just like why are you doing this to me? It's like I run forward, I try to hear out the enemy, and then like I kill every enemy I see in front of me. And then once I do, I walk forward until I hear the enemy. And then when I hear the enemy, I kind of try to do a quick look around, see where they are. And sometimes I'm not good enough at looking around, because they'll be right in front of my face and I die. And now at this section, a lot of the time when I activate this second light switch, a bunch of bugs will like come into this room, and it's also a good chance to just kill every single bug while we're at it. Though I don't even know if you can kill every single bug. I actually forget. So I throw a grenade, and apparently the grenade does nothing, because I thought the grenade was like an area of effect damage, but I guess it doesn't count as an area of effect damage if the enemy is flying, even though they are right above the explosion. Some of that shrapnel should hit them, but no, they have to be on the ground to be affected. So it's just like, come on, that was totally supposed to kill him. Look how stressful this is. I have no ammo. Like, I have to run past everyone. And like, the saving grace here is that like, I'm gonna be able to kick the enemy once I get out of that screen. I'm gonna use a flash grenade, which apparently will work, but apparently won't work for that one enemy. It's just like, look at how stressful this all is. Look how terrible this is. I hate it. And now I don't even know like what weapon I'm gonna draw back. I mean, I guess I'm gonna draw back the TMP, because it's the only weapon. Oh no, I'm gonna get a fire grenade. And now I guess it's a good time to run. So I guess my strategy, it's so makeshift, like, you know, in the moment, like, it just shotgun every single enemy, kill every single enemy until you get to that last area where you'll fail to kill every single enemy, and now you just have to run straight to the door. And sometimes these things can alternate their speed, so sometimes they'll catch me, sometimes they won't catch me. Now this guy wants to hang out with like the crushing pillar things, and now that I'm past that one crushing pillar thing, like, I think we should be done here. It's just like all that. This is what I'm saying. Like, I mean, chapters 1 and 2 I was able to do in a single day, you know, like 6 sub chapters. But now we get to like chapters 3 and 4, and like this is chapter 4/2. This one alone took me nearly the whole day, like 5, 6, 7 hours to get right, just because I was like struggling with like the giant dudes and this section so much. Like, what I'm saying is, just replace one of the giant dudes with Ashley, and it would improve the game immensely. And replace the bugs with no bugs, because I fucking hate the bugs. Oh, that was a swear word. This is a mature game. Wait, do they ever say the F word in Resident Evil 4? I don't know. They're a little too classy for that. I think they say no. Do they even say ass? They say butt. They mentioned butt at one point. You'll know what I'm talking about when we get there. But no, they say the word bitch at like a certain point in the game. I don't think it's gonna. Wait, no, it does show up in this video. It's one of the cutscenes, which is kind of forced, and well, that's a lot of explaining for another time. So I'll explain it at that other time. And the chapter's done. That's all it is. But it took me nearly the whole day. Like, ah! Well, this section isn't as bad as the previous one, though it did take me a good chunk of time. Like, this beginning section isn't like too hard. In fact, it's so not that hard that I decided to actually play it a bit risky. Like, for some reason, I decided to just run past everyone, even though it would have been easier to kind of throw a grenade at one of the crowds, just kind of like, well, at the crowd, to just kind of disrupt everything. And also, taking out this crowd at the beginning would actually make the ending easier. And oh yeah, I remember. I actually failed this section once because I got hit by one of like the crowds. I got hit by one of the enemies chasing me at the very end, and I had to redo everything over again. And the frustrating part about that is that there's this big set piece in this level that, like, isn't that hard if you have a lot of TMP ammo. And frankly, I shouldn't have wasted so much TMP ammo, but I did. It made things easier for me, though I guess it made the next couple of sections harder for me, but it made this section quite easy, though it also brought down my hit accuracy, hit ratio a lot. Hit ratio. I love repronouncing words. So there's a lot of bear traps there. Be careful with that. There's gonna be a guy there. Shoot him in the face. That's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to be accurate. That guy. There's gonna be a chainsaw guy, and a lot of the time he's gonna be chilling upstairs. Sometimes there's like most of the time he'll jump off there, and that's awesome. But sometimes he doesn't, and that can destroy me. There's also another chainsaw guy down there. We only need the key. We don't need to deal with these chainsaw people. And this is one of the most challenging parts of the run. There's gonna be like someone to our right, and I have to like pretty much stun her. Sometimes she'll do that big pointy thing, go, I don't know what she says in Spanish. Did she say, está ahí? I don't know what she says, but she says something to the effect of that. Or sometimes she'll just straight up run up to you and like try to attack you, and that's why I want to be so quick with like my pistol so I can stun her in the face. And there's gonna be that guy who breathes fire, kind of shoot him so he lights himself on fire, and then you have to run here. And this part is challenging. You got these things. These things trip me up when they start like chasing you and all that. I decided it's easier to kill them and then deal with like the red shooty things up on the ceiling. So I kill them because like honestly trying to shoot the red ceiling things while those things are chasing me honestly just trips me up a lot harder than just killing them first. Because I've actually tried to shoot these red things and I got hit by one of those like creepy crawlies, and it's like so instead I went for that more efficient strategy, and now this entire section is pretty much shoot them so they fall over, and it's gonna waste a lot of ammo because I'm just gonna pretty much swing like my Wii remote all over the place, or like flick it all over the place. It's like I don't think this is gonna be as easy to do on like any other version of the game, frankly. Like this is a big advantage of the Wii edition, is that I can spray and pray so much easier. Spraying and praying will waste a ton of ammo, but it will also like make this section a complete cakewalk. Like before then, you'd have to manage, shotgun blast or something. And sometimes I might bring up a shotgun blast here, but yeah, all my TMP ammo is going to be completely gone. And to be fair, I kind of like wasting like my resources. No, I don't. I like having a lot of resources, but by the end of the game, I honestly deliberately start wasting my resources. I mean, the pistol ammo. Believe me, in the next chapter, I will be using a lot of pistol ammo, so that's not going to go unused. But for right now, I'm going to waste all my TMP ammo, and I'm going to start at the middle of the cart, but I'm going to be all the way at the front so I can like, be the first person to see these people up front. Because if I get into like the back of the mine carts here, then I'm going to be farther away from these people. So yeah, spray and pray so that everyone falls over before they jump onto my mine cart. Because if they fall over, they're practically dead. I mean, the minecart's going to run them over. They're also going to be too stunned to get onto the minecart because the minecart's going too fast. And that's pretty much this entire set piece. There's not much more to say. I mean, there's like one complication where like, a switch gets turned off, but the way I deal with that complication is just by making everyone fall over and shooting that switch really fast so I get right on track. And like, the biggest complication I deal with here is that one person, one singular individual. Oh yeah, and there, I mean, you could do a quick time event to avoid that. Oh no, not even. There's gonna be like wooden planks kind of placed in front of these doorways, and you can do a quick time event to like avoid getting hit by it, or you could shoot it. And since I'm constantly aiming with the TMP, I can just shoot it. And also, if you do the quick time event, it means like you're gonna be too slow to take out everyone like standing by there like waiting for you to jump into the minecart. Because if you do the quick time event, by the time you get up, it's gonna be too late to shoot everyone off their pedestal there. And yeah, kill that guy, shoot that switch, even though I can't shoot immediately. I kind of have to wait for that big stop thing, and then take out as many people as possible. And oh, the great thing which happened there is that like I activated the switch so fast that when they tried to jump into the minecart, like the minecart was like already gone. So they jumped into the railroad, and there I have one guy to deal with. So I'm gonna like kind of spray and pray here, spray a bunch with that guy, and then spray a bunch with like these people over there. And then when I'm done spraying and praying over there, I kind of do a big backseat, and that's kind of how I deal with this entire situation. And it's pretty easy for me as long as you love wasting a ton of ammo and also just ruining your hit ratio. Though I don't know, like I mean, this game doesn't exactly rank you for how fast or how accurate you are throughout the game, so you might as well waste your hit ratio. I hope they don't rank you on how accurate you are. Oh no, Resident Evil 5 apparently has ranks. You can get like a S rank walkthrough. Don't tell me accuracy actually matters for that. That's gonna be the biggest pain in the ass or in the butt. So like, oh no. So I'm going to mention something actually completely unrelated. Every time I say I'm going to mention something unrelated, it's always related to Resident Evil. It's just a train of habit, That's not what it's called, but whatever it is. So Romeo and Juliet, that one movie which gets shown to every single freshman in high school, and has that one chick which has big boobs, but they're like 16 because everyone's age accurate. Like it's like a universal experience for everyone to have seen that in their freshman year of high school, and for also for like the dudes to go, oh, boobs. Because it's still happening. It's like a generational thing. Like, it's still happening. Teachers are still showing that because they're not going to show the one with Leonardo DiCaprio in it. And might I just say, I have not seen the Leonardo DiCaprio Romeo and Juliet, but I did recently see the new Macbeth movie by like one of the Coen brothers. Is that what they're called? There was that funny thing with Garfield where Bill Murray, like, he signed on to be Garfield in the live action Garfield movie because he saw that it was being directed by the Coen brothers, and he thought, oh, the dudes who directed stuff like No Country for Old Men, Big Lebowski, yo, let's do it. But it actually turned out that, yeah, they called the Coen brothers, but they're not like the Coen brothers which made those movies. They're another group of directors which are called the Coen brothers. So he got tricked into signing a contract to be Garfield for that, and he hated it. And yeah, I thought that was a really funny story. But yeah, the new Macbeth movie, I thought it was kind of boring. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I think some people are gonna get mad at that. I think the reason it was boring for me is because I could not understand most of the Shakespearean like English that was being spoken. I was lost for half of it, and really the only reason I was able to understand the movie is because I've read Macbeth before with like the original translation and with like the Spark Notes retranslation, which makes it easier to understand. So I already had like a bit of context for how this story goes, kind of like the main principles. If I didn't have that context, I think I would have actually fallen asleep during the movie. So that's just what I'm saying. I wish I had subtitles. I watched it in theaters and all that. I mean, it's a neat idea, but like I think I was already a little tired at that point. I was walking around the mall for quite a bit of time, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. You pretty much have to run past the enemies, and then the chapter's over. And like, here's the thing: like subchapter like 4/1, very long, and then the chapters after that, they're not that long, but like they're short, challenging pieces of gameplay, which will like drag out your runtime and just how many times you have to do it over and over because you keep failing over and over. So this section here, this is the part where I'm going to spam pistol ammo. So like in the walkthroughs I see, they try to like speed past this section by not shooting that many people. You know, they stun them for a bit. But me, I'm just going to kill! Kill! Every time I try to say like kill in a really gruffy way, I get the hiccups I just ate. You're like, kill! It keeps happening. Like, if I keep trying to say kill in that fashion, I think I might actually throw up. But kill! 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 Alright, I think that's good enough. So yeah, I think I was just like hacking up the food a bit by doing that. Oh no. Oh, and now I have the hiccups. So this isn't actually the first time I've gotten hiccups while doing commentary. I actually forget the last time it was. It was probably during that Phantom Pain video. It seems like for these longer videos I seem to get the hiccups. So yeah, some advice which I just learned right now. Do not do any like funny voices after eating quite a bit of food. I should probably drink some more water. I should probably get jump scared or something real quick. And best strategy is I kill that guy, then I kill that guy, then I stay here and I shoot everyone over there until they're all dead with my pistol because I have so much pistol ammo. And you know, watch out if one of them falls off the hand or like jumps off into the ground, they'll come around this point, and well, that's just no good. Okay. So I tried to hold my breath in to like stop the hiccups, and now the strategy is once you kill like those people, jump up here, stun the guy shooting arrows. You really need to stun the person shooting arrows because if you jump on here without stunning the person who shoots arrows, the arrows are going to shoot you instead, and then kill them. And so yeah, that's kind of the strategy so far. And then after that, like once we flip that switch over there, we're just going to shoot everyone on the other side, except for the red guy because the red guy just has a tendency not to show up in clear view. And once we do that, then, you know, we should be pretty good to go. Oh, wait, actually, there's a reason. I didn't technically kill everyone on that, you know, like 2 minutes ago. I left those guys over there alive. The reason I did that is because if you do actually kill every single person in this room, once you flip that switch, new enemies respawn, which means more enemies to shoot and like kill, which means you have to waste more ammo than I'm wasting right now. But if I leave those guys alive for later, it means I actually get to waste less ammo. So I'm just gonna do that. So yeah, once you kill the people upstairs, then you kill these people down here. The reason I kill the people upstairs is that they have a tendency to jump on the hand, and then like from the hand they jump down here. And I don't even know if it was necessary to kill the people there, but yeah, I decided to do it, and it worked out. And oh, the red guy decided to actually show up, so I'm actually just gonna kill him from a distance. And once we, oh yeah, those guys upstairs are an issue because you're gonna have to move the hand yourself in order for it to come down. And if the hand comes down, they come down, and if they come down, complications arise. You have to kill them, so and so. And like, I mean, maybe there's a way to get past all this without killing everyone, but you know what? Killing everyone's not only easier, it also helps me waste a bit of pistol ammo, which also clears up some inventory space, and it's just a more convenient strategy, though it takes a long while. And honestly, it's one of the many challenges of doing this entire chapter in one go, which I decided to do. And now this quick time event is so annoying. I alluded to it before, but the giant Salazar robot, like, I mean, you shake the controller and sometimes like A and B are not responsive at all. I had to like tap them like 4 or 5 times for it to register, and we have to do it at like both buttons at the same time. It's ridiculous. And then like when you get controller drift at that moment from shaking the controller too much, so like you're just stuck. You can't press the home button, you can't press the pause button. It's like and then they continue with that. And like there was one point where like my A and B buttons were just not working, and I fell through because like the controller drift kicked in at that moment. It's like and I repeated this section multiple times because it is a hard-ass section. And one of the reasons it's hard is, well, first of all, that whole previous section takes a long while to get through with my strategy at the very least. It's a more convenient strategy, but it takes a little bit longer. And I have to do this intense action set piece. And there was one point where like my controller drift kicked in at the exact moment that QTE popped up. And it was like, why? Why would you do that? Why do you like hate the person, me? Ugh. But now, I mean, this section isn't that hard if you have a strategy, but there comes a point where there's like this one point where everything could get ruined, and you have to start all over again. And like that point, I'll talk about that point when we get to that point, but right now, you're not too bad. Like, I mean, I'll hopefully have some sniper rifle ammo, because it is kind of necessary for this part coming up to make it easy, per se. But right now, there's no enemies. You know, you have some time to go get that plant over there, which I am actually going to combine into a big treasure to sell to the merchant upstairs. But yeah, climb up. Ooh, big interactive thing. Climb up. I mean, there's a big explosive barrel which they can now send down your way, but it doesn't matter at this exact moment. You can kind of run it now. The guy's gonna drop down there, kill him. Another person's gonna be there, kill him, and then there's gonna be someone else over there. Oh, they're blocked by the chains. Okay, walk forward and then kill them. And yeah, we're good there. There's gonna be a guy throwing dynamite, and I died once because like for some reason the guy threw the dynamite like right here, and I died. So I actually kind of wait out for a dynamite explosion before moving forward. See there, I waited, and now I climbed the stairs. And while climbing the stairs, guess what? Another explosion happened. So I mean, honestly, that was kind of a necessary part of the strategy, I think. Wait, oh no, no explosion. Okay. It happened in one of my run-throughs. And okay, there's the dynamite guy. So now I'm going to kill the dynamite guy. And now the dynamite guy's dead. Oh, so I sent a barrel of like, a barrel barreling down, and then I shot the dynamite guy. Then I sent the second barrel barreling down, and that works for me. So I think that's something you should do too. I think it's a very useful way to tackle this section. And okay, this thing is this section, I thought it would be hell. It's actually not hell. It's actually a bit easier than I expected. But there's 2 enemies in particular which you have to be prepared for 100%, or you're gonna take damage. And it's just like, there's 2 archers. One is like right over here. You have to run to this side of the map to be able to hit him. He dies in 1 hit, thankfully. The game decided that these enemies have to die in 1 hit, because if they don't die in 1 hit, this would have been a whole ass complication. But if you know where they are and like you have like a strategy to like take them out as fast as possible, then they're not too bad. But if you don't know where they are and you're trying to frantically find them, you're gonna get hit, because boom, red robe guys show up. And now position yourself in such a way where the shotgun blast is gonna knock these guys out. If you can position yourself in that way, then this is a cakewalk. And you know, some enemies are, as long as you have shotgun ammo, that is. If you do not have shotgun ammo, then I'm so sorry for your loss, I guess. I mean, you can maybe kick enemies out by stunning them with a pistol and kick them off the stage. I mean, I'm sure that's possible. Look at that shotgun stuff. It's so like convenient, so economic. But I mean, yeah, it is economic, because if you shoot them off the platform, you have to waste less shotgun shells. So yeah, that's the correct use of the term. And, you know, be sure to reload at the right times. You know, there's usually pretty good times to reload. And yeah, there's not going to be any more archers. It's just going to be these red guys, and you can shoot most of these guys off the platform just like that. You know, it's like poetry. It rhymes. And speaking of poetry and rhyming, so you know, I think I find a lot of great humor in saying the word booms, like booms. And I'm sorry for anyone who has been affected by this catastrophe. Like, I don't know. And there's another thing. I mean, if I keep saying booms, without like normalizing it just by saying boobs normally, then like the exaggeration wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. If everyone keeps saying boobs in a funny fashion, then no one is saying boobs in a funny fashion, and that would be a bit of a sad loss. It'd be a sad world to live in. It'd be a sad world to live in. It'd be a sad film to watch, I think. And yeah, I think this video of mine will hold the record for January 2020 at this exact moment for the most amount of times I've said boob in a single video. Whether that record will be broken or not, I frankly don't want to attempt it. It's not something that's really on the path for 2022, but I can't really judge the path of 2022 at this moment. But yeah, there we go. The section's done, except there's going to be a boss fight coming up, but I'm not going to save before the boss fight because, well, it's going to be really easy because I'm just going to buy a rocket launcher and just blow him up in his face.
Welcome. Got some. What are you selling? Come. Back anytime. What are you selling? Ah, is that all? Is that all? Is that all? Is that all? Ah, what are you buying? Strange.
Okay, I can finally mention the thing I wanted to mention on my outline, but yeah, the strategy is shoot the eye with like shotgun blast and do it quickly before you have to avoid one of its attacks. You know, make sure that, you know, the whole big flower thing opens up so you can shoot the rocket launcher straight at his face. And yeah, by the way, make sure you shoot it straight at this dude's face, because if you shoot it like at like his below body, it's not gonna kill him immediately. I actually like flubbed one of my attempts precisely because of that. So, but if you shoot it straight at his face, the rocket, then boom, he's dead, and then I collect loot like in Fortnite. If you've played that game, you will understand this reference I'm making. But yeah, I can finally mention the thing I wanted to mention on the outline for so long. So, when like Salazar here gets pulled into like the zombie flower thing, he also pulls in like the monster that stands beside him. It happens in a cutscene which I didn't show in this video, but it happens like right before you fight this boss fight. And I just want to say like the monster gives out a sad little scream. He's like. That's not what he sounds like at all, but you know, it was kind of like the same vibes. Like the monster just gave out like a sad little shriek, like, like, you know, like I barely remember how that thing sounded when it was like, you know, sad that it was being pulled into like the painful zombie flower thing to become some grotesque, like gutty, gory monster, like, you know, something like that, I think. But yeah, it was on my outline. I keep saying, oh, I can't say that, you know, because it's for later. That's it. That's the only point I had to make. I wanted to mention that. And it doesn't happen in the video, so I think it needed mentioning. So it's like, yeah. Not this time. So yeah, the whole punchline of like the previous like Resident Evil 4 video I made, the whole little Mimi video, though, where I failed the perfect no damage, I took damage from that snake. That's the whole punchline of the video, that I took damage from that snake, but I'm not letting it happen this time. I shot the barrel, I shot the snake, it's over. It's done with. And alright, so previously, like when I was like rearranging my rocket launcher to be in my inventory, I did not mess with my inventory all that much because, well, I realized that I would be rearranging my inventory later anyway, so I think this is the part where I'm actually going to start color coding everything, where, you know, instead of like doing it before, which it'd just be a waste of time. This time will be the actual correct time to actually start moving everything to be color coordinated, though I think I'm gonna buy a rocket launcher before I fully commit to it. I might actually just do it while having the rocket launcher, and here I'm just taking my sweet time reloading all my weapons. The reload animations, you know, they're so sick, they're so nice, you know, just click, clack. Look at this one, like that. That's brilliant, that's splendid. I mean, does Resident Evil 4 have the best reload animations of all time? No. Like, I mean, they're pretty good, but like, I don't know. I feel like there's some new games that should probably have much better reload animations, and that's not really saying these are bad. You know, these are cool, these are fun. Though, wait, I think there was a fun thing with this game where one of the shotgun reload animations was like completely inaccurate or something. I don't know. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm gonna buy the rocket launcher, and I think this is the part where I start like moving everything all color coordinated. And I don't know whether to do commentary for this part or just let all the color coordination just happen. I'm gonna let all the color coordination just happen because it makes things easier for me.
Thank you.
There's such a satisfaction to all the clicking and clacking of like moving all the things in my inventory. And you know what's crazy? Remember when I held my breath and I said I held my breath? It actually worked. I'm not hiccuping anymore. Maybe I can say the word kill. Yeah, it's not happening anymore. It's over. I'm a real boy now. Pinocchio. Kanye West, Pinocchio story. Why is there not a clear version of it? It's like that song is cool, but it's just like it's annoying that the only version of that song is like a concert performance where like the audio is like all messy. Oh yeah, by the way, I just want to mention another one of Leon's famous lines. When he gets to like the island, Ada drives him here, and then Ada like pretty much does a Ada thing and just leaves Leon alone. Like Leon's like, ugh, women. I don't sound like Leon at all. I don't know how to replicate the Leon voice. Matt Mercer knows how to replicate it, kind of. Because with the dude who voiced Leon in Resident Evil 4, for some reason he got fired or something. He just wasn't available when Resident Evil 6 was like around. So Matt Mercer replaced Leon in 6. And to be fair, I haven't compared both voices like directly. So yeah, the strategy here is shoot out the light, bait out that guy's attack, and then you have to aim this thing in a very particular manner. And believe me, this takes a lot of time and patience and also just guesswork. I actually forgot the strategy for this. You have to put like the little like pointy knob like inside the rock, but also like the closest to the left of the rock, but it has to be inside the rock. That's like how the lasers align, and if you don't align this laser, you have to return to this tower and realign it again. And by the time I'm realigning that laser, I probably got hit, so I just did not do that. So yeah, that's what the strategy requires if you want to just rush through this thing without killing everyone. So it's just like it's just a lot of busy work, it's a lot of guesswork, and it's a pain in the ass. This strategy I'm doing here, it's a big pain in the ass. Believe me, you may think it looks easy. It's not easy. It's horrible. It was horrible for me. Most of the time I would point the laser there, and it just wasn't. It was like a slightly to the left, slightly to the right. It was so painful. And that flash grenade didn't even stun the dude shooting the machine gun. I've had so many times where like it actually worked, and then I ran, and like the machine gun got me. And like those times, I kind of wanted to cry because it's like I finally aligned the lasers correctly, and then I got hit by the machine gun fire. I was like, come on, man, why you gotta do me like that? And now I don't know what happens after this. Is it over? Do we just move on to the next section? Oh no. There's this guy. Oh no, watch out for that guy. Oh, you have to climb the stairs. Okay, well, so once you climb those stairs, there is no save point waiting for you. You have a lot more action waiting for you. Not that much, honestly. Like, what's complicated about this area is that it has a couple optional areas which have some nice treasure, which I'm just going to ignore. But if you go in a straight path, it's honestly not that bad as long as you keep stunning the right enemies or you blow up the right enemies. There's a certain enemy I think you either need to kill, blow up, or something like that. That guy, you have to distract that guy. And then from there, you can kind of run forward, and you'll actually run straight to a save point. In fact, I'm actually going to cheese the game right now. But yeah, we're in Chapter 5, and the fun thing here is that like Chapter 1 and 2 took like an hour to beat, Chapter 3 took like an hour to beat, and Chapter 4 took about an hour to beat, and we're pretty much at like the 3-hour mark. And yeah, Chapter 5 takes about a little over an hour to beat, like quite a bit over an hour to beat. So it's like this is probably the longest chapter out of all of them. But yeah, like, I'm just saying, like, chapters 1 and 2, an hour, then every other chapter after that, an hour as well. So it's just like 4 big hours for this game. at least from the way I ran it. So I saved there, and what saving there does is that the enemies that were about to attack me are just docile again when I reload it. So that was a little bit cheesy, but hey, I was gonna take that chance, and honestly I really needed to take that chance because this section here is tricky. This guy, sometimes he won't point at you and go sometimes he just won't do that. Sometimes he'll just straight up run up to you and attack you, and it's just like, they're bipolar like that. So I don't know, bipolar people don't act like that. That's a little offensive, I'm sorry. No, well, what's more, cunts. Sometimes cunts act like that. Like, sometimes they do one thing, sometimes they do the other thing, and it's just like, yeah. And there's that guy in, like, the flaming fridge. I mean, my secret to beating that guy's just running all the way to the right corner, and most of the time he doesn't get me. But if you're not, like, exactly at the right corner, a nasty thing could happen where he'll just, like, pivot and grab you from there. But you have to go all the way to the right corner. If you do that, then you'll avoid him, and then you kind of do the whole tank turnaround and then run straight past him because he ran straight past you. And, yeah, that's good to go. And then from there, there's that big guy that they introduced. Like, okay, that's a cool thing. I like how they update the designs. I mean, they had the villagers, like the dirty clothes. That bald guy was one of the villagers. And then they had the dudes in robes in the middle section. And by the end portion of the game, ba-bing, ba-boom, we have the bald villager, but he's in like a mechanized suit. It's like they're mechanizing the villagers. What? Experimentation. I mean, like Resident Evil, like, I mean, one of the big things about its horror is, like, you know, experimentation. I mean, it's not a supernatural horror. It's a horror like brought on by big corporations and all that. It's not exactly a big theme, but it's more like a cool thematic thing. It's not a thematic thing. It's a vital portion of like Resident Evil's like horror, like, you know, inhuman experimentation. I mean, I don't think it has that much of a deep theme to it, but it's cool. It's a defining feature of this game, and one of the things which some people were worried about with Resident Evil 7 is that it would go full on into more supernatural stuff, and thankfully it didn't. It actually kept to the more experimentation stuff, and surprisingly actually stayed true to a lot of the lore of the series. I mean, it wasn't a reboot. It was 7, so I mean, I'm a little spoiled on a lot of the stuff which happens in 7, which I won't spoil here. But I haven't played it yet. I really want to play the VR version. I've mentioned that before. There's this guy here. I decided to reload my revolver, and he decided to get a little too close for comfort. And oh yeah, I completely I completely skipped like what the strategy for that part is. So that part is kind of go up to that window, but not too far away, because if you go too far away, like the big door will open. Throw a grenade and then run forward to open that garage door. And if you do the grenade right, the grenade will kill those two dudes with dynamite immediately. And then pretty much equip the rocket launcher, kind of run towards the door will close, and walk back. As you're walking back, the door will open. Once the door opens, bring out your rocket launcher, blow them up. And then once you blow them up, go to the merchant, buy another rocket launcher. Yeah, by this point in the game, I have way more money than what I know what to do with. So I can just use a rocket launcher and then buy another rocket launcher. And frankly, I could have bought another rocket launcher. I could have used the rocket launcher to kill some of these regenerators, but I'm just gonna make the choice not to until way later in the game. Or at least way later in the video. So wait, I wanted to mention something. I forgot what I wanted to mention. Mechanization. I forgot. My guys are freaky. Those are the regenerators, and that was our introduction to the regenerators enemy. And well, I mean, I don't know, the strategy's pretty self-evident, just run away from them. Though for the second guy, you know, he kind of sneaks up on you. He's like straight up in the hallway. You pretty much have to bait out one attack, though. Don't bait him out in a certain way, because if you bait him out in a certain way, he might just do like the big stretchy arms thing, though I don't know. I think the big stretchy arms thing, which is like some of the regenerators do, might be something which happens later. Anyways, here you don't exactly have to get this scope, but this scope makes it easier to kill the regenerators. However, the game forces you into a bit of a semi-boss fight with the regenerators. So pretty much what we have to do here is you have to like shoot all the red parts, and I forgot to equip the scope, and this is very tense because like this thing loves to just stretch its arms out and just kill you. Like, it just happens. But you have to be really quick on the draw. So yeah, shoot that one. Kind of already put your cursor on the next one, because like this regenerator kind of stabilizes after being shot, so you have to be very quick on the draw. And there's one on its back. That is such a sneaky thing this game does. And when it starts wiggling, it's so hard to hit that. And then it does jumps like that, like, like I'm telling you, it's such a terrifying little boss fight, this thing. It's not little at all, it's very massive. Oh, you decided to stay still for us for a little while. Like that. Like on my first replay of this game, like I mean my recent replay, you know, I keep mentioning this replay. It's very important because, you know, stuff happens in it. I didn't even know it was on his back. He was like, why is it still alive? How do I get to his back? I kept trying to get to his back, and then I got the idea, I'm gonna shoot his leg, and I shot his leg. And now there's one more regenerator to kill. It's in the hallway right there. I mean, you probably could have heard it when I was like walking past this hallway. There were 2 regenerators. Like the audio, it was just so clear, you could really hear it. And now I'm kind of blocked. Like, there's a regenerator on my right side who can open doors. They can open doors. So even though like the door is closed, they could just come in here and like open the door. And for some reason, this guy has one on his back. So it's like, like I don't know. There's different types of regenerators. It's kind of like the first one who can only like kind of do short range grabs, and then there's like some more advanced ones who can do long range grabs, and then there's the spiky ones. The spiky ones are the worst because it's just like you can't really move past it. So yeah, I mean, the rocket launcher would have been very useful to shoot them, and yeah, if you didn't pick up like the thermal scope, then you would have never had to deal with the regenerator in that room. But I guess since you picked up the thermal scope, the game really wants to make sure, can you actually use it, right? It's a little bit of a forced tutorial there. And now here, it would be more time efficient to not play the crane game, but I really want to play the crane game because I think it's really funny, and hey, might as well get rid of 3 enemies while I'm at it, even though I don't really get anything for it, except the enjoyment of using the crane, which, well, definitely makes the playthrough a lot longer. This playthrough probably would not be 4 hours if I, you know, didn't play with the crane, but I am playing with the crane. Well, okay, so my video is like 8 minutes beyond 4 hours. That is, if I don't talk beyond the length of my no commentary video. It happens sometimes, but with a video this long, I don't think I want to talk beyond it. I don't know what else I'd be discussing. I'm kind of running out of things to talk about at this moment. So another unrelated thing. So my friends, they sent me this wonderful video about Battlefield 1 versus Battlefield 2042. I think that's what it's called, or 2048, something along those lines. They're pretty much comparing voice lines. Like, it's a video that's like very critical about Battlefield 2048. Like, they just find it lame. And yeah, after you get 3 guys, they shut down the system. And there was one point where I just slammed that door, and the enemy was literally right there, and was already in his attack animation by the point I opened the door. And it was like, I immediately went to open the door, and the dude was immediately there and attacked me. And like, I was already in my door opening animation, so I couldn't avoid his attack. It was so annoying. So yeah, instead of like just opening the door, I waited for him to come here, because it's just like, oh, it just caught me off guard, because I went through all that nonsense with the regenerators and all that, and then the dude hit me, and it's like, you know, like, this part could be quite frustrating. Just it's tricky like that. And oh, it gets even worse. This is a pretty long section of the game without a save point. I mean, we're gonna be reaching a save point kinda soon, but not that soon. And even then, this save point is like in another room, which you have to like open, and you know, like, you don't even have to go into the room, which is just messed up. But yeah, like, and now I ran out of space, but I'm gonna combine it with that. I'll combine it with the red herb some other time. But yeah, back to the whole Battlefield thing. So it was comparing voice acting, kind of like what some of the soldiers would say. And like when they were talking about the voices in Battlefield 1, it was about these soldiers screaming like, "Ah, help me! Ah! Oh, I'm gonna die! No! Ah!" Like stuff like that. And what I noticed is that a lot of those voices, well, I didn't notice it, my friend pointed it out, that a lot of the voices sounded like me. Now, I don't think I can become there's a word for this. I don't think I can do some very realistic voice acting right now. It's a little late. I'd rather not scream at the top of my lungs. I mean, that screaming alone, I think I'm a little pushing it. You know, like, "Oh, they hit the Pentagon! Oh, they hit the Pentagon! No!" Like, I don't know how to do realistic voice acting right now. But yeah, it was something like that. Like, I don't even know if I sound very alike to those voices. It was a very particular type of screaming. And then like but yeah, it just sounded weirdly like me. Like, the way I see it, like those voices, like those death cries or whatever, they sound like a mix of me screaming and a mix of like Zach from Psychic Pebbles screaming. Like, I just hear like Zach saying, "Oh, they hit the Pentagon! They hit the Pentagon!" Oh! Like that whole shamble he did once while playing video games. Like, it sounds exactly like that to me. But then like the Battlefield 2048 lines, those sound like, well, those are just a bunch of people like doing cool lines. Like I don't know, it was like a bunch of lines after you win a match. Like, it'd just be someone going, "Huh, is that all? I'd like to go a second round," or, "Huh, I don't want to brag, but I'm the best. And, you know, like they were comparing about how one game really wanted to show the horrors of war, while the other one is like glorifying it or something. I don't know. Just they weren't really vibing with the direction Battlefield 2048 was going. Like, it was a pretty short video. It was a very memey video. So, like, it was just, like, presented without much context. Just kind of like, boom, boom, boom. And the reason I bring up that it wasn't presented with much context is that I'm sure, like, the Battlefield 1 is set, like, what, in World War 1, World War 2? Like, Battlefield 2048 is set, like, in the future or something, right? Like, they're two completely different tones. Like, one's a historical event. The other one is whatever you make of it, right? So, I don't really mind that one is, like, less serious, though I guess they don't like their cringe lines in their like military shooter or whatever, because I don't know, it's so modern, you know, like I don't know, just it kind of has a bit of a cringe factor with how modern it is. Like it feels like something your friend would say, and I guess they don't want to hear that in a Battlefield game, so they more prefer something like Battlefield 1. Now, Battlefield 1, the only time I've played it is at a friend's house. And Battlefield 2048, is it even out? I haven't heard much about it. Like, what? There's some shooters that came out. Call of Duty Vanguard, like. I've completely hopped off the Call of Duty series. I mean, to be fair, I think I've hopped off of most military shooters. I don't play that many shooters. I'm replaying my old Yakuza games. That's pretty much it. And, you know, my No More Heroes. And now I'm with Resident Evil. You know, some stealth games while I'm at it. I don't know. I rarely play new games. Though I'll get around to playing some new games sometime. But, yeah. So that was just a fun little tidbit. You know, I kind of ignored the entire strategy of, like, those dudes in that one room, and I think it just amounted to wait by the door and just kind of kill most of the enemies by just waiting at the door, because that room is just something dangerous. And then after that, try to run through, kind of shoot the enemy. Oh yeah, here there's gonna be a bunch of enemies waiting for you, so get those flash grenades ready, and the flash grenade should be able to take out most people. And then, you know, by the time you're here, oh yeah, you're gonna want to kick this guy, because well, you need to open this door. If you open the door while the guy's still there, he might get a chance to attack you and all that. And yeah, by the time you're here, you're kind of already safe. And yeah, I believe we're going to rescue Ashley, because we got the key to rescue Ashley. And she will be around here soon. Yeah, there we go. She's right there. Wait, are we even going to be able to open that door? I don't know. Because it's two guys. I guess we are going to be able to open that door. And yeah, we don't need to kill these guys. That's kind of something which surprised me, because like... I mean, on my first playthrough, like every time I encountered one of those type of guys, I had to kill them. But here, it's not really necessary. And yeah, the chapter is over. I mean, it's a pretty beefy chapter. You know, you have that whole section outside, and then you're inside, and you know, it's a pretty nice length chapter. Not too long, but not too short. And yeah, like these upcoming chapters are gonna be pretty crazy. Like chapter 5.2, you're hanging with Ashley. It's kind of like an Ashley chapter, I guess. Oh wait. 5.2 has like a bunch of set pieces. It's pretty crazy. Some of these are irritating, like irritatingly hard. Oh my goodness. But like the final one, not so much. But it's tricky. The final one's tricky if you don't know what to do. You kind of have to formulate a good strategy. Like I'm talking about like the truck one. Oh, the truck one can be brutal at points. That was so close. I was so close to taking damage right there. And then after that, like 5.3 is just like two boss fights back to back. But oh, well, I'll talk about my frustrations with that as we go along. And then 5.4 is like two massive like set pieces, well, action sections, and they're tricky action sections because you have to like get a key card, then go here, and then go back, and then unlock the room. It's like two of those. So yeah, so yeah, flash grenade there, and then once we get the flash grenade, I deliberately left Ashley waiting there because if I didn't, then the enemies, when I ran past them, they would target me. But if I leave Ashley there, they're distracted by Ashley, and you don't actually need to be. Ashley doesn't need to be with you when you jump off here because she'll just teleport here. Oh yeah, check this out.
Are you out of your mind?
I knew you'd be fine if you landed on your butt.
So yeah, there we go. That's what that's the butt I was talking about. And then there's a big regenerator there. We do not need to tackle this regenerator. And I mentioned I'd use a rocket launcher against one of the regenerators, and this will be the moment. There's going to be a second regenerator hanging out right over there, and this rocket launcher is going to make short work of him because, well, the other regenerator, which I have not killed yet, is chasing us. So I kind of want to get done with this as quickly as possible. Like, it's going to open the door by the time I'm, like, at the end of this area. So yeah, boom, just get rid of that. One rocket launcher pretty much gets rid of all the red spots on its body, and I have one stacked inventory, a bunch of shotgun ammo, like a ton of red grenades. I mean, the fire grenades I mentioned before, are they real? Do they exist in real life? Who knows? But yeah, I think I reached the point where I can actually mention something from like my outlines. And just yeah, the dude opened the gate. I mean, the regenerators are smart enough to open those gates and all that. Like, okay, so there's these things you can pick up in this game, like these kind of lore pamphlets. I did not read a single one, though I'm sure they elaborate on like how some of these viruses work, what the ultimate purpose is, and honestly, I'm kind of interested because I want to know what the whole thing deal with the regenerators is. I really don't know. So yeah, once you enter this area, equip the sniper, and you'll be able to take out a lot of these guys quickly. Sometimes this guy will become like a worm head. Sometimes that guy will become a worm head, and it's kind of random. There we go, worm head, but you can just take it out with a sniper. And yeah, there we go. We cleared out that room, but we're about to come up on one of the most frustrating action set pieces, like of the chapter. Like, but yeah, what I wanted to mention is, okay, so Leon, he has this really silly line where like he's trying to convince Ashley to go down the dumpster or whatever, and she's like, "No way, I'm not doing that." And Leon's like, way, and he just fucking jumps. Like, so silly. This dude's so silly. Like, he slaughters so many people, but he's like the most silly like genocider I've ever met. I have not met a more silly genocider than like Leon over here. I mean, Chris, I mean, I don't know, he's kind of serious. He's too buff to be like silly. While Leon, you know, he has plausible deniability when it comes to like, you know, being serious and buff. He has plausible deniability when it comes to being buff. He's not, like, I mean, he is buff. He is built. You know, he's got that lean, mean build. But like Chris is something else. There's no hiding it with like Resident Evil 5 Chris. But then Resident Evil 7 Chris tried to fix that, and everyone hated it for good reason. So yeah, a lot of flash grenades here, a lot of stunning every single enemy, and most of the time the enemies are going to come through here, but there are rare exceptions where 1 or 2 enemies might actually try to ambush us from the right, but most of them are going to come from the left, so it's best to defend from here. So I'm taking a position where I can actually watch both angles. I'm just cautiously, there we go, one guy showed up there. What a silly bugger. He should have been showing up here. What's wrong with you? So yeah, it's mostly just kind of playing defense with the shotgun and also playing kind of stunning them with a flash grenade. And here's the thing: the more enemies you kill, the more spawn. So like you can't just slaughter every single enemy because it keeps spawning. So it'll keep spawning some of those more like heavy mechanized guys.
Wait.
Ooh, build up. And look at that. We're stuck in a really tight, scary regenerator section. And oh yeah, before we actually do like the huge set piece, we're actually gonna get to a save point. So before we get to like a pretty frustrating car set piece, like because it could be tricky at points, we'll actually be able to save. But before we can do that, we have to make sure we do not take damage from these regenerators. And yeah, we have to shoot the leg out, and we have to just, and there we go. Regenerator dead. So yeah, these regenerators like take up a lot of sniper ammo, but hey, you know, what else to use the sniper ammo on except for these regenerators?
Follow me.
And yeah, we're just closing that door. I don't know why we're closing that door. I guess I was kind of scared. So yeah, you actually have to go to this room in order to operate the power. But oh, I think I'm actually trying to draw out this regenerator by kind of bringing him here. Like, I don't know. Once you learn how to take down the regenerators, they're not that scary, but they're still tense. Like, you know, it's a completely different form of combat. With every single other enemy, you know, you're like interacting with them. You know, you're trying to like, you know, hit the head so you can do like a QTE attack, or you know, you hit the legs so you can do like a suplex. But these guys, you can't do any of that. Like, you have to be like far away from them. And if you don't have this like sniper and this thermal goggle, you just kind of shoot them with a shotgun to stun them, it's just to run past them. It's a completely different ball game. That's what makes them like so spooky. I mean, you don't even know that at first, but once you do know that, I mean, you know that you understand them a bit more, but like the way you tackle them is just a whole completely different strategy. I mean, it's not that hard once you know how to do it, and if you have the, you know, the resources to do it. And well, now that I killed both of the regenerators in this hallway, then well, the threat's over. There's no more threat. All right, so there's more things I want to mention from the outline. I mean, there's some things which don't happen in this exact section, but you know, I might as well mention them now because it's not like I'm going to show the cutscenes in that section. So there comes a point where like Sadler, he's like, you'll soon harbor an awesome power. And he's also like, and then after that, Leon's like, no way, bro. And like, he's like, oh, the audacity of youth. And then he proceeds to freaking force palm Leon across the room. He just hits the tank like, oh! Like, it's so silly. Like, that line and that action combined together, it drives me insane. Like, I mean, in a good way. I love that scene so much. Like, I don't know, some people say Sadler's a bit of a weak villain. Like, he's very cliche and stereotypical, but hey, most of this game is so silly by itself. Like, he's honestly kind of perfect at playing this stereotypical villain. Like, yeah, he's not as good as like Sadler, but no, Salazar. I mean, Salazar is just on a whole other level conceptually, but like, just Salazar's such a like a goofy character. It's like such a weird combination of like lazy Napoleon. You know, I mean, he's crazy. So like Salazar. It's like Sadler, Sadler is just not as inspired, but he's still very entertaining. I think the voice actor does a really great job with his lines and all that. Especially love those times like in the radio call where like Leon will be bickering with him and all that. He'd be like, Sadler, you're small time. And Sadler would be like, like he just like realistically goes like, oh, you got me, Like it's just it's so funny. Like it's so goofy for like the guy controlling the cult and all that. But yeah, we saved, and now we're about to encounter just a very, very rough section. Rough's the word for it, definitely. So, yeah, I think that's going to be... Well, actually, I'd like to mention one more thing before I stop mentioning things from my outline. Well, for now, I mean, I'm going to mention some stuff later, but it's just very specific to certain boss fights and all that. But yeah, so I mean, I looked up all the cutscenes for this game because I didn't watch the cutscenes while I was playing the game. I rewatched them. You know, it was very fun, very enjoyable because the cutscenes are just great. They're just great fun. And yeah, so here the strategy is to pretty much stay at the back of the truck and just shoot any enemies that jump on it with a shotgun. Most of the time, you just shoot them off the truck. And yeah, you're pretty much good, though you're gonna have to change the strategy at like the very end, but at the very beginning this will work. Like there's no real reason to do anything else, just stick there. I mean, as long as you have shotgun ammo, of course. I mean, that's the one thing. I mean, your ammo count may not be the same as me, so you might suffer. But yeah, pretty much, boom, just wait for them to get on, you just shoot them off. There we go, simple as that. But yeah, after watching all the cutscenes, I realized, oh wait, there's still the radio conversations. I want to listen to all those. I know Salazar had like a really entertaining like radio conversations. Like, you know, your right hand comes off, like, you know, stuff like that. So I looked at that, and then one of the comments here from my boy Silver commented 6 months ago. I mean, I think I'm doxing this guy right now. Yeah, I think we might be doxing this guy right now, but. Yeah, Silver, 6 months ago, here's what he says on the video about all the radio conversations in Resident Evil 4. He says, Leon himself, when he becomes old, he will have dementia. I hope he killed later by plot. The worst character. Sadler's head is bigger, which means he has more brain than Leon's dull little head. I hope Leon killed later by plot. The worst character. This Venom, dude. Like, he has so much, like, there's so much drama going on here. Like, I don't know what Leon did, but he deserves it. Like, 100%. It's, why is he so angry at Leon? I can't comprehend. Like, man, he just isn't feeling just how sassy this little, like, Sonic the Hedgehog-esque character is. Like, I don't know, do not show him Sonic 06. He's not gonna like. Do not show him Sonic Colors. Oh, he would despise that game, Silver. It's Silver the Hedgehog. No wonder he hates Leon. Like, he sees a bit of Sonic in him. That's why he's so mad about it. Ah, okay, that makes sense. It only took me saying it out loud for it all to come together. Ah, it's just such a Shakespearean plot this all is. And I mentioned Shakespeare in this video. Dude, it all connects. It's like poetry, it rhymes. All I have to do is no damage Lego Star Wars now and it'll all connect. But yeah, I mean, if you didn't notice, sometimes a truck will pass by. It's best to switch to the sniper, you know, 1 or 2 shots will put the truck out of commission. That won't be the last time we see that truck coming by, but yeah, pretty much once we get to this point, just immediately start going to that thing so you can jump off immediately, because you have to be very quick, because if you're not quick enough, these zombies are going to start hurting Ashley. And so many times, like, I would fail this section because Ashley would take too much damage. You got that guy with the arrow, he's horrible. There's like 4 enemies, you cannot want both, you know, everyone to kind of be in your line of sight for the shotgun. Activate that, there's going to be a guy there. And it seems he's running away. Shoot him down. Now most of the enemies hopefully have jumped off to kind of get on the truck, or are climbing up to kill you, or again, there we go. This is very okay. So this guy's here, and okay, one of the worst things that could happen is you shoot an enemy and like they get a worm head, and they're right next to Ashley. Because if they have a worm head and they start swinging that axe around, it's going to hit Ashley, and she's gonna take damage. She's gonna be like, ah, dude, it's insanely frustrating. It happened to me like 2 or 3 times, and that's one of the reasons I died. So now you have to change your strategy. You can't just like yeah, you can't just wait like by the front of the truck because now zombies are going to be dropping exactly where you're going to be standing. So here, this is a more safe strategy, though you also have to be careful not to like shoot and then not to like a worm enemy like hurt Ashley. That's kind of why I'm here with a sniper, because the sniper is probably one of the fastest ways to take out these worm heads. There we go. See, like, do not let that dude like survive. And then once you take out one worm head, like there isn't really going to be another worm head showing up anytime soon. I actually think like once enough worm heads pass by, I'm gonna try to switch positions to something a little bit more tactical. So the reason this position also works is because every time an enemy gets onto the truck, they jump like way ahead of you. Like they don't attack you from here. They like jump in front of you to get onto the truck. They do a really big jump to get onto the truck. And well, to be fair, right? I mean, there's gonna be enemies running behind me. They jump on the truck, like that guy right there. That guy jumped onto the truck like right in front of me. So standing here, I'm not really at a disadvantage when the enemies are gonna get me. But there's gonna be a bunch of enemies jumping up from like the rafters and all that. They're the real villains like of the story. And yeah, so once you destroy that, there's going to be a truck, and yeah, bring out that trusty sniper rifle. Like 1 or 2 shots will pretty much put the truck out of commission, and also will like end this chapter. Wait, end the chapter? Yeah, it will end the chapter, and we'll move on to pretty much 2 boss fights, and we'll be getting closer to the end of the game. Though, believe me, it does not get easier from here. It got harder. I struggled a lot with it, with everything that's about to come. This happens a lot in the game. I don't know if I mentioned it before, but like there would be a save point, you know, someplace where you can manually save right before like the chapter ends, where it also gives you the option to save. So like if I save there, it'll be redundant because I'll just save again, like, you know, once the chapter ends. And you know, to be fair, I actually did that at the beginning of the video, like chapter, you know, 1v1. I mean, I saved that at the little house, and to be fair, honestly, that was kind of a smart move because it could be kind of risky saving at the house. I mean, yeah, would have been cooler to do it in one go. I mean, yeah, but I also value my sanity. I just began that video, so whatever. So yeah, there's gonna be a few enemies here, but honestly, once you like knock that one guy out, you can just run past every single other person. There were times where like I would actually run up the stairs. You don't need to do that. There's like one item there which doesn't even really matter, blah blah blah, and yada yada yada. Now I really want to talk about mercenaries in Resident Evil 4, like some of the stages, because I actually did play on the 4 stages available, and I will say, oh my goodness, the mercenaries in like Resident Evil 5 just ups everything up a notch. There's like 8 to 9 stages, like, you know, 10 to 15 characters. And to be fair, I mean, a lot of those might have been DLC, but like still, now that I have all the DLC, it's insane. So anyways, here's the QTE fight, which is practically one big cutscene. So honestly, it would be pretty funny if I just don't talk about it like throughout any of it.
Been a long time, comrade. Krauser. I died in a crash 2 years ago. Is that what they told you? You're the one who kidnapped Ashley. You catch on quick, as expected. After all, you and I both know where we come from. What do you want? The sample Sadler developed, that's all. Leave Ashley out of this! Oh, I needed her to buy Sadler's trust in me. Like you, I'm American. You got her involved just for that?
Umbrella's sake. Umbrella? Almost let it slip. Enough talk. Die, comrade!
Ada!
Well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress.
Looks like we have the upper hand here.
You may be able to prolong your life, but it's not like you can escape your inevitable death, is it?
You knew each other?
More or less. Maybe it's about time you told me the reason why you're here.
Maybe some other time.
I'm telling you, this is like the one thing holding Resident Evil 4 back, these QTEs. Like, I mean, everything else is like honestly so masterful and like, you know, like classic, campy. And then I do these QTEs and like I want to throw something at a wall. I don't know, throwing stuff at the wall can be fun as long as you're not hurting that many walls. I don't know, I mean, you know, punching drywall and all. Can't say I've ever done it. And here, more QTEs for a little style. However, this time he does a flip, and I will say, failing at this point, like there's gonna be a save point after this, after like, you know, these lasers. I messed up here. I got hit by this laser because, you know, look at these patterns. They're so tricky. It's like but yeah, I got hit by it, and I had to redo that entire like QTE like knife like stuff. So it's like so yeah, here's just like there's 3 QTEs. You know, you shake the controller, you press A and B. You know, it's one of the 2, and then those things are gonna fail. You just have to run past them, and then they reactivate, and then you have to go swish because, you know, they're gonna activate it, and you have to go swish again. Like, oh, boom! Look at that. That's really cool animation. Like, okay, I have zero context for this because I was not playing this game at the time. But, like, apparently, I don't know, if from one review I saw on YouTube, one of the biggest draws about this game is that the cutscenes look exactly like the in-game graphics. Like, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the graphics look nothing like the gameplay of the game. They're, like, completely separate. I mean, hell, look at Yakuza 1, some of the cutscenes in that game where they go for, like, the weird-ass Toy Story, like, plasticky CGI, like cutscenes. That was... ew. So, yeah, sitting at this chair is terrible for speedrunning, but it's so swaggy. And there, look at that treasure you can get by shooting that thing upstairs. So nice. So very nice. But yeah, this chapter is just gonna be a boss fight, and then after that, another boss fight. And yeah, so mercenaries. I would really like to no damage like the mercenaries mode in Resident Evil 4, because I mean, it's only 4 stages, though it is also 5 characters. You know, 5 times 4, that's 20 stages, and like each stage takes about approximately 7 or 8 minutes if you want to get 5 stars and get all those points. Because, well, I mean, mercenaries like in 4, 5, 6. I don't know if it's returned to some of the other games, but usually the way it works is like some of the best strategy is just get all the time bonuses like at the beginning, and then once you get all the time bonuses you want to, like, you know, get your good rank, then start killing every single enemy. Because believe me, once they start bringing out some of the harder enemies, like some of those chainsaw guys or some of those arrow guys or some of those like blind dudes with Wolverine claws, you don't want to be hunting for time while those guys are chasing you. You want to be focused on combat 100%. So here's the issue. Like, I type in Resident Evil 4's mercenaries no damage, and I get barely nothing. Like, the only thing I've seen is, oh, someone would no damage the first level, and that's it, you know, with one character, and that's all I've seen. I haven't seen anyone no damage all the stages. All I would see is someone 5-star all the stages. So, okay. Like, here's the thing. If I type it in and, like, barely anything shows up, there's got to be a reason for that. So, okay, here's the strategy for this fight. Have a revolver and have at least some ammo for it. Because what the revolver is going to do is it's going to stun the enemy. It's not to kill them, because you can't kill them at this point. Like, we can only kill them at the very end. And we have the rocket launcher to kill him for that. At this point, the only thing you want to do with this guy is stun him, and the revolver is perfect for it. There's no point in like wasting ammo to kill him. I'm just shooting the revolver at him for like an easy way to get past him. Because I don't know, the other weapons don't always stagger him effectively. So, but the revolver is always 100% stagger. And a lot of time you can kind of run past him, but also sometimes you can't. I don't know, he has bigger reach than you would think. But yeah, once you reach this door, you're kind of safe until he reappears again. There's going to be a scripted sequence when you try to go for like one of these open doors where he reappears again, and it's going to be pretty insane. Yeah, I only have like really 6 bullets, and honestly, I use them pretty effectively. Like, I use like pretty much economically, I kind of use and I completely missed that shot, but hey, I was able to run past him, so you know, whatever, it's fine. And there is kind of tricky because, oh my goodness, sometimes those QTEs pop up. Watch out for those QTEs. And sometimes you'll hide up in the rafters, so you have to press like A, B, because he'll like hit you from above. I don't even know if he ever hits you from below, though. That's something which I'm not 100% sure on. I think it was mostly from above, but a lot of the time he's just going to be chilling, jumping in front of you. Like, there was one time where I would activate a switch, and he jumped immediately behind me. Like, I didn't have enough time to equip like my revolver and like shoot him. It was insane. It was just completely unhinged crazy. And like here's, you know, he keeps jumping everywhere. It's a very tense moment. Like you can't even kill him. You know, it's all about survival. It definitely has very survival horror elements. This one, though, I guess this set piece is like. To be fair, I don't even know how the boss fights go in like the old Resident Evil games because I haven't played them. So honestly, some of the old Resident Evil games might have something more akin to this because this is just insane. It's funny because like this feels very survival horror boss fight, but then like the next boss fight after this is like the complete opposite. Also, let's talk about the music because the music has these subtle changes. Like honestly, in the beginning, kind of has some Silent Hill vibes, you know, like dun dun dun, dun. Kind of like this disorganized chaos, something like, you know, Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2. Like, I mean, honestly, most of the Silent Hill games, there's this organized chaos in the soundtracks. But then as the game goes along, there's like more motifs, so like a little bit more goofy stuff here and there. Like the castle has these, you know, it's like, you know, it gets a little bit more goofy, a little bit more gothic. Oh, I don't know how to call it, but like the motifs get a little bit more playful. And then you get to the island, and it's going like, it has these drums, these like this weird noise. I don't know, like the main battle theme in like the island has like these beats where it goes like. Something like that with like some sticks or something. I don't know what instrument it is, but the same instruments are used in like James Bond's like themes, and of course, if it's using James Bond themes, then it's also used in Snake Eater. Like one of the themes in Snake Eater really has that. Dun, 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 dun. And it was also used in The Coldest Winter by Kanye West on 808s and Heartbreak. So yeah, that's kind of a weird mix of stuff to mention, but like all those things kind of have, well, that vibe. So to my left is a save room, but if you try to get close to the save room, then you immediately activate the cutscene where, well, you know what? Boom, the monster comes back, you get knocked into this big arena. And this big arena, it's crazy. It has like these gates you can open, these gates you can close. It's kind of like circular in nature, like. It's really insane, but we're just kind of ignore all that. Now, this one rocket will not kill it, but the rocket combined with me stabbing it once, boom, the monster's dead right then and there. So yeah, like, I mean, if I type in mercenaries no damage and like nothing shows up with no damaging all the stages, something is clearly up. And I think part of it is just that you have to do every stage, every character, and it's just like, that video is going to be very redundant. So I guess the way I would do it, it would either have to be Leon no damages every single stage, and then I maybe move on to the other characters, but I don't know. Or I could do one stage, all characters, no damage. And that's even if it's possible, because, okay, here's the complication. So for the first stage, like the village, I could kind of see it being possible. Like, because, okay, so you rack up enough points, like 60,000 points. I mean, the most complicated enemies in, like, the village is just, well, it will be the massive quantity of enemies at points. Like, oh my goodness. I mean, the crowd can, like, you know, rank up very, very fast. You know, there'll be someone behind you. Then maybe someone will throw, like, a wrong axe here and there. But then there's the enemies with dynamite. If you're not aware of an enemy with dynamite, then you could get screwed very fast if they get too close to you or if they throw a dynamite too close to you. And, you know, I mean, if you're not, like, worried about the crowd or the dynamite people, I mean, the axe throwers, they could be definitely very deadly. But then there's the main bad guys, which are, like, the toughest ones, the chainsaw chicks and I don't think there's any chainsaw dudes in that level, but yeah, the chainsaw chicks, like, they show up. The important thing is not that they're zombies or chicks. The important thing is that they're chainsaws. We're calling back to a previous section. What is that called? Reincorporation? Dude, I'm so smart. So, like, yeah, but the chainsaw chicks, so they're very deadly, so you have to watch out for them. However, once you score like enough points to get 5 stars, or at least close enough to enough points, and you still have a little bit of time on the clock, you can pretty much just barricade yourself into the barn. You were like, I mean, there's one area in the village, like this kind of barn-ish area, where you can climb up these stairs, and like the only way the enemies can get to you are through these stairs. So if you keep knocking the stairs down, no enemy can hit you unless they're a really good axe thrower, or maybe one guy with dynamite comes up. But the thing is, if you have enough grenades and you kind of like shelter up there, then you can just throw grenades down there for the rest of the run, and they'll pretty much be that. It'll be a little boring to see, but if you actually manage to get 60,000 points, or at least like maybe say 55,000 points, and then you get like the other 5,000 just by like camping up there and getting some pot shots from there, then boom, that'll be a good no damage. To be fair, people have no damage the village section with Leon and some of the other characters, and well, that's the thing. It really depends on what character you're using on that stage to like, how difficult it's gonna be, because Leon's gonna be the hardest in every single stage because he's just the least equipped out of all of them. I mean, he has like a pistol, which, it'll give you some decent melee attacks, and then you have a shotgun, which, well, you don't have that much ammo for unless you like really get some ammo for it, and that's good, but it's not as good as some of the other characters like Arsenal. And that's the thing, his melee attacks, like every single other character has like better melee attacks, which like deal more damage, can like destroy more enemies, and just is better crowd control. Like Leon, I mean, he's pretty good, he can do a pretty good campaign and all that. And okay, you know what's crazy? If I took damage at this point, I'd be so upset because it took me so long to like no damage that big crawly thing. Not that long, like the amount of time it took me to no damage the creepy monster I just fought before, it does not compare to what's coming, because what's coming nearly drove me insane. It took me like 8 to 9 hours to no damage this upcoming boss fight, because and you know what was crazy about it is that I was feeling this boss fight before the final phase. The final phase is what really kills me. It's like, oh. But yeah, like the village, it might be possible to no damage. People have done it before. But then there's the castle, and the worst part about the castle are those archers, man. Like, I mean, a bunch of the normal enemies are pretty easy. I mean, they show up in like pretty nice packs, which is like you can destroy them pretty easily. But then those archers, like, if you go to the wrong area at the wrong time, those archers are just gonna get you like from way far away. Like they can go across, they shoot you from across the map. And then there's the guy, the blind guy, who can just run up on you and start swinging. Like, it just destroys your whole like momentum if he catches you at the wrong moment. So that stage can be insanely hard. Like I don't know what a good strategy would be for that. And to be fair, I haven't really researched the good strategy. I haven't seen anyone else do it. And yeah, I could have bought this revolver before for the creepy crawly monster. But you know what's great? I had 6 bullets in that revolver, and I think I had some magnum ammo, but you know what? I never reloaded that old revolver, so I shot 6 bullets from my gun, and then I bought a new gun with 7 bullets. So in like practice, I shot 6 bullets without losing 6 bullets, because once I buy this new revolver, those 6 bullets come back plus an extra one. So that was my strategy there for you, like using the revolver against the creepy crawly dude, and also for only using 6 shots, because if I only use those 6 shots and don't reload, I'll still have those 10 pieces of like revolver ammo while getting 7 pieces of revolver ammo when I buy the new gun. I lose nothing. See, boom, strategy thinking right there. Yeah. So, we're about to reach like the hardest boss fight in the game for me, just because that final phase, it screwed me over so hard. Ugh. So here we're coming up on like a pretty epic boss fight. Honestly, this boss fight would rock if I wasn't trying to no damage it, but since I was trying to no damage it, so yeah, start off, shoot that guy right there, then run to this door. I mean, okay, one great thing I love about this boss fight is how reactive it is. As in, like, he has so many different moves. Like, I mean, he's not gonna do every single move if you just fight him once. Like, I know he has like 2 or 3 different things he can do at the start of this fight. He could have his arrows, he could have his machine gun, he could even just start throwing grenades at that one point. And even here, he might shoot you through the door, he might even like, do something with arrows, or he might just straight up run up and try to knife you. And it's so many great things. I've had moments where I would shoot him like at the very beginning of the fight, and I would actually shoot one of the grenades he was about to throw. And here, he'll be waiting and like wait for you to like show up, but he might either be waiting like, to the left, to the right, he might even be waiting right in front of you. And what is that? Is that a bird? Is that a play? No, that's the Dipman glitch. Now, what is the Dipman glitch? Am I even saying that name right? I don't know, but pretty much what the Dipman glitch is, yeah, the Dipman glitch. I haven't used. It's pretty much this glitch where if you aim like the shotgun I have right now, like the striker, like very fast, and like before you like fully go into aiming mode, like every time you aim a weapon, you zoom in on that weapon. Like you kind of do this big zoom in, and like the zoom in stops at one point. So pretty much, you have to go into your inventory before like you fully zoom in to like your zooming mode, and then select another weapon, and then boom, you run twice as fast. How does this work? I don't know, but Dipman found out that it works, and it's pretty consistent. And okay, so the thing is, the way this glitch was explained to me, I decided to avoid it for the rest of the video, because it pretty much say, oh, you have to like go into the inventory before the laser shows up. And it's like, if you're playing with pointer controls, the laser never shows up. So I'm like, oh, is this glitch impossible on the Wii? Well, I have great news. It is not impossible. It's very possible. Yeah, you don't have a laser to work with, but pretty much the way it works is pretty much you aim the shotgun, immediately go into the inventory, switch to something else, and then boom, you run twice as fast. So pretty much like the way I decided is pretty much go into the inventory before you like fully zoom in on something. Also, fun fact, you can't let go of the zooming in button. You have to like be aim. You can't let go of the aim button. You have to be aiming while you're going to the inventory, because if you let go of the aim button and then go into the inventory, and that guy just appeared out of nowhere, so yeah, pretty much like, run through this building immediately, then kind of run to the right and up, and it'll make you run up the stairs faster. It's very important because one of those robots will try to shoot you if you don't run fast enough. Yeah, believe me, I've had many close calls. So, and also, oh yeah, for the knife fight, I mean, the strategy there is kind of like bait out his knife attack, and on the Wii, this is something you can only do with pointer controls. Like once he like knifes you, I shake the Wii remote to knife him back, and I have faster reaction times than actually summoning the knife like that. You know, that's one advantage of playing on the Wii, but one disadvantage of playing on the Wii is this phase. Oh, so like, I mean, the strategy is to like, you know, spam him with the knife, but on the Wii, it's way harder to do it. And let me just explain. So I'm gonna do like a bit of a spamming, but I'm also gonna rely on my revolver. So yeah, wait for him to attack, shoot him, you know, kind of knife him, also try to knife him every time he tries to like knife me there. And I just can't do it if like he does a QTE with like A and B. He's like, okay, so there I did a QTE. Every time you do like one of those like QTE things, like your double speed runs out. And also I'm using the Dipman glitch so I can knife him faster, just kind of to make it easier. And also using the Dipman glitch, you shoot faster as well. So yeah, there. See, I'm knifing him so fast. So, like even if he tries to attack me, my attacks are faster. And that, I'm so glad that kick missed, because if that click did not miss, like, and then boom, he's dead. This took so long, like 8 to 9 hours. I wanted to beat that game today, but you know what happened? I didn't, because I spent 8 to 9 hours on just that set piece. Like the biggest annoyance. The biggest annoyance with it is just like let me explain it. So like in that final like phase of the Krauser fight, I can't spam the knife like attack, because like when the QT with the A and B shows, my knife attacks just stop, because you know how I knife? By holding C and pressing A, but when like the A and B QT shows up, for some reason my knifing just stops working, and it's just like and sometimes he'll do attacks which are too far for the knife to like, you know, reach, but he can still reach you with his legs, and it's just like, oh, that like everything, like I mean everything else you can learn and you can adapt to it, but this final phase was honestly, this feels like a Metal Gear Solid boss fight. Like, I don't know, I mean, it has the same vibe, you know, like, it's just like the strategy, like the multiple phases. It's honestly a really well designed fight. It's the best boss fight in the game by far. It's just really hard, that final phase. Like, you know, the final phase would be fine if I wasn't trying to no damage it, but now that I'm trying to no damage it, I went insane. Because I was just so frustrated. I wanted to beat the game now. And you know what was more frustrating? After I beat that, I was like, okay, finally, the hardest part of the game is behind me. I'm sure these next couple parts are going to be much easier in comparison. And they're easier, but they're still they're still difficult. This is such a complicated action set piece. Like, honestly, this feels like straight out of a Call of Duty game at points. I mean, mind you, it's nowhere near as like, I mean, it's not as advanced as a Call of Duty game. I mean, it's a little stilted, you know, because you use tank controls and all that, and the area is like a bit weirdly linear, but also still exploratory. You know, it's not exactly at like the Call of Duty level yet, but it's practically like a Call of Duty level. You know, you have like a helicopter supporting you. You have everything he's like shooting at you with chain guns and all that. It's like, what? It's crazy. I don't know. Honestly, like this part is like, I mean, it's kind of a nice blowout. So yeah, pretty much a fire grenade, take out that guy with the turret, and then that guy with the arrow, kind of do like a big loop-de-loop just to kind of make sure the guy with the arrow isn't going to shoot you. I mean, thankfully, the guy with the arrow was behind there. And then once you get to this point, throw like a green grenade over there by the door. It'll take out most of the enemies there, and then, you know, jump out with a shotgun. Now, at this point, I'm going to aim the shotgun to get my speed back, because I don't know, anytime, I guess I'm not going to take it. Oh yeah, I guess because I kind of messed up like during my grenade, so I decided to kind of, you know, make sure that I still had the thing there or whatever. And now, I don't know exactly what stops you from being fast, but I think some of the bigger cutscenes which like teleport where you are will actually like take away your speed. And there we go, I got my speed back, and I'm really gonna need my speed to just run past this one enemy. And okay, this speed glitch, it has its quirks. For one, you climb stairs way too fast where I'm controlling the character before the camera can even adjust. And there's moments where like an enemy will be attacking me and like the camera hasn't even adjusted yet because like I'm walking up the stairs so fast. See, that's the reason why I'm baiting out this one enemy to jump, because if I go up there immediately, the enemy will attack me and the camera will not adjust. See that? Boom, we killed that one turret guy right there. And this is a really good time to reload. That's another thing, reloading has this quirk to it, because like if you like let go of the aiming button when like you're finished like doing the reload animation, you won't actually reload your bullets. You have to wait for like the bullet counter to like the bullet reload to actually be done. So once you get to this point, we're gonna shoot one revolver blast and hopefully that'll disorient both enemies. And then here, look, that's another like quirk about the speed. You just like hang on thin air and then you kind of stop there for a bit and then you can return back. 'Cause the game hasn't caught up with you. You're running so fast. I mean, it's a lovely glitch. Like you have to, there's like a slight pause where you have to still be aiming the gun in order to, you know, actually reload your gun. So it's quirky, man. The game's quirky. And I'm gonna throw a grenade there. It's kind of like an archer waiting for me down there, so you know this helps. And yeah, this next section like that's coming up, it's gonna be really insane, I'm telling you. I mean, these cutscenes don't stop your speed, and also doing these animations. In fact, like jumping down stuff, you're like twice as fast as jumping down stuff. You're twice as fast when like climbing up stuff. I mean, honestly, I'm just sad that like the striker isn't in like the campaign, isn't in like the mercenaries. Like to my knowledge, none of the characters have the striker weapon as one of their weapons in mercenaries. That would help a ton. But I guess, to be fair, I mean, I don't think the developers were expecting people to do this glitch. It's definitely not intentional. Yeah. So once you get to this point, like they're gonna start shooting at you, but they're gonna stop like a second after. But I'm gonna need my speed in order to be able to run past them, because if I don't have my speed, like they're gonna start shooting immediately afterwards. I mean, they stop, but then they start up again, and there's gonna be like a RPG guy. There's gonna be a guy there. There's gonna be an RPG guy right there, and then there's gonna be this turret guy right here. However, if you stand there, that turret guy right there won't hit you, but there's two other turret guys you need to take care of. So now you could shoot fire grenades to take this guy out, or you could just shoot an RPG. That's a lot easier. And then with the sniper, you can take this guy out. And also, like when you're at double speed, your aiming speed is also kind of double speed. And look at the guy was right there. He was standing right behind me. It's insane. So I mean, as long as you're like standing over here, this turret guy can't hit you. But I just took care of the other two turret guys. And yeah, honestly, you don't want to walk too forward, or else you'll activate this cutscene where a bunch of enemies start spawning in. So like that's the reason I did not move forward. And then once I moved forward, then everyone started spawning in. To be fair, I needed to move forward because there was an enemy right next to me who was about to take me out. And now here, we're gonna wait until a bunch of enemies show up. I mean, yeah, once you flip the switch, more enemies are gonna show up, but we're just gonna kill them all with a shotgun. It's kind of a safe way to play. I mean, even with double speed, it's gonna be hard to get past every single one of these enemies, because you need to flip another switch on the other side of the map, and well, it's just best to kill all these enemies before you have to like flip that switch, because some archers spawn. Hell, I think the guy with an RPG might spawn at one point. There's a guy with dynamite that spawns. So you know, you'll be running across the area, and then suddenly dynamite, suddenly an arrow, and it's just like, you know, you gotta be ready for it. Oh, I'm gonna have such a close call here. Like someone's gonna throw dynamite like right at my feet, but I'm gonna shoot it before it's like directly in contact with damaging me. It's gonna be one of the most insane things ever. Like look at that dynamite, boom. I shot it before it could damage me, but it's still like, it was so close. That was so insane. Like, what is that? It's crazy. It's so intense. Like, oh, the helicopter. Sometimes like he'll like destroy like one of the turret things, and there'll be this big cutscene of him destroying the turret things. But sometimes that cutscene will play at like the worst moment. One time that cutscene played when I entered this area with the chain guns, and like, you know, when they enter this area with like the chain guns and all that, like they'll be shooting at you, and then they'll stop for a brief moment, and then immediately that cutscene of the helicopter destroying one of those settlements played, and then after that cutscene was done, the chain gun started shooting at me again. So I didn't even have enough time to, you know, activate the dip man glitch again so I could run past them. No, they just started shooting at me again, because well, they definitely had enough time to recover, because that cutscene of the helicopter destroying one of the settlements gave them enough time to recover to shoot me. It's just like, oh, I hope I'm like speaking clearly enough for you to understand, because I know sometimes if you speak too fast, you know, your words get jumbled up and all that. I mean, hey, you can play the video in like half speed, but hey, if you play the video in half speed, the video is gonna be 8 hours long. You know, just crazy stuff like that. You know, I can speak very fast. It's just kind of the normal way of speaking when I want to like, get all these points across, and you know, I mean, it's a talent, I guess. Though it can be very rambly. Oh. But yeah, that's this sequence. Most of the enemies are dead, but there's still like one guy who like I think either has a shield, a crossbow, or some dynamite downstairs, who's gonna try to like kill me, but I'm gonna run past him eventually. And yeah, I'm gonna have my revolver on board just because, well, gotta play it safe. So yeah, that sequence takes a lot of thought and time, and like I beat Krauser at like midnight, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be easy, you know, because okay, the final boss of this game is piss easy, especially if you have a rocket launcher. But like, you know, I was like, okay, these 2 sections, you know, I mean, once I get to the final boss, it's gonna be super easy, and hell, maybe even these like sections in like 5/4 aren't gonna be that hard. You know, I'm gonna beat them, you know, pretty lickety split, and maybe I'll just end up beating this game by 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. tonight, and I'll finally have my no commentary video ready for consumption. And and that just did not end up happening. I was so annoyed. I mean, I actually think I completed this at like 2 a.m. and then the next section killed me. It was like 3 a.m. and I was like, you know what? I think it was even 4 a.m. and I gave up. I was like, you know, that's it. I'm not struggling with this. I'm not putting up with this. I'm doing it tomorrow. I'm not gonna suffer anymore for this game. Okay, like, so yeah, back to Mercenaries. Then there's the 3rd stage, which is like at the mines and all that. And you have like more of the military type enemies trying to like, take you down, and well, I think there's some crossbow guys on that stage, and that could be, excuse me, there's like some crossbow enemies in that stage, and that could be a whole mess of things. Okay, the pacing here, you know, pretty nice. You had a big action set piece, and suddenly a lot of nice, quiet contemplation, you know, just walking around these sandy ruins. There is a cutscene here, and the cutscene has this funny moment where Leon has these really evil eyes. He looks so funny. He's like, But yeah, the 3rd stage, there's some guys with arrows. Like, the guys with arrows are gonna be the biggest challenge. And there's the one big enemy that spawns, the guy with the chain gun. The worst part about that guy is if he's across the map and starts shooting the chain gun at you, I think you're just kind of screwed. I mean, as long as you save up. I mean, that's the thing though. It depends on the character. I mean, if you're playing as Leon, I mean, you don't really have that much, like, you don't have the weapons to like really take him down easily. You have a shotgun. That's all you have. Maybe some grenades, and that's it. But some of the other characters, I mean, like, you know, Ada, she has a sniper rifle that could do some good damage. Krauser, he can freaking turn his. Krauser's so easy. Like, honestly, his arrow, his bow and arrow is like better than the revolver. So, okay, the strategy for this area, go into super speed. There's gonna be 4 things to shoot. Pretty much, boom, 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 and then you explode that barrel over there. And then once you explode that barrel over there, switch to your handgun, and then you're gonna run up here, and you're going to shoot one of the barrels up there, which will take out some enemies. And then, pretty much, okay, so, I mean, there are ways to kind of run past this area without killing everyone. However, I am going to kill everyone because this is the last time you're really going to like go all out with your ammo. Because like the boss fight that's coming up, it's mostly just the rocket launcher. This is like the last big set piece to really let loose, and well, I have a ton of ammo to let loose with, especially handgun ammo. So I'm just gonna like bait out most of the enemies that come here, and I'm just going to just unload on everyone, just kill them with a handgun. And you know what's great? The handgun, like shooting at double speed, is honestly more effective than TMP because like TMP is not upgraded. I mean, I mentioned it before, like not tuning up the TMP is like the weakest thing in the game. You know, it's only 30 bullets. Once you run out, you have to reload it. The reloading takes a while. While this gun, you know, like, I mean, 15 bullets, which honestly deal a pretty good chunk of damage. I mean, one clip and a couple more bullets, it can kill an enemy point blank. And then once they get a little close, that's kind of a good time to bring out the shotgun. And honestly, the worst part about killing enemies here is the chain gun guy. I don't know, sometimes you'll show up at, like, oh, a slight corner, and he'll, like, one of his bullets will just grace you. But, like, once he shows up, that's when you bring out the revolver. And like 5 revolver bullets should be able to kill him. And the great thing about the revolver is that every time he's stunned, that's a good chance to, like, reload. So yeah, once the chain gun guy is dead, you can kind of run around this area freely. And yeah, once you activate one of the switches, a bunch of enemies are going to spawn in, and I'm just going to just walk around and try to kill everyone. I don't know if I actually end up killing everyone. I don't. I think there's like maybe 1 or 2 enemies I just don't kill because I opened the gates already and I can just run to those gates. But I'm telling you, it's tricky because like some of these guys with arrows, they can be put at some very dicey locations. Like there's one staircase which you can climb, and there'll be a guy with like a bow and arrow ready to shoot you the second you get off that staircase, and it was so frustrating. So yeah, once you run here, there's gonna be a guy who like jumps off there. You can kind of kill him with the explosive barrel. There's gonna be another guy who's gonna be coming up, and once I kill that guy, it's gonna be kind of peace and quiet. But, I mean, it's kind of like the first wave of enemies. They're all going to be here. You can kill them all, but then the second wave, well, it gets a little bit complicated. Like, once you get to the second wave of enemies, you have to kill this one guy with, like, a red bandana or red cap, and because he has a key you need to pretty much, like, exit the level. And, yeah, I think I'm trying to suplex this guy. And sometimes, like, like the double speed just screws me up because I ran past him while, like, spamming A, and it just didn't work. So yeah, there we go. These two guys, easy to kill, easy to kill. Yes, they are. But I'm telling you, the third stage, like, the third stage is actually just like the previous action set piece. It's kind of around that area. And okay, one thing about the third stage is that there's barely, okay, so when it comes to time bonuses, I don't know, getting the time bonuses in the village is really easy because, I don't know, the area is kind of small, and like the 60 like second like time bonuses are all in like pretty easy areas to get to, like houses, farms, yada yada yada. And however, once you get to this stage, it's just mostly a bunch of like 30+ second like time bonuses scattered all across the area. There's barely any 60+ like time bonuses, and it's the same thing for like the fourth area, the dock. And the docks is the docks is honestly not that hard, except for like the thing with the docks is that there can be some tricky enemies that spawn in every now and then, like those guys with the RPGs. Okay, so I mean, a strategy might be to go to ground level and like shoot the guy with the red bandana immediately if you're just trying to rush through the game. But me, what I'm trying to do is just kill everyone. So there's some really tricky enemies that can just wait you out here. And I'm trying to like make sure there's no tricky enemies that wait you out here. Like some guys with arrows will like immediately go to this area to ambush you if you try to climb those stairs. So I'm just here waiting to kill those enemies and yada yada. And yeah, you might as well just use up all your revolver ammo like right now, because you're. Oh, and to be fair, you want to save like 2 or 3 revolver bullets for like the final boss. But for the rest of it, just go all out. This is the last time to go all out. So use up your resources. Use up those grenades. You know, like use those flash grenades especially. Oof, those flash grenades have some great uses for some of like some of the more tricky areas where they put a lot of like arrow people. Like ugh. And I guess the enemies aren't showing up there. They're showing up over there. Oh my goodness, they're right there. Just bring out that revolver. Just bang, bang, bang. And I mean, I could use the TMP maybe a bit more, but the revolver is so much useful. Just, gets things done so efficiently. Love that revolver. And, well, there's the Hunk. Now, the thing with the Hunk is that he only has that, like, SMG weapon. But if you get a headshot with the SMG weapon, you can immediately kill the enemy. And that could be very useful for some of the chainsaw chicks. Because once you get, like, a headshot, and like once you like the chainsaw chicks are like recoiling back from like a headshot hit, you just immediately kill the chainsaw chick, and like they have so much health that like that melee move just helps so much. But the thing with like that move is that once you like kind of snap someone's head, a bunch of enemies are already crowded around you. And to be fair, you have enough iframes to kind of run away from those enemies, but sometimes you get kind of dicey, especially for some of those bigger crowds. So it's just like it's a double-edged sword kind of, but it is a very, very useful sword. Wesker is insane. Like his weapons have like insane crit value, and like his melee moves where he just freaking punches people. Oh, just out of this world. But in the fourth stage, the enemies are mostly easy, but then sometimes they have guys with bow and arrows. They're always a bitch. Then you have the RPG guys who show up rarely, like those guys who can just straight up shoot an RPG at you. Like those things can screw up a run easily. See what I mean? So once you get the key card, you pretty much use it to get to a certain room, and then once you get the key card, you have to activate the emergency system. And I don't even know what strategy I'm explaining. I'm just trying to kill every single person that comes my way. Use flash grenades when needed, and once the door is open, get the hell out of there. I mean, and also I'm using the Ditman glitch, and it was kind of nice that I didn't abuse the Ditman glitch until like the final part of the game. Once I reached the Krauser fight, like I was struggling so much with that fight that I was just looking for any strategy to make it easier. And oh yeah, whenever you open doors, your speed goes away, so you have to reactivate your swag, kind of. So yeah, just keep that in mind. So like, I mean, I was looking for any sort of strategy just to get past that fight, and the Ditman glitch honestly helped me quite a bit. And honestly, it's funny to see. I mean, at least I used it a couple times at the very end. But yeah, now the hard parts are actually behind us. I thought the hard parts were behind me once I beat Krauser, but not at all. Okay, but this time I can 100% say, with 100% certainty that the hard parts are behind us. Like, it's gonna be a cakewalk from here on out. But like everything I had to do beforehand, not at all a cakewalk. Took me like 3-4 hours, like each. I mean, the first part took me like 2 to 3 hours, and then this one took me like 3 to 4 hours. And I was like, it's insane. It's insane. I'm telling you. Alright, but like the hardest part about like the dock stage, like the fourth stage in Resident Evil 4, is just those chainsaw enemies that just swing with no end and they can't be stunned or something. Like those guys are insane. Like, I mean, if you're playing as Krauser, it wouldn't be too bad because you just activate like that super mode where he like unlocks his arm, and like if you just slide into them, you immediately kill them. So with Krauser, it wouldn't be too bad. But with literally any other person, like I don't know how those people get stunned. Like, what do you throw explosives at them? I mean, one strategy is sometimes I'll climb stairs and I'll just throw some grenades down, and sometimes that kills like like chainsaw enemies, but I mean, with Leon, how the hell do you deal with those enemies as Leon? I mean, just grenades aren't gonna solve everything, though. It might seem to be the only solution available for those guys in particular. Do you just run away from them? I mean, they're too fast to just like, you know, deal with them. I mean, you're gonna be like trying to kill one enemy, and they already got to you. They already cut your head off. Like, I don't know. The great thing about like the chainsaw enemies, like the normal ones, is that when they run up to you, they have a bit of delay. You know, they're running at you with their chainsaw, and then they'll do the well, these guys, they're always doing the like, so like once they like in like the area, like once they're like in contact with like your surface area, you're dead. So it's just like, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. So I mean, I haven't seen anyone do damage that stage, though. To be fair, I have not done much research for that. And now here we're at the final boss, and I'm gonna cock it up actually. This is supposed to be a lot easier than it looks, but I guess me cocking it up kind of made it a little bit more epic. So I honestly should have not used up. I only had 2 revolver bullets, and honestly, I really wanted to only use 1 for the eyeball, because I would shoot the eyeball here once. I would use the rocket launcher, and it would end the fight. But since I already ran out of revolver ammo, I'm pretty much going to have to use the rocket launcher. I'm going to have to use my sniper bullet. Then I'm going to have to do a whole bunch of other really complicated stuff just to kind of like get the same result as like 1 revolver shot, which I just don't have anymore because I ran out. I guess spamming all those revolver bullets in the previous section wasn't the move, but you know what? Maybe it was the move, because now this fight's a tiny bit more epic, though it's still really easy. So yeah, I'm gonna blow him up there, and I'm going to pull up this crane here. Oh, I guess I'm not. I'm gonna run over here, and yeah, I'm going to. There's this one cinematic thing you could do where you could like, oh, I'm gonna snipe him actually from across the map. Okay, that's gonna deal some damage. It actually will. Look at that. I mean, there's so much like cinematic stuff going on which just wouldn't happen. Look at that. That's so cinematic and cool. I mean, I made this ending honestly cooler by screwing up my revolver blasts. You know, I was kind of like, oh, I cocked it up. You know, I'll continue with it anyways. It can't be that bad. And I continued with it, and honestly, I made it more epic. I'm like shooting this guy from across the map. I mean, this feels more like what the final boss fight would look like playing it normally, though I did still deal a ton of damage. Like pretty much like what you're supposed to do is shoot him once with the revolver, like, you know, to like stun him, and then once he's stunned and he like reveals his big head, shoot the head once with the revolver, then shoot the rocket launcher, then you'll get access to the red rocket launcher. But if you don't do that, you kind of have to do all of this instead. So yeah, wait for this guy to show up and kind of be near like the crane thing, and then you pull it, he gets hit by the crane, and you know, it's wonderful. It's a big wonderful cinematic moment, and it's gonna end this boss fight really soon. So yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I'm honestly really digging the idea of like one stage, all characters, because you know, it just shows you how like each character deals with that one stage. And honestly, it just allows me to play one stage and just kind of complete it to the maximum. Because, I don't know, doing one character all stages, I mean, I think I would kind of hate that, especially for some of the other characters. I mean, I'll start off, you know, with Leon, and then I'll do all the other characters, and it'll be an easier no damage. And there's the iconic rocket launcher scene. And oh yeah, I should probably mention something before this video ends. So it's on my outline, and it's about one of the previous cutscenes. So right now it's just going to be a bunch of gimmicky stuff. You can kind of just tell what I'm doing just by watching what I'm doing. So when Leon rescues Ashley from like the big tube thing in chapter like 5/4, the part where Ada shoots Sadler like a bunch, you know, like shoots him a bunch, like Ashley's like boobs jiggle in a really weird way. It's like, it's not natural, it's not realistic. So it's like, what? I don't know, like I was watching the cutscenes on YouTube and they didn't jiggle right, like what the fuck? Though to be fair, if you're playing the PS2 version, that situation wouldn't even occur because once again, it does not exist. So this will be the last time I say the word boobs, and I'm not gonna say it in the funny tone because it's a very serious video. And yeah, I think I've said everything I wanted to say for my outline, and I kind of said everything I wanted to say for the video. There's not much more to say except that Resident Evil 4 is just a fantastic game. I mean, I want to give it a 10 out of 10, just the Wii edition. I just have so much love for the game, but those QTEs, I'd honestly just I take a point away just for the QTEs, so it's like a 9 out of 10. I had a lot of weird thoughts about this game when comparing it to other games. Like, I played The Last of Us, and I was kind of like, The Last of Us is kind of like Resident Evil 4, but not as fun. And honestly, it's a big reason why I didn't think it wasn't as fun, because it didn't have like the pointer gimmick, you know, because in The Last of Us you shot enemies and your aim was kind of shit, just kind of to make firefights like more realistic or like more in the moment. And I really like that about the game, because let me be frank, I've only played one Uncharted game, Uncharted 1, and I was just not a big fan of it. I'm just not a big fan of cover shooters, but like The Last of Us is like a whole different type of cover shooter. I don't know, it's a completely different vibe from something like the Uncharted. I honestly prefer like The Last of Us like gameplay over something like Uncharted 1. To be fair, Uncharted Uncharted 1 is also like kind of deemed to be like the really clunky one, which like got immediately better from like Uncharted 2 or 3. But I didn't beat Uncharted 2. I played like 15 minutes of it, and like the little I played of that game was a massive improvement, but I just never got around to fully beating it. And now I lost my copy of Uncharted. Like I was playing like the PS4 remaster, and I lost my copy, so I'm gonna have to get my copy back. To be fair, delaying like my playthrough of like the Uncharted games might have honestly been like the right move. Now that Uncharted 4 is actually going to get like a PS5 remaster at 60 FPS. Like when I played The Last of Us, I played the PS4 remaster at 60 FPS. I did not play none of that nasty 30 FPS gameplay on PS3. Like when it comes to like these Naughty Dog games, it seems like the move is just waiting a whole generation to come out and then playing the games, and that'll make them a lot easier. And yeah, the rest of this is just complete cutscenes. So yeah. Thank you for watching my Resident Evil 4 no damage commentary. This probably won't get much views because it's an old ass game, but it's a game I love quite a bit, and I did want to like tackle like a no damage, especially the Wii edition, which I have a lot of nostalgia for. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I will see you then.
So, after you take me back to my place, how about we do some, overtime?
Sorry.
Somehow I knew you'd say that, but it doesn't hurt to ask, you know? So, who was that woman anyway?
Why do you ask?
Come on, tell me.
She's like a part of me I can't let go.
Let's leave it at that.
Hunnigan, is that you?
Finally, the line's jack free.
Hey, Hunnigan, no glasses.
Forget the glasses. What's the status of the mission?
I've rescued the subject. We're returning home.
You did it, Leon.
Thanks. You know, you're kind of cute without those glasses. Give me your number when I get back.
May I remind you that you're still on duty?
Story of my life.